I live in a world where, after the wars, there are barely any men left. Now, for every man, there are 5 women, and the government gives out wives for money. I'm a blind beggar, barely able to feed myself. But when the last girl fell to her knees in front of me and whispered,
Please, take me. If you walk away, my father will kill me.
I couldn't take it anymore. I simply took her hand and walked away. That's how I got my first wife. And that was only the beginning. Guys, if you haven't seen the previous parts, you'll find the links in the description and the pinned comment. Now, let's get to the story. In the previous part, Qingxiu, now powerful and dangerous, continues to expand his influence. He reveals the dangers of gunpowder to Emperor Li heir and gains full support for its production. But when the Turkic princess Ashina Yu refuses to pay for a set of wine vessels she bought at his auction, Qingxiu publicly demands payment and threatens to detain her. This sparks a diplomatic scandal, but the emperor supports Qingxiu, who is deliberately provoking the Turks into war, knowing he now has artillery on his side. Qingxiu detains the princess and begins psychologically and physically breaking her down. He puts her through personal trials, mocking her every failure. He then reveals his plan, to spread glass wolf totems across the steppe to ignite conflict among the Turkic tribes. At the same time, Qingxiu is expanding his glassware and alcohol businesses, manipulating noblewomen, and building relationships with school teachers and lovers. In the village of Sanha, he launches a large-scale operation to discredit 3 powerful clans by distributing divine brushes to village children. When the clan patriarchs accuse him of undermining tradition, it turns out that the so-called unique brush is just a mass-produced item. The scholars are shocked. One dies on the spot, another is bitten by Qingxiu's servant, and a third is crippled by a doctor who mixes chili powder into his medicine. The emperor uses this as a pretext and orders the mass execution of the Lu clan, sending a terrifying message to the rest of the elite. Meanwhile, an old acquaintance returns to Qingxiu, Zhang Laodao, also known as Old Knife. He has successfully escorted Li Yuqin to Nanzhao, where she took control of the Wuzhu sect. Now she's back, hiding in the Pavilion of Red Sleeves, to avoid drama with Qingxiu's many wives. Qingxiu is delighted. Tonight, he plans to visit his former lover. In the evening, Qingxiu had the household cook prepare a table full of dishes to welcome Zhang Laodao and relieve his fatigue. Zhang Laodao, who had been eating at irregular times in the open air for over 2 months, ate heartily, consuming the equivalent of 3 meals in one sitting. Especially the spicy crayfish and chilled crayfish, he alone devoured 2 large basins, totaling several dozen jin. Even after that, he still felt unsatisfied. Qingxiu therefore had the cook prepare 2 more large basins of crayfish for Zhang Laodao to pack and take away. The next afternoon, Qingxiu found an excuse to go out. He didn't go to the Qing residence, nor to the palace, but instead went to Pingkong Alley in the Red Light Street. Although they had been apart for almost 3 months, Li Yuqing hadn't changed much. Her complexion remained as fair, tender, and smooth as ever. Zhang Laodao had become tan from driving the carriage all day. Li Yuqing, who spent her days in the carriage traveling, hadn't been tanned at all and was even slightly paler than when she left. Seeing Qingxiu standing at the door, Li Yuqing's eyes reddened slightly. She pressed her lips shut and didn't speak, but gently closed the room door. After closing the door, she could no longer suppress her longing. She immediately threw herself into Qingxiu's arms and tremulously said, "Husband, after being apart for months, I have missed you to death." By the end, she had already changed the way she addressed Qingxiu. That tender husband sent a tingle through Qingxiu's bones. Qingxiu patted her back and said softly, "I missed you too, I even dreamed about you many times." Li Yuqing's delicate body trembled. With blurred, teary eyes, she coquettishly asked, "Really? Of course it's true," Qingxiu said as if swearing truly, as though he really had dreamed of her. Li Yuqing's face brightened. At once she believed his sweet words without doubt. Qingxiu took a step back, grasped her soft, boneless shoulders and looked carefully, then frowned and said, "How have you gained weight?" "Have I?" Li Yuqing panicked inwardly, anxiously eyeing herself, and nervously touched her cheeks. "Where have I gained weight?" "Here, you've gained a whole circle compared to when you left." Qingxiu didn't hold back. With his and Lushan claw, he placed it on her tender chest and gently massaged. Li Yuqing blushed deeply, rolled her eyes, and slapped his hand away, coquettishly chiding, "Husband, you're so bad, how can you bully people like this?" Her intoxicating posture made Qingxiu smile and say, "That's what you call bad? You haven't seen worse, I'm going to properly tease you tonight." As he spoke, he leaned his head forward. "Ugh," Li Yuqing let out a moan, her face flushing like rosy clouds as she closed her eyes tightly. No matter how often they had been together, Li Yuqing was no longer as shy as in the beginning when it came to such matters. Instead, she cooperated skillfully. Once they cooperated, they moved to the bed. After a long drought encountering sweet dew, Li Yuqing couldn't care that it was still daytime, she could only be described as impatient. Soon after, the room burst with springtime hidden inside. Clouds dispersed, rain ceased. Li Yuqing leaned lightly beside Qing Xiu, her enchanting face full of satisfaction. Her eyes trembled, her voice, in anticipation yet laced with laziness, asked, "Husband, shall we stay here overnight?" Qing Xiu pushed away the plump, full body gently, frowned and shook his head. "It's too hot here, body's sticky, if we stayed the night, we probably wouldn't sleep well. Rest a bit, then return to the residence." "Oh." Li Yuqing let out a soft "oh," sadness hard to hide in her brows. She slowly rose, took the initiative to step off the bed, covering the scene in front of her with one hand and picking up Qing Xiu's scattered clothes from the floor with the other. Without a word, she began to assist him in dressing. Qing Xiu took the clothes and said, "Let me do it." While dressing, he smiled, "What's this? You're reluctant to let me go?" Li Yuqing's disappointment deepened on her face, she softly nodded and murmured yes, but didn't say more. Qing Xiu raised his hand and gave her a light slap on the rear jokingly, "You hurry and dress too, let's return to the residence together." Li Yuqing's delicate body shivered, unable to contain herself. Husband, do you plan to take me back home?" Her eyes instantly blurred, with the impulse to cry. Qing Xiu teased, "What's the matter? You don't want to?" Li Yuqing tears slipped, she nodded crazily and choked out, "Yes, I want to, didn't I hear wrong? Husband are truly willing to take me home." She had originally thought that as an underground worker, her identity would accompany her all her life. She never expected that he actually was willing to take her home. She knew what that meant. As long as he took her home, it would be equivalent to revealing her identity, she could rightfully serve as his concubine. Qing Xiu laughed, patted her perky buttocks and said, "You didn't hear wrong, hurry up and dress." Li Yuqing no longer hesitated and quickly tidied her appearance. Soon after, the two left Red Sleeves Tower together and boarded the carriage, heading toward the Qing residence. On the carriage, Li Yuqing leaned her slightly flushed face into Qing Xiu's arms, letting him touch her without resistance. It felt like a dream as she nervously asked, "Husband, what if your wives don't like me?" Qing Xiu was stunned, "I'm only taking you home, I haven't decided to arrange for you to meet them yet." Li Yuqing paused then nodded, "I know, it's difficult for you, and you need time to plan. You having this in mind is already enough satisfaction for me, I dare not ask for more." Qing Xiu tightened his mouth, again, a woman who likes to read into things. But he didn't say more, instead softly said, "They seldom come to Chang'an, before I plan things out, if you meet them, don't show it. Otherwise I'll be in trouble." Li Yuqing pursed her lips and smiled, "All according to you, husband can tell the ladies that I am your maid. I won't make things difficult for you." "I'm really moved," Qing Xiu said, and his hand involuntarily squeezed. The pressure was just right on his hand, making Li Yuqing feel some discomfort. But fortunately, as they neared the residence, Qing Xiu let her go, and within a teacup's time she recovered her composed and dignified demeanor. After entering the Qing residence and getting off the carriage, a figure suddenly flew over and grabbed Qing Xiu's arm tightly, pleading, "Marquis Qing, when will you release me? I beg you, let me return to the Turks. I promise I will come back to serve you, I swear I will definitely return." The person was Ashinayu. Since the hostage plan failed a month ago, Ashinayu knew that the envoy who had come to Chang'an had already begun to depart back to the Turks. Once the envoy returned to the Turks and described her situation, her father, Khagan Jelu Khan, would definitely send troops to attack the Tang. At that time, the entire Turks would be in grave danger, even possible extinction. So in the past half-month, every day Ashinayu waited for him to come, begging Qing Xiu to release her. At this moment, Ashinayu had not a trace of pride left, she could only be described as extremely humble. Li Yuqing looked curiously at Ashinayu. After clearly seeing the other woman's appearance, she couldn't help but feel a bit surprised and amazed. She turned out to be a foreign woman? And this foreign woman's looks could be described as stunningly beautiful. Such breathtaking beauty was rare even in the Tang dynasty. Faced with Ashina유's pleading eyes and humble voice, to be honest, Qing Xiu also felt a little soft-hearted, and for a moment even considered letting her go. But if he did, he would become a criminal of the Tang dynasty. The Turks were just barbarians, it was impossible to reason with them. The only solution was to beat them into submission. If Ashinayu were released and returned to inform Jieli, he might retreat to the north and avoid sending troops. But as long as the Turkic cavalry still existed, it would be a deadly threat to the Tang. As long as the Turks remained, the people living in the north of the Tang would continue to suffer from plundering and killing. Wiping out the Turks in one blow was also what Qing Xiu had in mind. However, after spending more than a month together, Qing Xiu couldn't help but grow fond of Ashina Yu's bold and passionate nature. If the Turks were destroyed, it would also mean the end of their intimate relationship. Although it didn't feel good emotionally, Qing Xiu didn't regret his decision or intentions. He pulled his hand out of Ashina Yu's arms, and with a stern expression shook his head and said, "Like I said before, letting you go is impossible. Just stay here obediently." Ashina Yu's face went pale, and she collapsed to the ground, crying in despair. The saying, "feelings grow over time," was very true. After spending so much time together, it was impossible for Ashina Yu not to have feelings for Qing Xiu. From admiration to hatred, then from hatred to a mix of love and hate, her emotional journey had been rough. "Are you really going to let our entire Turkic nation be destroyed? You're so cruel." Ashina Yu looked at him with sorrow and despair. Qing Xiu squatted down and then shook his head, saying, "Don't misunderstand. I didn't say I want to destroy the Turks completely. And don't assume the worst. What I'm doing is just to weaken the Turks so they can no longer threaten the Tang. As a Turkic princess, you should clearly understand how much harm your cavalry has done to us Tang people. I can't let a country that loves to burn, kill, and loot keep threatening the Tang." Ashina Yu shook her head sorrowfully and said, "How is this any different from destroying us? The Turks only have about 100,000 people, more than half are old, weak, women, and children. The cavalry are our country's only able-bodied men. If the cavalry are wiped out, it means the Turks are finished." Qing Xiu stood up and said, "Think whatever you want, the outcome is already set. You can't change it, and don't try to beg me, I won't let you go." Ashina Yu's face was lifeless, her eyes empty. Like a walking corpse, she staggered back to her room. Li Yuqing, who had witnessed everything and roughly understood the story, sighed and said, "Husband, this must be difficult for you." Qing Xiu nodded, then smiled and shook his head. "What difficulty? Personal emotions can't override the interests of the country. If the nation is gone, what use are personal feelings?" Li Yuqing gently nodded in agreement. Ashina Yu didn't make a sound after returning to her room. As evening came, Qing Xiu told the cook to prepare a delicious meal. The food amazed Li Yuqing, and she suddenly felt like she never wanted to leave. After the meal and drinks, Qing Xiu stood up and said, "It's getting late. Tomorrow I'll have someone arrange a room for you. Soon someone will bring you bath water. I'll go back to my room now. Come find me once you're done eating." Li Yuqing's face turned slightly red. She stood up and said, "I'm already done eating. I'll go with you, husband." Qing Xiu chuckled and said, "Go with me, or bathe with me." "This, whatever husband says," Li Yuqing said shyly, her blushing face alluring. Naturally, this led to a splashy bath fight, and they didn't sleep until late into the night. The next morning, just as Qing Xiu stepped out, a maid nervously walked up and said, "Marquis, Miss Ashina Yu made no sound last night or this morning. The food brought in wasn't touched, and she doesn't respond when spoken to." Qing Xiu frowned and waved her off. "Got it. You can leave." After sending the maid away, Qing Xiu went to Ashina Yu's room and pushed the door open. He saw her lying motionless on the bed, still wearing yesterday's clothes. He walked over and knocked on the table. She didn't react at all, not even a twitch. Qing Xiu sat by the bed and said in a deep voice, "Are you planning to starve yourself?" Ashina Yu didn't respond. Her eyes were blank, her face lifeless. If it weren't for the slight rise and fall of her chest, Qing Xiu might have thought she was dead. It wasn't surprising. For the past few days, only one thought filled her mind: the Turks were doomed. Yesterday evening, she completely fell into despair. She had no way to stop what was coming. Her heart was like dead ashes. Qing Xiu sighed, "Why do this to yourself? Fine, it's not completely hopeless." Upon hearing this, Ashina Yu's body trembled slightly, and a spark appeared in her eyes. Qing Xiu noticed, she was looking at him with hope. Qing Xiu took a deep breath and said, "You know as well as I do, over 100,000 Turkic cavalry can't all be wiped out. In a war, maybe 80,000 to 100,000 will die, maybe only 30,000 to 50,000. The rest will surrender. I can promise you, I will ask His Majesty not to kill the surrendered soldiers." Ashina Yu finally spoke. With a trembling voice, she asked, "What you said is true? You promise you won't lie to me?" "I promise." Ashina Yu cried from joy, choking out, "Good, then I'll thank you on their behalf." "So, will you still starve yourself?" Ashina Yu shook her head while wiping away tears. "No more. This is already the best outcome for me. If the war really starts, and once it ends, can you let me go?" Qing Xiu hesitated, then shook his head. "I won't answer that for now. We'll see when the time comes." Ashina Yu gave a bitter smile and said, "If this war really happens, my father will surely die. He brought so much shame to Li Shimin won't let him live. And all of this is related to you. If my father is killed, you'll have played a part. To serve the man who killed my father, I'd rather die. Do you understand me? Qing Xiu suddenly had a thought and said calmly, what if I told you, I won't let His Majesty kill your father? In history, didn't Li Shimin spare Jieli? Li Jing captured him and brought him to Chang'an. Li Shimin made him a ceremonial figure, and he eventually died of old age. Ashina Yu's body trembled, lips quivering as she stared at Qing Xiu. Her gaze was resolute, as long as my father isn't killed, I'll serve you like a beast of burden for the rest of my life, no, for 10 lifetimes. All right. Qing Xiu laughed. You said it, remember your words today. As long as you keep your word, I won't starve. I'll eat now. Once I regain strength, I'll serve you well. Qing Xiu's expression turned odd. Was this considered an early down payment? Ling Yuqing and Lu Yunyan were disciples of the same master and had grown up together since childhood. They had a deep bond. After breakfast, with Qing Xiu's permission, she went to Sanha village. Having not seen each other for months, the 4 women of the Wu ancestor sect had a lot to catch up on. Qing Xiu simply gave them a day off to reunite. In the days that followed, Qing Xiu stayed in Sanha village to study hot air balloons. Although there were a few failures, he eventually succeeded in getting one to fly. Upon receiving the news, Li Er immediately rushed to Sanha village. On a clearing away from the village, Li Er looked at the large piece of black cloth spread on the ground and asked in surprise, Marquis Qing, is this the hot air balloon you mentioned? If it's a balloon, why isn't it round? Qing Xiu explained, it becomes a balloon only after it's filled with hot air. Please be patient, Your Majesty, I'll demonstrate it now. Under Li Er's curious gaze, Qing Xiu ordered the guards to unfold the hot air balloon. Taizhu skillfully lit the fierce oil in the stove with a torch. The flames leapt up, and the breeze carried hot air into the balloon, which slowly began to inflate. Once it had expanded enough, Taizhu and Guzi climbed into the basket below. There was a hemp rope tied to the basket to prevent the balloon from flying up to tens of thousands of meters. At present, they had no way to control the balloon's direction in flight. The rope was the only means of control. Li Er was amazed as he watched the huge black object slowly rise into the air. In less than the time it takes to burn an incense stick, it had already reached several dozen zhang in height. If the rope were longer, it could fly even higher. Heavens! Li Er exclaimed. It really flew. Marquis Qing, how does it come down? Qing Xiu smiled and said, very simple. Just extinguish the fire. Without hot air, it will quickly descend. Amazing! Quick, have them land now. Qing Xiu called out to Taizhu and Guzi in the balloon, and shortly after, the hot air balloon slowly descended to the ground. Li Er said excitedly, Marquis Qing, I also want to see the sky. But this flies a bit too low. Is there a way to reach the clouds? Qing Xiu gave a wry smile. The rope is only this long. If we had a long enough rope, it might be possible, but I can't guarantee it. Li Er nodded and smiled. Even if it doesn't reach the clouds, flying this high is already an amazing invention. Oh right, Marquis Qing, Li Er asked, how many of these are there? I've already made over 10 hot air balloons this month. So many? Give me one. Li Er's eyes lit up, he was already eager to show off in front of his ministers. Qing Xiu laughed. They were made for Your Majesty. You can take them anytime. And they're not just for dropping flyers. They can be used on the battlefield too. Li Er's eyes sparkled. How so? Qing Xiu explained, Your Majesty, if we load grenades onto the balloons, imagine the possibilities. Li Er became excited, slapping his thigh. Marquis Qing, you're brilliant. This is like divine weapons descending from the heavens. With this and grenades, we'd have absolute dominance in war. That same day, Li Er took 10 hot air balloons and brought Taizhu, who had mastered how to operate them. In just a few days, Taizhu trained a group of skilled balloon pilots. For the next few days, Li Er personally oversaw training them in throwing techniques, and the results were excellent. Although Li Yuqing and Li Yuchan had nearly identical names, their personalities were very different. Li Yuchan was a lively, obedient girl-next-door type. Li Yuqing, however, was also very obedient, especially in bed. No matter what pose Qing Xiu wanted, she could do it. Like tonight's pose, 1 foot up, 1 foot down, standing firm and proud, left someone else just as proud and firm. After their population-increasing exercise for the Tang dynasty, Li Yuqing lay lazily next to Qing Xiu. After some hesitation, she said, Husband, a few days ago, I heard from my junior sister that she took the 7-day deadly poison. Could you give them the antidote? Qing Xiu was stunned and fell into thought. So that was it. Seeing his blank face, Li Yuqing hurriedly said, Anyway, Yunyan is already your woman. With me around, she won't cause any trouble. I guarantee it with my own life. Qing Xiu raised an eyebrow and asked, When did you find out? Li Yuqing replied softly, when I went to Sanha village the other day, I figured it out the first time we met. She told you? Li Yuqing shook her head. I figured it out myself. She didn't admit it at first, but eventually she did. Husband, I already asked, Yunyan won't be a threat to you anymore. So, can you? Qing Xiu's face hardened. You're using yourself as a guarantee? What do you have to offer me? Don't forget, you already belong to me. Li Yuqing replied awkwardly, I have nothing but my body. I have nothing else that would catch your eye. Qing Xiu suddenly smiled and whispered something in her ear. Li Yuqing blushed instantly and nervously said, Isn't that a bit too much? It's so embarrassing. Qing Xiu slapped her on the butt and turned over. I've shown you the path, it's up to you whether to take it or not. Li Yuqing bit her lip, her face even redder. After a long silence, she suddenly gritted her teeth and said, Fine. I'll talk to Yunyan tomorrow and test her thoughts. The next morning, Li Yuqing went to Sanha village to find Lu Yunyan. After hearing Li Yuqing's proposal, Lu Yunyan's face turned bright red. She said in disbelief. Senior sister, how could you say something so outrageous? The two of us, together? Li Yuqing replied helplessly, Yunyan, I'm desperate. If we want the antidote for the 7-day deadly poison, this might be the only way. And if we sacrifice ourselves, he'll give us 3 doses of the antidote. Xiao Rou and Shui Xian will be saved too. Lu Yunyan hesitated, her red face full of conflict. But after a long while, she also gritted her teeth and nodded. If one of me can save 3 people, it's worth it. Senior sister, I'll listen to you. Today, I'll go to Chang'an with you. By evening, Li Yuqing and Lu Yunyan took a carriage to the Marquis of Zhenguo's residence in Chang'an. Qing Xiu saw Lu Yunyan coming with Li Yuqing but didn't show any reaction on his face. However, inside, he was itching for night to fall. If Ashina Yu joined in, making it one dragon with 3 phoenixes, it would be perfect. A person must have dreams. Without dreams, what's the difference from a salted fish? Li Yuqing appeared cold and glamorous on the outside, but was fiery and passionate on the inside, especially after being explored several times. She had become even more uninhibited than Lu Yunyan. As for Lu Yunyan, although she appeared seductive and naturally alluring, she was actually quite conservative and a bit shy. The two together could be described as ice and fire, completely opposite styles. Although Qing Xiu had experienced the pleasure of 2 phoenixes singing in harmony at home before, Yun Yang had even participated, Chang Sun Pingting, a girl who had never been touched before, couldn't fully satisfy him. But Li Yuqing and Lu Yunyan were different. They were both mature, graceful older women. And both practiced martial arts, so they could present countless postures. The next day, when Qing Xiu went out, he looked refreshed and full of energy. The weather in early August had already begun to cool. It was the perfect season for boating on the lake. Sure enough, early in the morning, a young eunuch from the palace came with a letter. It was handwritten by Princess Xiangqing, Li Lizhu. The content was basically an invitation to go boating on the lake the next day. Qing Xiu received the letter and said to the eunuch, Go back and tell your princess, I will be waiting to receive her at Chengtian Gate tomorrow morning. Yes, Marquis. I'll take my leave. After the eunuch left, Qing Xiu returned to his room and drew a sketch of several unique accessory designs. Then he went to the boiler room and asked the craftsman team led by Wei Laojiu to make them. The next day, Qing Xiu had Wei Laojiu drive the carriage to the palace. After waiting about the time it takes to burn an incense stick, a group of people approached from afar. At the front was Princess Xiangqing. She wore light clothes that fluttered in the wind, with a pure and noble aura, untouched by the dust of the world. Her skin was fair and tender, with bright eyes and white teeth. Though still young, she had already grown into a beauty who could outshine all others. When she arrived at Chengtian Gate, her face blushed as she turned and gave a few instructions to her attendants. Her maid, Little Cherry, giggled and said, Princess, hurry up now, don't keep his lordship waiting. Have fun. Li Lizhu's face turned even redder, and she snapped playfully, Cherry, he's not my consort yet. Keep talking nonsense and I'll rip your mouth apart. Cherry covered her mouth, still laughing. His Majesty has already announced it to the world. Who doesn't know that the Marquis Qing is the princess's consort? Even if he isn't yet, he will be soon. Princess, hurry up. You can scold me when you get back. Li Lizhu shyly pinched Cherry and walked in small steps toward the carriage. What Cherry said was true. Qing Xiu would soon be her consort. Emperor Li Er had decided they would marry before the Mid-Autumn Festival, which was less than half a month away. Qing Xiu lifted the curtain and reached out his hand with a smile. Li Lizhu blushed slightly and offered her hand as he helped her into the carriage. Once inside, Li Lizhu lowered her head and said nothing, a hint of nervousness on her face. This was, after all, their first date alone. Though they had met many times recently, it was always in the presence of Li Er and Empress Changsun. Their relationship had been lukewarm at best. Qingxiu gave a command, and Wei Laojiu drove the carriage straight to Furong Garden. After a while, Qingxiu smiled and asked, "Why is Her Highness so quiet today?" Li Lizhu, now more like her usual self, glanced at Qingxiu and snorted. She lifted the curtain and looked outside, muttering, "I can't be bothered with a wooden block like you." Qingxiu was puzzled. He thought for a long time but couldn't figure out what he did wrong. His skin was thick, so he shamelessly smiled and said, "Why ignore me? If I've made you angry, princess, please tell me so I may die with clarity." Li Lizhu let the curtain fall, pouted slightly, and said, "Father betrothed me to you. The wedding date was set for the 12th of August. It's been over a month since then, and you've never once expressed your feelings or made a move. I even had to be the one to arrange a meeting. If you don't like me, just say so. I'll go to father and cancel the engagement." Qingxiu finally understood. He smiled bitterly and said, "That's my fault, but I've been really busy lately." "Busy?" Li Lizhu looked at him with disdain. "Busy flirting with the Turkic princess?" Qingxiu shook his head righteously. "You can insult me, princess, but not my integrity." Li Lizhu rolled her eyes and sneered, "Who in court doesn't know you've got a beautiful Turkic princess imprisoned at home? I've seen her myself, she's one of the rare beauties in this world. She's been in your residence for almost 2 months. You see each other every day. Don't try to convince me that nothing happened between you." Sigh. Mother was right. There's not a single decent man in the world. Qingxiu explained, "Lizhu, you might not know this, but what did you call me?" Li Lizhu asked, blushing. "Lizhu." Li Lizhu shyly lowered her head and adjusted her hair to hide her embarrassment, though she tried to remain calm. "Keep going, liar." Qingxiu nodded, "All right, I'll keep lying. No, I'll keep explaining. Lizhu, you may not know this, but I'm acting on orders." "On orders?" Li Lizhu looked at him, confused. Qingxiu replied seriously, "Yes, your father asked me to do it." Li Lizhu was shocked. "Why would father ask you to do that?" Qingxiu explained, "His Majesty wants to go to war with the Turks but lacks a legitimate excuse. He can't just detain the Turkic princess without reason. But she tried to bribe me with money, so detaining her became justified. Is that explanation acceptable to the princess?" Li Lizhu was stunned. "Why didn't I know any of this?" "No one told you. You were just uninformed." Li Lizhu blinked blankly. "I really don't know much about politics, and I'm not interested. But right now, our military strength in Chang'an is far inferior to the Turks. Why would father go to war?" Qingxiu smiled and said, "That's where you're mistaken. His Majesty recently received new weapons. You know about that, right?" Li Lizhu nodded, "Yes. Cannons and grenades, right? Don't tell me you gave them to father?" "Smart girl. You guessed it right." Li Lizhu smiled slightly, "If father decided to fight the Turks using your weapons, they must be incredibly powerful. That's not surprising." Qingxiu grinned, "You have that much faith in me?" Li Lizhu said, "Of course. There's a saying now, if it's made by Marquis Qing, it must be excellent." Qingxiu leaned in close, face nearly touching hers, and smiled, "So, do you still think I've been flirting with the Turkic princess lately?" Not the Turkic princess, it was Li Yuqing and Lu Yunyan, the two sisters singing in harmony. At such a close distance, Li Lizhu couldn't help but feel nervous. Her blushing face pressed against the carriage wall, but there was no room to back away. Why is he leaning in so close? Is he going to kiss me? In that moment, Li Lizhu panicked like crazy. Husband? That one word, husband, made Li Lizhu a little flustered. But she kept her composure and calmly pushed Qingxiu's approaching face away with her palm. Her cheeks were flushed pink as she said with a hint of disdain, "You're way too shameless. Whose husband are you? We're not even married yet, don't speak nonsense." Yes. Qingxiu nodded repeatedly, shamelessly replying, "Then I'll wait another 10 days or half a month before I start calling myself your husband." Li Lizhu wanted to speak but stopped. She didn't refute his words. With a slight wave of her delicate hand, she said mockingly, "Since you say detaining the Turkic princess was part of your mission, this princess will reluctantly believe you this time." At that moment, Wei Laojiu's voice came from outside, "Marquis, princess, we've arrived at Furong Garden." Qingxiu jumped off the carriage first and offered his hand to help Li Lizhu down. Though the sun was shining today, the temperature was pleasant. Many people had come to Furong Garden to stroll and sign in at scenic spots, and there were quite a few on the lake boating. Dozens of small boats floated across Tsujiang Pool. Of course, Furong Garden was a royal garden. Although it was occasionally open to the public for free, not everyone had the right to row a boat on Tsujiang Pool. If there were no entry restrictions, the boats would likely fill the entire lake. Li Lizhu led Qingxiu to the small dock at Tsujiang Pool. After showing her identity, she prepared to board a royal pleasure boat. Qing Xiu looked at the large boat and turned to Li Liju. Isn't this a bit too high profile for us? And the royal boat is so big, there's no way the two of us can row it. Li Liju smiled calmly. No problem. There are royal servants on board to row for us. Qing Xiu shook his head with a laugh. Then we definitely shouldn't board it. We came here for a quiet boating experience. If we're not rowing, what's the point? Also, once we're inside that boat, it's just like being in a room, a change of scenery, but no real enjoyment of the lake. Li Liju thought for a moment, then smiled sweetly. You're right. We came here to row, and getting on that big boat would take away all the fun. Qing Xiu grinned mischievously. There were at least dozens of servants on the large boat. How could anyone feel romantic like that? A small boat for two was perfect. Row out far, slip into the reeds of Furong Garden, and then do whatever they wanted. A private date is for doing things. Third wheels not allowed. Li Liju promptly told the royal boatman, we won't board this boat. Go prepare a small boat like the ones on the lake, now. The boatman quickly complied. Once they boarded, Wei Laojiu smiled from the shore. Marquis, have fun. I'll wait here. Qing Xiu waved and began rowing the boat himself. As he rowed, he happily sang in a low voice, let us row the boat together, little boat pushing through the waves. Li Liju quietly listened, and when he finished, she clapped and laughed. That was wonderful. This is the first time I've heard such a melodic tune. Sing another one. Qing Xiu shook his head. Nope, not singing. Why not? Li Liju frowned. Shamelessly, Qing Xiu said, unless you kiss me, then I'll sing. Li Liju blushed and scolded, it's just a song. Why are you so petty? Asking this princess to kiss you? If you want to sing, sing, if not, forget it. Qing Xiu grinned, no kiss? Then at least call me husband, that should be acceptable, right? Although Li Liju was embarrassed, she thought it wasn't a big deal. Sooner or later, she'd have to call him that anyway. Blushing, she lowered her head and softly said, husband. But the moment she saw the smile on Qing Xiu's face, she suddenly felt like she had been tricked. In fact, Qing Xiu never expected her to kiss him. This was their first date alone, asking for a kiss right away wouldn't fly with most women, let alone one from ancient times. He just wanted her to call him husband, but if he asked directly, she'd probably say no. So he made a fake demand first, let her refuse, then backed off to something lesser. He knew how to manipulate people's hearts well. Ah? Qing Xiu responded with a grin and rowed harder. Soon, they reached a quieter spot in the middle of the lake. Li Liju urged, didn't you say you'd sing? Go ahead then. Qing Xiu cleared his throat and said, all right, here goes. Under Li Liju's expectant gaze, Qing Xiu began to sing. When will the bright moon appear? I raise my wine and ask the sky. I long to ride the wind and return, but the high places are too cold. How does it compare to life on earth? Li Liju's beautiful eyes sparkled as she stared at him. Did you compose that? Qing Xiu shook his head. Strictly speaking, it's not a song, it's a poem. Li Liju grew excited. The imagery in that poem is stunning. When did you write it? Why haven't I heard it before? Shamelessly, Qing Xiu replied, I wrote it long ago. Just hadn't shared it yet. What's the title? Li Liju asked. Shui Diogutu. Li Liju sighed, even the title fits the occasion. You really are a great talent. Qing Xiu pretended to be upset. Liju, don't keep calling me you or Marquis Qing. We're on a private lake date, this is about bonding. Privately, just call me husband. Li Liju blushed and rolled her eyes. In your dreams. Sigh. Qing Xiu sighed. If you won't, then forget it. Li Liju blinked, cheeks still red, but she smiled playfully. If you compose a poem just for me and I like it, I'll call you husband in private. How's that? Oh? Qing Xiu began searching through his internal poetry library. On a distant part of the lake, a small boat drifted gently. A girl in green robes let out a small and pointed toward the center of the lake. Miss, look, isn't that Marquis Qing? A young lady in pink, graceful and elegant, looked closely and said in surprise, it really is Marquis Qing. The girl in green grinned. What luck, miss. Fate brought you here. Let's go greet him. Didn't you always want to thank him for that gift he gave you? Xiao Cui, let's not, Yan Yusha replied, her expression a little sad as she watched Qing Xiu chatting happily with a white-robed woman. If Marquis Qing is with another lady, we'd only be interrupting their moment. It'd be rude. Xiao Cui frowned. That's not necessarily true. He gave you a gift, clearly he likes you. Marquis Qing is an open and generous man. Even if we are a little impolite, he won't mind. Besides, don't let all those rules of virtue make you miss a rare chance encounter. Before Yen Yushir could respond, Xiao Chui had already said to the boatman, "Boatman, I'll give you 10 extra coins, take us to that lone boat in the center of the lake." "Got it," the boatman replied, and began rowing eagerly. In no time, they approached the boat carrying Qing Xiu and Li Lizhu. "Have you finished yet?" Li Lizhu urged impatiently when Qing Xiu remained silent for a while. "Finished, finished." Qing Xiu stretched his hands and took off the blindfold on his face, instantly putting on a look of deep affection as he gazed at Li Lizhu. Under Li Lizhu's expectant eyes, Qing Xiu read aloud with great emotion. "Clouds think of her clothes, flowers think of her face. The spring breeze brushes the threshold, and the dew shines bright. If not for seeing her atop Jade Mountain, then I must have met her under the moon at Jade Terrace. Sorry, brother Li Bai." Qing Xiu silently apologized in his heart to Li Bai. Yen Yushir and Xiaocui, who were already close by, also heard the poem and were instantly enchanted by its imagery. "Miss, this poem is truly beautiful," Xiaocui said admiringly. As a maid from a scholarly family and raised in the Yen household, Xiaocui's literary education was excellent, better than many scholars. She could immediately recognize the poem's brilliance. As for Yen Yushir, the eldest daughter of the Yen family, she was deeply moved by the poem as well. Xiaocui thought for a moment and said, "Miss, this poem sounds like it's describing a beautiful woman." Yen Yushir, looking enviously at Princess Xiangqing on the opposite boat, nodded. "It certainly is about a beauty. It must be a poem that Mr. Qing wrote for the lady in front of him. It's so well written." To say she wasn't jealous would be a lie. At this moment, she deeply wished Qing Xiu would write her a poem too. As the poem came out of his mouth, Li Lizhu was stunned on the spot. She softly repeated the poem to herself, then, with eyes slightly red, lowered her head and asked in a trembling voice, "You wrote this for me?" Qing Xiu shamelessly nodded, half joking, "Is it well written? I don't know if you like it, are you satisfied?" With tears in her eyes and a smile blooming like a flower, Li Lizhu nodded repeatedly. "I love it. I really do. I'm very satisfied." Qing Xiu smiled calmly, "Since you like it, and you're satisfied, then what comes next?" Li Lizhu's face turned crimson. She gently wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes and, full of shyness, said, "Husband." This husband was full of confidence, it came from the heart. Not far away, Xiaocui's jaw dropped in shock, and Yen Yushir couldn't believe her ears. Xiaocui whispered in disbelief, "Oh my God, miss, she actually called Mr. Qing her husband?" Yen Yushir frowned. "But we've been to Sanha village many times and seen his 3 wives, this isn't one of them. And yet she calls him husband, this." They couldn't quite make sense of it. In fact, Qing Xiu had already noticed them. Not just them, he had clearly seen every face on the lake from his god's eye perspective. But with Li Lizhu present, he couldn't just go over and greet Yen Yushir. Just then, the boatman rowing for Yen Yushir smiled and said in a rough voice, "Ladies, we've arrived. Time to pay." His loud voice also caught Li Lizhu's attention. She turned and looked in their direction. Yen Yushir and Xiaocui's expressions froze. Xiaocui, fuming, glared at the boatman. "Can't you speak more quietly? It's just 10 coins, you think I won't pay?" She pulled out a handful of copper coins from her pouch and handed them over. Their boat was less than 10 meters away. Seeing that they'd been noticed, Yen Yushir didn't hide and gracefully gave a greeting. "Yen Yushir greets Mr. Qing." Qing Xiu acted as though he'd just noticed her. "Ah, so it's Miss Yushir. Didn't expect to meet you here." Li Lizhu looked puzzled, but also slightly sour. "Didn't expect you to have so many female friends. Even a random boat ride on the lake turns into a romantic reunion. I wonder how many more you've got hidden." Qing Xiu laughed. "What nonsense. I only met Miss Yushir in late spring, just twice. This is the 3rd time we've met. Don't say things like that." Though a little jealous, Li Lizhu accepted his explanation and said, "Well, since she's an acquaintance, exchanging a few words is only polite." Qing Xiu joked, "You're not even married to me yet and already acting like a wife. Can I take this as a sign that you're jealous?" Who's jealous? Don't talk nonsense." Li Lizhu looked away, her face red and flustered. Yen Yushir saw their affection and felt disappointed and bitter. She didn't want to intrude, so she told the boatman, "Let's go back to the shore." Xiaocui tugged her sleeve. "Miss, we just got here and haven't even started the lake tour, leaving now is too soon." Just as Yen Yushir was about to respond, Xiaocui smiled at Qing Xiu and said, "Mr. Qing, we recognized you from a distance and came over to say hello. Please forgive the interruption." Qing Xiu smiled and waved. "No worries." Xiaocui continued, "We overheard you composing poetry earlier. My lady and I greatly admire your talent. Might we stay and listen?" "Xiaocui, you," Yen Yushir looked at her, clearly annoyed. But Xiaozue, determined for her lady's happiness, maintained her courteous tone. If it's inconvenient for Mr. Qing, we'll leave right away. Li Lizhu, sharp as ever, clearly heard the meaning behind those words. She whispered to Qing Xiu, "It's up to you." Qing Xiu turned to Xiaozue and said, "Miss Xiaozue, today I'm on a date with my fiancé. With a beauty by my side and a lovely scene before me, I hope you understand." "Oh, then we've disturbed you." Xiaozue bowed slightly and said to the boatman, "Let's go back to shore." The boatman began rowing away. Once their boat was some distance away, Li Lizhu smiled. That made Xiaozue sounded like she was speaking up for her lady. "I think there's definitely a story between you and her." Qing Xiu said seriously, "Heaven knows, earth knows, you can't accuse me unfairly. I'm your husband, don't you trust me even a little?" Seeing him getting upset, Li Lizhu quickly said, "I was just guessing, you mustn't take it seriously." Seeing that Qing Xiu remained silent, Li Lizhu grew anxious. "Are you really mad at me?" "Yes," Qing Xiu nodded. "I'm mad. Now coax me." Flustered, Li Lizhu blushed, leaned in quickly, and planted a kiss on his cheek. Tugging on his sleeve pitifully, she said, "I was really just guessing, don't be mad, husband." Qing Xiu hadn't been mad at all. Who could stop a woman from getting jealous? She was a noble princess, and even knowing he already had other wives, she was still willing to be his concubine. With such affection, a little jealousy was nothing. "If you kissed me on the lips, I wouldn't be mad anymore." Li Lizhu's face turned completely red as she hesitated, but Qing Xiu didn't give her the chance. With a startled squeal from her, he pulled her into his arms and kissed her deeply and fiercely. Xiaozue followed behind Yan Yushi onto the shore, grumbling under her breath, "This is such a letdown. We've been on the lake for less than half an hour, and now we're going home. We rarely get a chance to come out and play." Yan Yushi smiled back, "Tsujiang Pool is always here, it's not going anywhere. We can come boating anytime." "Sigh," Xiaozue said sadly, "Miss, are you very upset right now?" Yan Yushi forced a smile, pretending to be calm. "Why would I be upset? There's nothing between me and Mr. Qing, we've only met 3 times. That's all." "All right, Xiaozue, let's not dwell on this. We'll talk after we get home." Just as the two were about to leave, voices from nearby caught their attention. "Is everything ready?" "All ready, we can move anytime. I'll fine-tune the plan. We'll split into 5 groups and form a surrounding formation. Be sure to kill the blind man in 1 strike." "Understood. Board the boats." Hearing this, Yan Yushi trembled. She turned to Xiaozue and asked nervously, "Xiaozue, did you hear what they just said?" Xiaozue frowned. "I heard it. They said something about killing a blind man with 1 strike. Oh no, they're not planning to assassinate Mr. Qing, are they?" Yan Yushi's face changed. She looked toward the center of the lake, her expression full of worry. But it was too far. From the shore, she had no way of warning Mr. Qing. She became extremely anxious. Xiaozue said urgently, "Miss, what should we do if they want to kill Mr. Qing? Should we report it to the authorities?" Yan Yushi trembled, "There's no time. Right now, we must warn Mr. Qing and tell him to run. If they surround him, it'll be too late." Xiaozue looked terrified. "But there are over 10 of them. Even if we scream, he won't hear us from this distance." "No way." Yan Yushi stomped her foot, lifted her skirt, and rushed back to the boat they had used. "Boatman, head for the center of the lake as fast as you can. To the boat with the young man and lady, hurry." She pulled out a piece of silver and tossed it onto the boat. The boatman's eyes lit up at the sight of silver. "All right. Hold on tight, my boat's known for its speed." And he began rowing with all his strength. Xiaozue shouted anxiously from the shore, "Miss. Wait for me, I haven't boarded yet." Yan Yushi realized too late she had left Xiaozue behind and shouted, "Xiaozue. Go report to the authorities. Miss, take care of yourself. Don't be reckless." Xiaozue was nearly in tears from worry but had no choice, she sprinted off to find the authorities. If anything happened to the Yan family's eldest daughter, Xiaozue would be held accountable. Center of the lake. Li Lizhu used all her strength to push Qing Xiu away. Her face flushed bright red, she gasped for air. The intense kiss had left her tongue-tied. I'm too embarrassed to face anyone now. Wah! She covered her face with both hands, burying it. Although she let out sobbing sounds, Qing Xiu could tell she wasn't really crying, she was pretending to hide her shyness. "How did it feel?" Qing Xiu asked with a smile. Li Lizhu snapped, still covering her face, "Don't talk." "Shut up. How could you treat me like that? I'm going to tell Father and Mother Empress that you bullied me. I'm no longer pure." Qing Xiu froze. "Am I really that dirty? Anyway, I'm not clean anymore." She kept her face buried, but her pink ears made it obvious how embarrassed she was. So what now? Qingxiu said, pretending to struggle. I kissed you, you're not clean. Logically, you should get revenge. How about you kiss me like I kissed you? That way, I won't be clean either, we'll be even. Come on. Shamelessly, he leaned his head forward. Li Lizhu was both angry and embarrassed. She pushed his head away. You, get lost. Don't come near me. Qingxiu laughed heartily. Just then, a voice called out from afar. Mr. Qing. Using his godlike vision, Qingxiu saw that Yan Yushi had come back, even though she had gone ashore. But Xiaocui wasn't with her, and Yan Yushi looked panicked and anxious. What's going on? Qingxiu frowned deeply. He couldn't hear her clearly, it was too far. Still pouting, Li Lizhu looked over and said, Hey, is someone calling you? Qingxiu nodded. Yeah, sounds like it. Li Lizhu looked as well and narrowed her eyes. Looks like that Miss Yushi who left earlier. Yan Yushi was waving desperately and shouting, Mr. Qing, someone wants to kill you. Run. There's no time. Li Lizhu's face changed. And Mr. Qing? I think I heard her say someone wants to kill you, she said run. Qingxiu replied solemnly, yes, I heard it too. Through his elevated view, he had already seen 5 small boats approaching, each with 3 masked black-clothed men, 15 total. All of them were armed with short swords. They were clearly here with hostile intent. What should we do? Li Lizhu's face went pale as she clung to Qingxiu. Qingxiu pulled her into his arms and said softly, Don't worry. I'm here. I won't let anyone hurt you. Li Lizhu blushed, muttered, They're here to kill you. If I get hurt, it's because of you. Of course it's your job to protect me. Ah, fair enough. On one of the boats, a black-clad man pointed at Yan Yushi and shouted, Little slut. Mind your own business. Keep yelling and I'll drown you right here. Yan Yushi turned pale but didn't stop, instead, she shouted louder at Qingxiu's direction. You bitch. Want to die? Enraged, one of the men raised his arm and flicked a mechanism. With a swish, a featherless sharp arrow flew straight at Yan Yushi's face. The man was wearing a hidden wrist-mounted crossbow. Qingxiu, who had been observing everything, was alarmed. A bad feeling surged in his heart. However, what Qingxiu worried about never happened. Because the boat carrying Miss Yan Yushi was being rowed roughly, it kept rocking, the arrow passed with a whistle right past her ear. Yan Yushi was so scared her legs turned to jelly and she nearly lost her senses. Seeing the first arrow miss, the masked man cursed in anger and pressed the catch on his wrist again. This time, he aimed not at her head, but at her body. Due to the rocking of the boat, the arrow whistled and struck several inches below her shoulder. Did I get shot? A thought rose in Yan Yushi's mind, am I going to die? Severe pain washed over her. She lost her footing and fell headfirst into Tsujiang Pond. The boatman was terrified, his face pale. He ducked into the cabin and hid his head, not daring to stick out. After a long moment with no sound around, he peeked out and saw the boat had drifted far away. This is sinful, miss, you're just asking for trouble. He stomped his foot anxiously. Not wanting to be implicated in a murder, he hesitated, then jumped into the lake to pull her out. Yan Yushi's face was pale, she coughed violently, spewing out mouthfuls of lake water. After nearly drowning from the fall, the choking sensation made her feel like she might die. After coughing up lots of water, her head slumped and she didn't move at all. Qingxiu and Li Lizhu both saw her fall and disappearance clearly. Li Lizhu's face turned ashen. In a trembling voice she whispered, Miss Yushi, won't she die? Qingxiu shook his head, speaking heavily, I don't know. If she, or I, die. No, she won't. Li Lizhu hurriedly shook her head. My husband, don't worry. Miss Yushi will be fine. First, let's figure out how to handle this situation. As the 5 boats drew ever closer, Li Lizhu's heart pounded in her throat. She unconsciously gripped Qingxiu's hand tightly. Qingxiu calmed himself, saying, the crossbow arrows might be poisoned. Lizhu, lie down. If you don't rise up, don't show your head. What? Poisoned? Li Lizhu trembled, her voice quivering, then what will you do? If you're hit, if the poison acts, sniff. She couldn't say more. Tears began to flow involuntarily. Lie down. Don't slow me down. Li Lizhu didn't hesitate any further and pressed herself flat into the cabin. Qingxiu moved to the front of the boat, away from Li Lizhu's position, to prevent her being accidentally hurt. A cold determination crossed his face as he murmured, it's time to test the body's enhancements. His strange ability, though growing slowly, increased daily. Strength and reaction were so strong now he was frightening. Soon, the 5 boats and 15 men were within 10 meters of Qingxiu. The masked leader shouted, attack. 15 men without warning raised their arms and pressed the triggers. 15 featherless bolts flew at once. Qing Xiu drew his bladed staff in hand, spun it into a flower pattern, producing crisp ting-ting-ting sounds as he intercepted and knocked all the bolts into the lake. He said nothing further, for even asking who sent them would yield no result. Now the priority was wiping out most of them, then capturing 2 alive for questioning. The masked leader gasped in disbelief. He couldn't believe that a blind man had blocked all the arrows. Such dense coverage, no normal soldier, much less a blind man, could fully block them. Everyone froze for a moment. Taking advantage, Qing Xiu reached into his pouch, pulled out gold beads, and flicked one sharply. With a dull puff, it struck one masked man squarely between the eyes, creating a bloody cavity on his forehead. The body collapsed lifelessly on the boat. Without hesitation, another bead was thrown, like a bullet in force, and another man fell the same way. As 2 bodies dropped, the remaining assassins panicked. The masked leader bellowed, "Shoot arrows. Don't give him a chance to strike back, or we all die here." From start to finish, they didn't realize what Qing Xiu was throwing. They just saw him flick his wrist once and comrades dropped with bloody holes in their foreheads. It chilled them. At his command, all rose arms and fired again. Qing Xiu swung his staff swiftly, every incoming bolt struck and fell into the lake. The masked leader shouted again, "You idiots, don't aim at one spot. Spread out. Shoot at every part of his body." They changed tactic and shot at various parts of his body. But they overlooked Qing Xiu's water training. Not only did the blind man block every bolt, his movements were fluid as flowing clouds, each motion graceful and beautiful. No noise remained. Panic returned to the leader's voice. "Why aren't we moving? Shoot!" One man sighed, "Boss, we ran out of arrows." "Already finished them? This fast?" The leader was stunned. 15 men, just 15 bolts total, and not a single bolt hit his clothes. Bored him, close combat. The leader waved his hand. 1 man per boat started rowing. Qing Xiu laughed. He began flicking more gold beads. In just 5 throws, the 5 men rowing were struck in their heads and died instantly. The other 8 assassins were terrified, fearing their own heads would be pierced next. "Use the bodies as shields," someone shouted. A dead body was lifted and used as cover. Another recklessly boarded Qing Xiu's boat and tried to strike. Qing Xiu kicked the corpse aside, dodged one slash, and with a sweep of his staff he slit the throat of the first boarding attacker, then the second, then the third. All 4 who boarded first were eliminated. The remaining 2 men panicked. 11 out of 15 were dead within moments. Nothing had gone according to their plan, and they lost control. Board together, if we can't kill him, we're dead anyway. 4 leaped aboard at once. The small boat nearly capsized under weight, but Qing Xiu planted his foot firmly and stabilized it. Then one by one he killed 2 of them. The final 2 remained. One was the leader. Qing Xiu swung the staff and struck the leader's skull with the shaft. His eyes rolled back and he collapsed unconscious in the cabin. The last assassin, in pure terror, dropped his weapon and dove into the lake, swimming desperately toward the shore, just wanting to escape this slaughter. This blind man was simply too terrifying. Qing Xiu didn't hesitate. He scooped up another bead, grabbed the assassin from the water, and flicked it, piercing his heart. The man thrashed a few times, then went completely still. It wasn't that they were weak. Qing Xiu was just overwhelmingly powerful. Though these men might surpass ordinary soldiers, against Qing Xiu they were utterly outmatched. In this abnormal strength's presence, it was a one-sided fight. The assassination attempt barely began before it ended. The fierce fight ceased. Ling Lizhu, hearing no more sounds, nervously lifted her head to look around. At that moment, a voice from behind her, Qing Xiu's voice, said, "Stay down and don't move." Ling Lizhu's heart tightened. She asked in a trembling voice, "Is the danger not over yet? Are you hurt?" Qing Xiu replied calmly, "The danger is over. I'm not injured." "Then why do you still want me to stay down and not move?" Qing Xiu explained, "There are corpses everywhere in the water. I'm afraid if you see them, you'll have nightmares at night." After hearing that, Ling Lizhu's heart warmed. She sat up and said, "It's fine. I just won't look into the water." Qing Xiu walked over to the unconscious death warrior, nudged him with his foot to turn him over, then lifted his chin and carefully checked inside his mouth. "What are you looking for?" Ling Lizhu asked in confusion. "Seeing if he has any poison in his mouth." "There can be poison hidden in the mouth?" Ling Lizhu was quite puzzled. Qing Xiu thought to himself, that's how they do it in theater dramas. Death warriors usually carry strong poison pills in their mouths. If the mission fails, they bite down and die instantly. But Qing Xiu searched for a long time and found no poison. Seems like theater dramas aren't always reliable. He tore a large piece of cloth from a corpse to use as a rope and tied up the unconscious warrior's hands and feet. Then Qing Xiu started rowing in the direction Yu Shiyan had gone. Very soon, Qingxiu caught up with the boat Yu Shiyan was on. How is she? Qingxiu asked. The boatman was trembling all over. Shaking his head and stammering, he said, I don't know. I pulled this girl up, and she hasn't moved since. I don't know if she's dead or alive. Qingxiu jumped onto the other boat, first checking Yu Shiyan's breath. There was none. But he could still hear a faint heartbeat. His face changed, and without hesitation, he began pressing on her chest. It felt big and soft, but Qingxiu had no dirty thoughts at that moment. He only wanted to save Yu Shiyan as quickly as possible. The wound from the arrow wasn't fatal. What caused her to go into shock was inhaling too much water. But after pressing for a long time, there was still no reaction from Yu Shiyan. Ling Lizhu covered her mouth and asked anxiously, how is she? Is she already dead? She's not dead. There's still hope. Qingxiu turned to the boatman and said, turn around. I told you not to look. Oh. The boatman, still terrified from earlier when Qingxiu killed a dozen men like slicing vegetables, quickly turned his back and didn't dare look. Qingxiu then pried open Yu Shiyan's little cherry-like mouth and began mouth-to-mouth resuscitation. Seeing this, Ling Lizhu was completely stunned. She stared, her mind in chaos. Oh my god, she's already dead, and he's still trying to kiss her and take advantage? No, he must have his reasons for doing this. Ling Lizhu chose to temporarily trust Qingxiu's character. And so, Qingxiu alternated between chest compressions and mouth-to-mouth resuscitation. About half a tea's time later, Yu Shiyan suddenly spat out a large mouthful of water, then took a deep breath and started coughing violently, tears and snot streaming from choking. Damn it, finally saved her. Qingxiu sat back in the cabin, letting out a relaxed smile. Ling Lizhu also looked happy and exclaimed, she's okay. She actually came back to life. After a short while, Yu Shiyan, her face pale, looked at Qingxiu and suddenly asked nervously, you're not dead? So many people had gone to kill him just now, yet here he was, standing in front of her unharmed? Qingxiu felt a pang in his heart and muttered softly, what a silly girl. She was nearly dead herself, yet the first thing she did after waking up was worry about someone else. Honestly, Qingxiu was touched by her. Ling Lizhu was also a bit dazed by the scene, but quickly recovered and asked, Miss Shiyan, are you all right? Yu Shiyan let out a sigh of relief and said, I thought I was going to die. I didn't expect to still be alive. Mr. Qing, all those people went to kill you, and you weren't even hurt. Then, where are those people? Don't worry about them for now, Qingxiu said. Do you feel any discomfort in your body? Yu Shiyan finally felt a sharp pain from her shoulder and couldn't help but cry out. She gently touched the wound and saw her hand covered in blood. It hurts a bit, she said, tears filling her eyes, looking pitiful. Qingxiu found her silly expression amusing, but he couldn't laugh in this situation. He said, bear with it. I'll pull out the arrow for you. Ah? Won't that hurt a lot? It's fine. It won't hurt much. Qingxiu smiled and placed his hand on the arrow. That smile seemed magical, and Yu Shiyan instinctively nodded. Qingxiu didn't hesitate any longer and yanked the arrow out. With a squelch, a gush of fresh blood came out. Yu Shiyan screamed in pain and fainted again. Qingxiu quickly picked her up and jumped back onto the boat, rowing toward the shore as fast as possible. Miss! A girl in green, Xiaocui, ran over crying, her face covered in tears. Seeing her unconscious mistress, she broke down, crying loudly. Lord Qing, I heard you were attacked. Are you hurt? An official in his 60s, dressed in formal robes, approached with a team of government soldiers. This was Lu Xingmin from Chang'an. Lu Xingmin was soaked from head to toe. When he received the report, he was so scared he nearly lost control of his bowels. He immediately brought all the soldiers from Yongzhou Prefecture, several hundred of them, and rushed to Furong Garden. As a local official, and a court official under the emperor, if a noble lord like Qingxiu were assassinated, he and his entire family might be buried with him. Now seeing Qingxiu unharmed, Lu Xingmin collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath, wiping sweat and trembling, saying, Dear heavens, I was scared to death. Thank heaven you're safe, Lord Qing, or I wouldn't have been able to atone for it even with 100 deaths. What are you all standing there for? Lu Xingmin shouted back, Go into the pond and catch the culprits. Qingxiu shook his head, No need. They've all been dealt with. Ling Lizhu said quietly, There are a few disciples of imperial physicians on the royal boat. Let's bring Miss Shiyan there first and let the young doctors treat her. Qingxiu nodded, pushed Xiaocui aside, and carried Yu Shiyan toward the royal boat. Xiaocui ran behind crying, Mr. Qing, my lady ended up like this to save you. You must save her. Don't worry, Miss Xiaocui. As long as I'm here, your lady will be fine. Although he didn't know why, Xiaocui had an unusual amount of trust in him. Li Lizhu revealed her identity as a princess. The few young physicians on duty here all scrambled to show off and volunteered to treat Yen Yusher's injuries. Li Liju didn't know who to choose. After all, Miss Shiren's injury was in a rather sensitive area. Her entire left chest was soaked in blood. The wound was likely on her chest. She looked at Qingxiu awkwardly. Qingxiu also understood what she was worried about. Men and women should keep their distance. If someone saw her body, Miss Shiren's reputation would be ruined. Qingxiu took a medical kit from one of the physicians and said, "All of you, get out. I'll do it." Lord Qingxiu knows medicine. Alcohol was invented by Lord Qingxiu, so he probably knows medicine too, right? Lord Qingxiu, don't push yourself. If something goes wrong, there could be serious consequences. Qingxiu said coldly, "What could go wrong? Get out." The young physicians nodded repeatedly and left sheepishly. It was obvious they were eager not out of duty, but because of how beautiful the lady was, they were just hoping to take advantage. Li Liju sighed, "At this point, we can only let you do it." Her expression was helpless, her gaze full of faint sorrow. Looks like her prince consort might gain another wife or concubine. Qingxiu also sighed helplessly. This is the only way. Liju, after you return, you should ask the emperor to establish a team of female doctors. There is one. Li Liju gave a bitter smile. But it's too far from the palace, going back and forth would take over an hour. Injuries can't wait. If her condition worsens due to delay, it would be terrible. Hurry now, treating Miss Shiren comes first. She got hurt saving us. You Shiren, internally if you two keep chatting, I might die from blood loss right here. Qingxiu seemed to hear her thoughts and no longer hesitated. He went to the bedside and opened the medical kit. The contents were complete, except for needle and thread, so the wound couldn't be stitched. Fortunately, Yu Shiren's wound was small and didn't require stitching. Qingxiu used scissors to cut open her clothes, revealing her blood-soaked shoulder. He wiped away the blood with clean white cloth, exposing her white skin and a wound about the width of a finger. Seeing the wound, Qingxiu sighed in relief. Luckily, it didn't reach her chest. Otherwise, it would be unfortunate for the child, not even born yet and already lost a source of food. Although the shape was exquisite, round, and beautiful, this was no time for admiration. Qingxiu first disinfected the wound with alcohol, sprinkled on some medicinal powder, and bandaged it up. The treatment was complete. Yusher, an anxious voice came from outside the boat. Xiaotsui immediately ran out. "Master, Miss is here, over here." A middle-aged man rushed in, his face full of panic. When he saw Yen Yusher lying on the bed, her face pale as paper, his eyes turned red and he nearly burst into tears from heartache. Qingxiu was stunned to see the man. It was Yen Shirgu. Isn't she Yu Shiren? How is she Yen Shirgu's daughter? Could it be? Qingxiu thought for a moment and suddenly understood. He couldn't help but show a bitter smile. So Yu Shiren was a fake name. Yen Yusher had used a false name to get close to him. Her intentions were obvious now. What happened here? Yen Shirgu looked at Xiaotsui, his face full of anger. Xiaotsui was terrified, tears falling as her face went pale. Qingxiu said, "Lord Yen, it's not Miss Xiaotsui's fault. To be honest, this also has to do with me." Only then did Yen Shirgu notice Qingxiu and quickly saluted. "Greetings, Lord Qingxiu. Why are you here?" Qingxiu then explained the entire situation from beginning to end. Yen Shirgu sighed, this girl, always so stubborn." At this moment, Yen Yusher slowly woke up. Seeing Yen Shirgu, she forced a smile on her pale face. "Father, why are you here?" She tried to get up, but Yen Shirgu rushed forward in 3 steps and gently pushed her back down. "You're hurt, don't move. Xiaotsui, go back home quickly and bring some clothes." Yen Yusher's clothes were completely soaked. It was quite a shocking scene. Qingxiu saluted and said, "Lord Yen, sorry for the trouble. Your daughter is fine now. Let's go outside and talk." Yen Shirgu nodded and saluted Li Liju. "Princess, I'll take my leave. You, as royalty, shouldn't be the one caring for my daughter. It breaks proper etiquette. If she needs anything, please send word." "All right." Yen Yusher nodded. Yen Shirgu also knew it wasn't appropriate for a man to stay here, not even a father. After the 2 men left, Yen Yusher was stunned. You're a princess?" Li Liju smiled sweetly and nodded lightly. Princess of Xiangqing? Yes. Yen Yusher's expression flashed with sadness, but it disappeared quickly. Li Liju hesitated for a moment, then quietly asked, "You like him?" Yen Yusher froze, forced a smile, and quickly shook her head. "No. I don't. Don't misunderstand, Your Highness." Li Liju smiled gently. "If you didn't like him, why would you use a fake name to get close to him?" Yen Yusher was dazed, her expression awkward. He knows too." "Yes." Li Liju nodded, and continued, if you didn't like him, you wouldn't have risked your life to warn him of danger. You also wouldn't have asked about him the moment you woke up. I can see it, you really like him. Yen Yushur said bitterly, but, so what? Even if I like him, he couldn't possibly like me. Because of what happened at the midsummer poetry banquet? Li Lizhu asked. Yen Yushur nodded without saying more, but her expression was filled with sorrow. Li Lizhu chuckled softly, he will like you. At the very least, after learning you're the legitimate daughter of the Yen family, he didn't hate you. And what you did today, it's hard not to like you. A bit of blush finally appeared on Yen Yushur's pale face from shyness. Suddenly, Li Lizhu said, we're getting married soon, 3 days before the Mid-Autumn Festival. You can come and drink our wedding wine. Yen Yushur's heart skipped, was she showing off? But Li Lizhu added, you can only marry him after me, not before. I'm a princess, I can't be a concubine. You'll be his 5th concubine. If you marry before me, I wouldn't be able to hold my head high. Yen Yushur was dumbfounded. So she wasn't showing off? What do you mean? Yen Yushur was confused. Li Lizhu pointed to the area below her collarbone and said, he's seen your whole body. He's taken your virtue, so he should marry you. Who else would you marry? But you can only marry him after I do. What? He treated my wounds. Yen Yushur was shocked. She looked down at where her injury was, such an embarrassing spot. As soon as Li Er learned that Qingxiu had been assassinated, he rushed to Furong Garden. Accompanying him was Zhang Sun Wuji. The two of them were both fathers-in-law, so they were particularly concerned about Qingxiu's safety. After boarding the boat, Li Er saw Qingxiu together with Yen Shurgu and quickly walked over to ask with concern, is Lord Qing safe? Qingxiu first bowed, then replied, no serious harm. Zhang Sun Wuji also circled around him once, and after confirming that there were indeed no injuries, finally let out a sigh of relief. He didn't want his daughter to become a widow right after getting married. So arrogant, Li Er said angrily, his hair nearly standing on end. This is Chang'an, and an attempt to assassinate a state marquis right under my nose? Outrageous. If we find the mastermind, I will execute his entire clan. Zhang Sun Wuji asked gravely, son-in-law, what about those assassins? Qingxiu replied, except for one survivor, the other 14 are dead. Zhang Sun Wuji was shocked and exclaimed, there were 15 assassins in total. Qingxiu nodded. Li Er's expression darkened. Such a massive operation, 15 assassins sent out. If it weren't for Lord Qing's exceptional martial skills, the consequences would have been unthinkable. Where's the survivor? I want to interrogate him personally to see who sent assassins after Lord Qing. Qingxiu pointed to a room on the boat and said, inside, still unconscious for now. Li Er noticed Yen Shurgu and showed a hint of doubt on his face. Yen Shurgu, why are you here? Yen Shurgu sighed, Your Majesty, my daughter Yushur was also caught up in this assassination incident and was injured. Li Er looked at Qingxiu, eyes full of inquiry. At the same time, doubts rose in his heart, wasn't his precious daughter on the lake tour with Qingxiu? How did another daughter from the Yen family get involved? Qingxiu explained, Your Majesty, to be honest, while I was boating with Lizhu, if it weren't for Miss Yen risking her life to deliver a warning, both I and Lizhu might have drowned in the lake. Miss Yen was injured trying to save us. Yen Shurgu nodded beside him, exactly. Li Er gently nodded, Yen Shurgu, that means your daughter is the savior of Princess Xiangqing. Yen Shurgu quickly replied, I wouldn't go that far. A princess's life is priceless. If I had been there, I would have risked my life too. Li Er smiled faintly, but I'm afraid your daughter's original intention wasn't to save the princess, was it? Yen Shurgu looked embarrassed. Li Er smiled again, let your daughter recover first. Come, let's go see the survivor. The group made their way to the room where the survivor was being held. Upon hearing people entering, the survivor, tied tightly with 5 ropes, trembled slightly. Qingxiu walked over and kicked him, saying coldly, stop pretending. I know you're awake. Only then did the survivor open his eyes, showing a will to die. He tilted his head with a cold tone, kill or torture me, do as you wish. There's no mastermind. I just wanted to kill the blind man. Li Er sneered, you think I'll believe that? In the Dali Temple, we have many methods to make people confess. If you don't want to suffer, then be honest and tell me who sent you. Otherwise, You're the emperor? The assassin's face clearly changed, filled with shock. He hadn't expected the emperor himself would come to interrogate him. But he quickly remembered his mission and coldly said again, so what if you're the emperor? I'm dead either way. Li Er said coldly, speak truthfully, and I'll give you a quick death, even leave you a whole corpse. Haha. The assassin laughed scornfully. What's the point of keeping the body whole after death? It's just more pain before dying. I've endured 30 years of hardship. Whatever tricks you've got, bring them on. If I frown, I'm not a man. Li Er's expression sank. If not for yourself, then think of your family. I'll give you one last chance, confess, and I won't harm your relatives. Refuse, and I'll execute your entire clan. The assassin sneered, family? All dead long ago. Give it up. Seems you're a tough one, Li Er said. He turned to Wangda, go inform Daizhou. Send someone to take him to Dali Temple for interrogation, use any means necessary to make him reveal the mastermind. Wangda answered and was about to leave. But Qingxiu said, wait a moment, Lord Wang. What instructions does Lord Qing have? Li Er also asked, what is it, Lord Qing? Qingxiu said, since he's ready to die, even torture might not get any useful information. So, how about? Give him a quick death? Zhang Sun Wuji frowned. That's too easy for him. Qingxiu chuckled, it won't be easy. Leave it to me. Everyone looked surprised. Qingxiu said to Wangda, please prepare 2 copper basins. Li Er asked curiously, what for? Qingxiu smiled innocently, Your Majesty, recently I've been conducting an experiment with Daoist Sunday. We need test subjects. This assassin is perfect, we can test him before he dies. Oh? Li Er was intrigued. What kind of experiment? Qingxiu said, we're studying how much blood is in the human body, and how long it takes to drain it all out. Li Er's face changed and darkened. Lord Qing, if Daoist Sun proposed such an experiment, I might believe it's for science. But why are you involved in this nonsense? Qingxiu bowed and said, I ask for your Majesty's permission to draw his blood. He wants to die anyway, why waste the opportunity? Li Er's face remained dark, but he nodded, fine, do as you wish. The assassin's eyes widened, and a strange fear appeared on his face. Seeing the blind man reveal a strange smile with sharp white teeth before approaching, his heart suddenly panicked. Was he really going to bleed him out until death? The assassin fell into deep unease and fear. After they left the room, Li Er frowned and said to Qingxiu, Lord Qing, your and Daoist Sun's experiment is rather inhumane. But since they tried to kill you, I suppose they brought it upon themselves. They deserve no pity. Qingxiu smiled faintly, Your Majesty, I only said that to scare him. I'm not actually going to bleed him. Oh? Then what are you? Li Er looked puzzled. Zhang Sun Wuji and Yan Shirgu also looked confused. Qingxiu chuckled, soon, you'll all know what I'm going to do. Very soon, Wangda had 2 copper basins and a small bamboo tube brought in. The tube was hollow, one end sharp. There was also a wooden bucket filled with water. Seeing the items in front of them, Li Er, Zhang Sun Wuji, and Yan Shirgu all looked confused. Qingxiu smiled and said, everyone, the interrogation can begin now. Wasn't he going to bleed him? How did this turn into an interrogation? Please don't speak for a while. Just watch what I do and you'll understand. Qingxiu carried a copper basin and instructed Li Er's attendant to bring the rest of the items into the room where the assassin was held. Qingxiu whispered, I'll go in first. When I give you the signal, then come in. Don't say a word. Everyone nodded, all looking curious. Qingxiu carried the copper basin and pushed the door open. All right, let's begin the bloodletting now. Qingxiu had an expectant and excited smile on his face. He tied the assassin to a chair. The assassin struggled constantly. What are you going to do? What are you doing to me? Bastard, just give me a quick death if you have the guts. If I let you die quickly, how will I watch how long it takes for someone to bleed to death? Qingxiu said, then wrapped the assassin's whole face in layers of black cloth, leaving only a breathing hole under his nose. After making sure the man couldn't see, he signaled the people outside. Li Er and the others came in one by one. Qingxiu placed the water bucket on a higher spot and the copper basin below. Then he stabbed the assassin's arm hard with a bamboo tube. The assassin let out a miserable scream, and his body began to tremble with fear. Total darkness, unable to see anything, plus the pain from his arm, his fear quickly spread. When a person faces the unknown in darkness, it can create extreme fear, much more than torture itself. Everyone stared at Qingxiu's actions without blinking. Next, Qingxiu connected the bamboo tube to the water bucket and fixed it in place. Water started dripping from the tube into the copper basin. Qingxiu turned to the others, smiling, and said happily, all right, let the bloodletting begin. I wonder how long he'll take to bleed to death. You there, stay and watch him. If the basin gets full, dump it and switch to another. Remember, don't respond to him, don't say a single word. Just be in charge of dumping the blood. Qingxiu leaned close to the guard's ear and whispered, act well, don't mess it up. The guard nodded curiously without saying a word. Qingxiu then smiled, all right, let's go drink somewhere. Qingxiu left the room with the others. After they walked a bit, Li Er was dumbfounded, wait, Lord Qing, what exactly are you doing? Weren't you going to bleed him? Why did you start dripping water? Exactly, I was waiting to see how long it takes a man to bleed to death. Zhang Sun Wuji shook his head in disappointment. Qingxiu smirked, the bleeding was just for him to hear, not real. What if we really bled him to death before he confessed? We haven't even gotten the name of the mastermind. How could I let him die? Then what's with all this nonsense? Zhang Sun Wuji scratched the back of his head in confusion. Yan Shirgu also looked totally lost. The group was genuinely confused by him. Qingxiu smiled and explained, what I said earlier was just to create a false perception of bloodletting, to make him believe we were draining his blood, so he'd think he was slowly bleeding to death. As long as we create a sound similar to bleeding and reinforce this illusion, he'll believe we're really bleeding him. With constant psychological suggestion, his fear will intensify. Also, under extreme fear, the body can feel symptoms similar to blood loss, making him think he's really dying. Maybe soon, he'll want to confess. Li Er, Zhang Sun Wuji, Yan Shirgu, and Wang De all widened their eyes in disbelief. Then they all looked at Qingxiu as if they had seen a ghost. Li Er suddenly shivered, the corners of his mouth twitching. Then he gave Qingxiu a thumbs up. What a sinister trick. How did you even come up with this? There's no torture involved, yet this is an effective interrogation method. Zhang Sun Wuji swallowed hard, saying, who knows, this assassin might really confess. Let's wait and see. Yan Shirgu said, let's be patient. So the group went up to the deck and started chatting. Yan Shirgu was distracted while talking because of his injured daughter. Li Er noticed this and patted Yan Shirgu on the shoulder, saying, your daughter sacrificed herself for others, she's a benefactor to both Lord Qing and the Princess of Xiangqing. Don't be so down. Misfortune and fortune go hand in hand. After saying that, Li Er gave Qingxiu a meaningful look. Qingxiu, being blind, didn't notice Li Er's expression. Yan Shirgu smiled bitterly, my daughter took an arrow to the left shoulder. It'll likely leave a scar. It might be hard for her to get married in the future. Li Er gave a half smile, since she got injured saving Lord Qing, he should take responsibility. Yan Shirgu's eyes widened and he looked at Qingxiu. Zhang Sun Wuji pretended not to notice and stared into the depths of Cujiang Pond, sighing to himself, looks like there's another rival for his daughter. Qingxiu looked awkward. His Majesty is absolutely right. Since Miss Yan was injured because of me, and if she can't get married because of that, it's only right that I take responsibility. Li Er curled his lips, clearly displeased, you really don't mind, do you? If you'd even tried to refuse, I'd think more of you. Yan Shirgu, afraid this marriage might fall through, frowned and said, Lord Qing, my daughter got scarred for you. You even treated her injury, and it's in a private place, you've ruined her reputation. This can't just be brushed off. Yes, yes, yes. Qingxiu nodded repeatedly. I'll take responsibility, I definitely will. At this moment, the guard Qingxiu had left in the room came running over excitedly and said, Your Majesty, the assassin said he wants to confess. He says he'll confess everything. Li Er was delighted and urged, let's go, quickly. Find out who the mastermind is. The group rushed back to the room where the assassin was held. By now, the assassin's face was pale, his lips trembling, his whole body shaking, clearly tormented by fear. Hearing footsteps, he knew the big shots were coming. The assassin struggled and shouted, I'll confess everything. Just pull the tube out of me. Drip drip drip. The sound of water dripping into the copper basin echoed, like a death knell striking the assassin's heart. Just before, there had been no sound at all. Even knowing someone was there, no matter how he tried to talk, the person didn't say a single word. After enduring 2 incense sticks worth of psychological torment, the assassin completely broke down. And that was because he had guts. If he were any weaker, he might have lost control of his bladder and bowels already. Qingxiu pulled up a chair and sat across from the assassin, smiling, I actually liked your tough guy image earlier. Now you want to confess? It's a little late. My bloodletting experiment just started, I can't let it end so quickly. Li Er was startled and kept signaling him with his eyes. They had just managed to get the assassin to confess, and now he wasn't listening? What kind of trick was this? The assassin's face stiffened and he shouted angrily, you better think this through. I'll only give you this one chance. Pull the tube out of me and I'll reveal the mastermind behind the assassination. Otherwise, you'll never know who it was. Qingxiu sneered, even if you don't say, I already know who's behind it. I've only had a few serious enemies. Let me guess, was it one of the 5 great surnames and 7 clans? The Taiyuan Wang family or the Fanyang Lu clan? Or maybe the Zhangs of Xingyang? The assassin suddenly burst out laughing, ha ha ha, wrong. Completely wrong. Wrong? That caught Qingxiu by surprise. He immediately thought of 2 more suspects, the Dou family and Lu Xuani's relatives. The mastermind had to be one of them, but he couldn't be sure who exactly. Wrong, the assassin shook his head. No matter how hard you think, you'll never guess who really wants you dead. Then I'd like to hear it. The assassin struggled, emotions agitated, then hurry and pull the tube out of me. I'll tell you who it is as soon as you do. Qingxiu said coldly, you're in no position to bargain. Tell me the mastermind first, and I'll pull the tube out. Then, you have to keep your word. Cut the nonsense. Speak. The assassin hesitated for a moment and then said, it's Duke Xing, Lu Zhengwei. Qingxiu was a bit surprised by that answer. Zhang Sun Wuji's face changed and he looked at Li Er, who frowned and shook his head, impossible. Lu Zhengwei just sent a fast letter yesterday saying he'd arrive in Chang'an in 3 days. He couldn't be involved in an assassination today. Qingxiu began to think of multiple possibilities. One was an alibi. Lu Zhengwei had reported he'd arrive in 3 days, and the assassination took place the day before. He could use this as an excuse to escape blame. The assassin said, a few days ago, Lu Zhengwei came to the Guanyi region and found us to plan the assassination. His report about arriving in 3 days was just a way to cover himself. Now do you believe me? I really didn't lie. Li Er said sternly, do you have any evidence? The assassin shook his head, it was a verbal plan. No evidence. But I can confront Lu Zhengwei in person. Zhang Sun Wuji whispered, Your Majesty, a dying man rarely lies. Better to believe than not. The assassin said urgently, facing death, I have no reason to lie. I just want a quick end. Being bled to death like this, it's torture. Lord Qingxiu, you said you'd keep your word. Qingxiu didn't remove the bamboo tube from his arm. Instead, he ordered the black cloth to be removed from the assassin's head. Seeing the light again, the assassin was like a man reborn. He immediately looked down at the bamboo tube in his arm. What he saw shocked him. A bamboo tube was indeed inserted in his arm, but there was no blood at the end of it. The dripping sound was just water from a wooden bucket into a copper basin. He looked at Qingxiu in disbelief, his face suddenly red with embarrassment. You tricked me? You weren't bleeding me at all. Qingxiu replied calmly, correct. No blood. Just an interrogation method. The assassin's face turned ashen, then he laughed bitterly. I can't believe I was fooled by such a low-level trick. Qingxiu stood up and said to Li Er, Your Majesty, what do you think? Li Er hesitated slightly. Zhang Sun Wuji cupped his hands and said, Your Majesty, attempting to assassinate a state marquis is a major crime. Lu Zhengwei's son Lu Xuanyi died at the hands of Lord Qingxiu, and Lu Zhengwei has the strongest motive. I believe Your Majesty should arrest him immediately and send him to Chang'an for questioning. Li Er frowned deeply and murmured, I still feel there's something strange about this. But since the assassin is willing to testify in person, his words hold weight. Wang De, send orders to the Black Riders. Arrest Lu Zhengwei and escort him to Chang'an as quickly as possible. Yes, Your Majesty. Wang De ran out to carry out the order. Li Er then waved to a guard, take this man to the Dali Temple. Have Daizhou find out everything about his identity. A few guards quickly took the assassin away. With everything done, Li Er found an excuse and returned to the palace. Zhang Sun Wuji chose to stay. After Li Er left, he came forward and asked, Son-in-law, do you also believe that Lu Zhengwei is behind the assassination? Qingxiu shook his head, not necessarily. But he's the most suspicious. Zhang Sun Wuji nodded, once His Majesty brings Lu Zhengwei to Chang'an, everything will be clear. I have other matters to attend to, so I'll return to the residence now. Take care, father-in-law. After seeing Zhang Sun Wuji off the boat, Qingxiu headed straight to the room where Li Lizhu and Yan Yushi were. Yan Yushi had changed into clean clothes and was now sitting up. When she saw Qingxiu come in, she bowed apologetically and said, Lord Qingxiu, I'm truly sorry. I never meant to approach you with a false identity. It's just because of what happened at the Midsummer Poetry Banquet. I feared you'd resent me, so I used a fake name to meet you. Please forgive me. Qingxiu walked over quickly and helped her up with a faint smile, no problem. In fact, I should thank you today. If it weren't for you, the princess and I might have died at the bottom of the lake. Of course, that was just what Qingxiu said. Even without her warning, he could have easily handled those assassins. Still, his words made Yan Yushi feel a little embarrassed. Suddenly, Li Lizhu, who had been sitting on a bench, stood up and said, That's enough boating for today. Lord Qingxiu, I'm returning to the palace. Let's meet another day. Qingxiu was surprised, leaving so soon? I was planning to take you home for a meal, then go sightseeing in the afternoon. Li Lizhu smiled, glanced at Yan Yushi, then shook her head at Qingxiu, no need. We can see each other anytime. But Miss Yan's injuries are quite serious. Since she was hurt for your sake, it's only right that you take care of her. I'm leaving. After saying that, Li Lizhu walked out of the room. Yan Yushi watched her back, her eyes full of emotion and gratitude. Yan Shirgu also cupped his hands and said, Lord Qingxiu, I still have government duties and need to stop by the secretariat. I'll excuse myself. Xiaocui, your lady is injured and it's inconvenient for her to move, make sure to escort her home as soon as possible. Understood, master. Yan Shirgu also left. Xiaocui, of course, understood her master's intention. She rolled her eyes, then suddenly clutched her stomach and frowned, Miss, my stomach hurts. I need to go to the restroom. Lord Qingxiu, so sorry, I'll leave you two alone for a moment. Then Xiaocui also ran out of the room. Yan Yushir looked a little confused. Qingxiu's mouth twitched, damn, is everyone teaming up to give me a chance to flirt? Mr. Qing. Qingxiu, please sit down. A blush appeared on Yan Yushir's pale face. Sitting on the bed, she scooted over a bit. But then she seemed to think of something inappropriate, and her face turned even redder, so she pointed to the stool across from her. Why are you pointing to the stool? The Marquis is blind. Qingxiu pretended nothing happened and took 2 steps forward, accidentally kicking the stool. He nearly fell headfirst. Yan Yushir gasped and reflexively raised her hands to catch him, and Qingxiu landed right in her arms. Sorry, Miss Yan, I really can't see. I hope I didn't hurt you. Yan Yushir quickly pulled her hands back as if shocked by electricity and shook her head, trembling as she spoke, No, just be more careful, Mr. Qingxiu. Qingxiu smoothly sat beside her on the bed and asked gently, Does your wound still hurt? It's okay, it's not as painful now. I applied the medicine for you. Yan Yushir lowered her head, her mind a mess, nervously replying, I know. Thank you, Mr. Qingxiu, for applying the medicine. It's what I should do, Qingxiu said with emotion. You were injured because of me. Treating your wound is the least I can do. But, since men and women shouldn't touch, and your wound is in a rather private area, luckily I'm blind and can't see. Yan Yushir was slightly stunned, feeling more at ease, but also a bit disappointed. Her beautiful shoulder and her large chest, he couldn't even see them. What a waste. But, Qingxiu continued, there might be a scar left. You should be mentally prepared. Yan Yushir replied helplessly, there's no other choice. I've accepted it. I will take responsibility for you. Qingxiu said suddenly, leaving Yan Yushir stunned. Her face, although sickly, flushed brightly. Yan Yushir stood up in a panic, flustered and stammering, You'll take responsibility? What do you mean? Qingxiu sighed, Miss Yan, you were hurt for my sake and may have a permanent scar. Logically, I should take full responsibility for you. Yan Yushir said, a bit disappointed, so it's just because of that. It's okay, Mr. Qingxiu. If you don't like me, you don't have to take responsibility. No, that won't do. Qingxiu said righteously. Miss Yan, your self-sacrifice and noble character are admirable. I am blind and can't judge people by looks. When choosing a wife, I value moral character. You fit that perfectly. Yan Yushir was overwhelmed by these sweet words, her breathing growing rapid. Qingxiu seized the moment and added, earlier outside, your father mentioned this too. He doesn't object to me taking responsibility. As long as you're willing, I'll formally marry you. Yan Yushir was flustered beyond words. Qingxiu waited a long time without a reply, then said a bit disappointed, since Miss Yan is unwilling, let's just pretend I never said anything. I'm willing. After she said that, Yan Yushir's face turned red, and she wished she could bury herself in the quilt. Qingxiu smiled slightly, all right then. After I marry the princess, I'll come to your house to propose officially. You can't go back on your word then. Yan Yushir gave a soft hum through her nose, her shy and nervous look quite endearing. Qingxiu then gently raised his arm and pulled Yan Yushir into his embrace, letting her rest on his shoulder. He was never the kind of man to beat around the bush. Since the legitimate daughter of the Yan family was going to be his sooner or later, he figured it was better to make it official early and enjoy the wedding night sooner rather than later. However, Yan Yushir didn't seem like a pretentious girl either. She had hoped for this day in her heart, but now that it really came, she felt like she was dreaming. After a while, since it wasn't proper for a man and woman to be alone in a room, and Yan Yushir was an unmarried maiden from a well-disciplined family, she eventually urged Qingxiu to leave. She and Xiaocui then returned to the Yan residence. Over the next 2 days, Qingxiu stayed in Chang'an, accompanying Li Yuqing and Lu Yunyan. Once things became familiar, after a few rounds of intimacy, Lu Yunyan was no longer as shy as before. Only the Turkic princess Ashina suffered. Every night, the sounds coming from the next room were pure torture to her. She even began to have ridiculous thoughts about joining in. Early this morning, Qingxiu went to the Taiji Hall. As the officials gathered, the case of Qingxiu's assassination attempt was brought to light. Lu Zhenghui was tall and strong, a civil and military all-rounder. After nearly 2 months, He had gradually moved on from his grief over losing his son, but when he saw Qingxiu, his eyes were full of killing intent and hatred. The assassin was also brought into the Taiji Hall. Lu Zhengwei looked confused and bowed to Li Er. Your Majesty, yesterday you had the Black Riders escort me to Chang'an. May I ask why? Did I violate the laws of the Tang dynasty? The assassin kept his head down but slowly glanced at Lu Zhengwei. Li Er squinted. Seeing Lu Zhengwei's bewildered expression, he was unsure what to make of it. He got straight to the point. Duke Xing, 2 days ago, Lord Qingxiu was attacked while boating in Furong Garden. The captured assassin claimed you ordered it. Is that true? Lu Zhengwei's eyes widened and his expression changed. Your Majesty, absolutely not. I only arrived in Guangzhou 3 days ago. How could I have had time to plot an assassination against Lord Qingxiu? This is nonsense. Li Er frowned and looked at the assassin. Zhang He, what do you say? Zhang He, the assassin, looked at Lu Zhengwei and said nervously, Lord Lu, you can't deny it. That day, you gave us 2,000 taels of silver to assassinate the blind man. How can you deny it now? Lu Zhengwei stared at Zhang He and roared with rage, nonsense. I've never seen you before. Stop slandering me. Your Majesty, this is a complete setup. Please see the truth. Li Er was troubled, unsure who to believe. Zhang Sun Wuji said coldly, Lu Zhengwei, you say he's framing you? Why would he risk death to frame you? Lu Zhengwei's eyes were red and he shouted, Zhang Sun Wuji, if it happened, then it did. If not, then it didn't. I've never met this man, how could I plot with him? Your Majesty, you can't wrongly accuse me. Even Qingxiu was confused now. He wasn't sure if Zhang He was telling the truth, or if there was something deeper behind this. Lu Zhengwei loudly said, Your Majesty, he says I conspired with him. But do you have any solid proof? Li Er looked thoughtful and shook his head. No evidence, then how can it prove I did this? Your Majesty, it's true that Lord Qingxiu killed my beloved son, and I do resent him, but not enough to send assassins. I've heard that Lord Qingxiu has made many enemies, including 3 of the 5 great surnames and 7 clans. No one can guarantee it wasn't one of them trying to frame me. Please, Your Majesty, don't be fooled by a scoundrel. Lu Zhengwei spoke firmly and clearly, this wasn't my doing. The situation was becoming increasingly confusing. Cheng Yaojin asked with a doubtful expression, Old Lu, even though you strongly deny being behind the assassination of Lord Qingxiu, this assassin insists that you were the mastermind. Others wouldn't falsely accuse you for no reason, would they? Lu Zhengwei responded with sorrow and anger, Old Cheng, even you don't believe me. Cheng Yaojin said seriously, it's not that I don't believe you, it's just that the facts are in front of us, I have no choice but to suspect you. And it's not just me, ask the entire court of officials. Who among them doesn't suspect you? Lu Zhengwei's eyes reddened, Your Majesty, if you think this was done by me, then convict me. When someone wants to accuse, any excuse will do. This remark left Li Er at a loss. He looked at Qingxiu and asked, Lord Qingxiu, what do you think about this matter? Qingxiu pondered and said, I believe that all matters should be based on evidence. Without proof, just on one person's word, we can't convict Duke Xing. We must not wrong a good man, and we must not let any evildoer go unpunished. Lu Zhengwei replied coldly, Humph, your words sound nice. I admit, I did have thoughts of tearing Lord Qingxiu into pieces, but I truly wasn't behind this. Why should I be the one blamed for the assassination attempt? If you want to blame someone, blame Lord Qingxiu himself for being too arrogant and domineering, making too many enemies. You brought this on yourself. Qingxiu replied coldly, Duke Xing, do you know why I made so many enemies? Lu Zhengwei hesitated, then looked at Li Er. Before coming to Chang'an, he had already learned much about Qingxiu and his contributions to the Tang dynasty, meritorious and countless. As the saying goes, fortune and misfortune go hand in hand. While doing good, one inevitably offends people. Li Er waved his hand, don't blame Lord Qingxiu. The reason he made so many enemies is because he works for the good of the Tang people. Let's not talk about this now. Back to the point, we should focus on the assassination attempt. He glanced at the ministers and asked, do any civil or military officials have opinions? The officials began whispering among themselves. After a while, Fang Xianling stepped forward and said, Your Majesty, the case is murky. The assassin and Lu Zhengwei each say different things. If this goes on, there will be no conclusion. The most direct and only way now is to keep interrogating Zhang He. At the same time, send people to the places Duke Xing passed through and investigate whether he had any contact with Zhang He and others. Li Er thought for a moment and nodded, the Chancellor is right. Daizhou, take Zhang He to the Dali Temple and interrogate him. As long as he's alive, use any means necessary to extract the mastermind's identity. Yes, Your Majesty. Daizhou called 2 men from outside to take Zhang He to the Dali Temple. Zhang He's expression changed dramatically, and he shouted, "Your Majesty, everything I said is true. It really was Duke Xing who ordered me. Even if you chop me to pieces, it won't change the facts." Li Er, annoyed, waved his hand. "That's enough. Take him away and interrogate him." Daizhou dragged Zhang He out of the Taiji hall. Li Er rubbed his temples and frowned. "This matter is truly a headache. Lu Zhengwei, I don't understand. Why would Zhang He insist it was you? I don't believe there's smoke without fire." Lu Zhengwei staggered and looked up to the sky with a long sigh. "Heavens. I've followed your Majesty through countless battles. Doesn't your Majesty know my character by now?" Qingxiu also observed Lu Zhengwei's expression, trying to find any clues, but he found no flaws. If Lu Zhengwei really arranged the assassins, then he was truly a master actor, textbook level. But clearly, Lu Zhengwei showed no flaws. Could he really be innocent? Qingxiu began to have doubts in his heart. At this point, Li Er also felt some pity. He looked at Lu Zhengwei, troubled. "It's not that I don't trust you, but all signs point to you. I don't want you to be the mastermind either. As Chang Yaojin said, who in the court doesn't suspect you?" Lu Zhengwei showed a bitter smile. Li Er waved his hand. "That's all for today. I'll send people to investigate the places Duke Xing passed. Once we have results, we'll reconvene." After the command, "Those with matters report, those without may leave," the officials began to disperse. Qingxiu tapped his cane and walked out of the Taiji hall. He had just reached the Chengtian gate when Lu Zhengwei caught up from behind. With a gloomy expression, he said, "Lord Qingxiu, my son's death will not go unanswered." Qingxiu didn't turn his head and replied coldly, "Before seeking revenge, find out what kind of person your son really was and what he did. I killed him because he deserved to die." Lu Zhengwei said sternly, "What my son did didn't deserve death. But you killed him. Just for that, we are sworn enemies." Qingxiu sneered, "Your son kidnapped my wives and concubines. When things went wrong, he tried to kill me to cover it up. Is that not deserving of death? Should I have just stuck out my neck and let him cut it? I understand your grief. But if it happened again, I'd still kill your son, maybe even stab him a few more times out of spite. If you want revenge, come at me. I'm ready." After saying that, Qingxiu walked away without turning back, and didn't even use his cane. He walked swiftly and confidently. This made Lu Zhengwei wonder, was this Marquis Qingxiu really blind? A blind man walking like the wind, almost like running? Who would believe that? When Qingxiu returned to his mansion, a carriage was parked in the courtyard. And he recognized it instantly. It was a carriage from Sanha village used for travel. Qingxiu immediately went to the gate and asked, "Old Qi, who's here?" Old Qi was a bachelor from Sanha village, almost 50, with a lame leg. He had asked Qingxiu for a livelihood and was arranged to be the gatekeeper here. Usually, Old Ma and Old Dao also took turns on duty here. Old Qi limped out nervously and, after glancing around cautiously, said, "Marquis, the three madams are here. They arrived just a short while ago, less than a tea's time. I already sent someone to notify you. Didn't you get the message?" Qingxiu tensed and shook his head. "No." Old Qi said, "Maybe they didn't run into your carriage. I'll deduct his pay when he returns." Qingxiu waved his hand and asked, "Tell me, what's the situation inside?" Old Qi said anxiously, "After the three madams went to the backyard, they haven't come out. Maybe they already found out about your secret, cough, cough." As he spoke, Old Qi showed an awkward expression. "Do they know about the assassination attempt on me 2 days ago? You told us not to mention it. No one in the mansion said anything. They probably don't know yet. All right, get back to work." Qingxiu took a deep breath and headed resolutely to the backyard. The showdown was inevitable. It was time to face the storm. Backyard, bedroom. Qingxiu pushed open the door and entered, finding Su Xiaochun sitting on the bed with a pale, unhappy face. Yunyang and Zhang Sun Pingting stood on either side of her body. Facing the three of them stood three others, Ashina Yu, Ling Yuqing, and Lu Yunin. Ashina Yu looked extremely calm, like a fellow victim. As for Ling Yuqing and Lu Yunin, as senior-junior sisters, their mental composure was clearly lacking, worry and nervousness were well masked, but signs could still be seen in their expressions. Qingxiu's mouth twitched, and he forced a calm smile. "Oh, everyone's here? And didn't give me a heads up?" Su Xiaochun's voice trembled, her lips quivering. "If we'd given you a heads up, how could we have seen these two women inside your room together?" Qingxiu gave a dry laugh. "They are maids, cleaning up the study in the master's room, maybe?" "Cleaning up the study?" Su Xiaochun cocked her head, shaking 2 suspender stockings, one black, one white, and said sharply, "You mean cleaning up these?" "Oh yes, yes." Qingxiu nodded. "These were worn by Yunyang. I was just touching them to reminisce." Yunyang's face reddened, and she unexpectedly laughed. then suppressed it, her face faintly flushed and her shoulders trembling. Zhang Sun Pingting sneered, liar. These stockings aren't Yunyang's. We sleep together and saw her just yesterday. These suspender stockings are obviously not hers. Qingxiu cleared his throat and said confusedly, then maybe I misremembered. These could be Yuchan's that she left last night and forgot this morning. Zhang Sun Pingting burst into laughter and said, husband, are you trying to make me laugh to death? Yuchan just left here for Iwei residence, she didn't stay here last night at all. Su Xiaochun angrily tossed the stockings aside, stood up supporting her pregnant belly with one hand and her waist with the other. Stop playing dumb. They've already confessed. How long will you keep lying? Qingxiu kept pretending. What did they confess? We didn't confess. Ling Yuqing and Lu Yunin both said firmly at once. Upon hearing that, Qingxiu visibly relaxed. So Su Xiaochun was bluffing. Su Xiaochun's eyes reddened and she choked. They didn't confess just now, but soon they will. You three, how long have you two been with him? Ashina's beautiful eyes flickered. Occasionally she tilted her head slightly, appearing calm. Madam Qing, don't misunderstand me. I am a highborn Turkic princess, I cannot serve a married man. And please don't insult Ashina. I'm just a detained debtor. When my family comes to settle the debt, they'll take me away. Your husband wouldn't dare touch me. As she spoke, Ashina glanced at Qingxiu, a faint smile at her lips. To spare some Turkic warriors and ensure her father's safety, she had decided to serve Qingxiu well days ago. Now was her opportunity to shine. Her words indeed shocked Su Xiaochun, Yunyang, and Zhang Sun Pingting. Su Xiaochun examined Ashina, then frowned, but when you were at court you even asked His Majesty Qingxiu to take me as prince consort of the Turks. Now living under one roof, such a good opportunity, would you pass it up? Ashina feigned anger, don't insult me. I asked him to become prince consort of the Turks because of his ability to benefit the people, not for him personally. He's already shown he won't move to Turkic land. Why should I warm a cold butt? Su Xiaochun hesitated, pointing at the door. Your suspicions cleared. You can leave. Ashina turned gracefully and left without looking back. Ling Yuqing and Lu Yunin exchanged glances, seeing unease in each other's expressions. Now it's your turn to confess honestly. Su Xiaochun said blankly, shaking the two stockings again. Whose are they? Ling Yuqing had made up her mind, not to cause more trouble. She shook her head firmly. They're not mine. Su Xiaochun sneered. Not yours? Then why were they in my husband's room? Did they fall from the sky? Lu Yunin, however, blushed slightly, bit her lip, and stepped forward hesitantly. These stockings are mine. Su Xiaochun's expression froze. She knew Lu Yunin well and had some fondness, stemming from when Lu Yunin cared for her in Qinling. Lu Yunin looked at Ling Yuqing awkwardly. Ling Yuqing's expression turned incredulous. Had their eye contact been pointless? Weren't they supposed to pretend ignorance together? Lu Yunin whispered, Mrs. Su Sun, this is my senior sister. She came to visit me. She has no connection with your husband. Ling Yuqing's heart trembled. Those words made her feel a pang of disappointment and regret. She had not admitted the stockings were hers. If the madams decided to stay, she'd have to find another place. She'd become long distance, and nights alone in an empty room. True loneliness. Su Xiaochun then realized, bitterly shaking her head, I should have realized earlier. You live in Sanha village, running into each other every day. You're such an outstanding woman, if he doesn't fancy you, that's impossible. Hey. Qingxiu hurried to defend himself. My wife, you can't speak like that. Your husband is blind, so even if Yunyan is outstanding, how could I not tell? I'm not deceived by her looks, I'm charmed by her kind soul. Su Xiaochun sneered, so we've hurt you? Should we and Yunyang bow to you and apologize? That's not necessary. Qingxiu forced a smile. Su Xiaochun sat down, tears in her eyes. Your Highness is already a first-rank marquis, with high status now. You hardly stay in Sanha village anymore, you must be tired of country girls like me and Yunyang. You're starting to fancy new things. Qingxiu tapped his cane, face serious. My wife, you may doubt my character, you may doubt my lust, but you can never doubt my feelings for you both. He went over, embraced Su Xiaochun and said, we went through hardships together. You stood with me step by step to now. Even if I tire of others, I will never tire of you. My feelings are witnessed by heaven and earth. Su Xiaochun sobbed, you say that, but you go behind our backs finding so many women outside. It's false, all your sweet words are a lie. Though she said that, inside she had long forgiven him, but her pride made her hold on to bitterness. After a long comforting from Qingxiu and letting her down gently, the matter was finally laid to rest. To prevent Qingxiu from continuing to flirt with women outside, Su Xiaochun decided to temporarily stay at the Chang'an residence with Yunyang and Zhang Sun Pingting. At noon, at the dining table, Qingxiu kept putting food into Su Xiaochun's bowl. Su Xiaochun couldn't take it anymore and moved aside with her bowl. She said helplessly, "Husband, if you feel guilty toward me, there's no need to act like this. Actually, I'm not angry because of them." Su Xiaochun gave Lu Yunyan and Li Yuqing a meaningful glance. Them? Qingxiu felt a stir in his heart. Li Yuqing and Lu Yunyan also shuddered a bit at the word them. The implication was obvious. The other party had already seen through the fact that both of them had given themselves to Qingxiu, just that no one had spoken about it openly until now. Qingxiu forced a laugh and said, "It's not guilt. It's just that your husband thinks you're going to give birth in 3 or 4 months. These vegetables are good for your body. You should eat more." Su Xiaochun put down her bowl and chopsticks and looked at him resentfully. "I'm angry because you sneak around with women and don't tell us. Do you think I, Yunyang, and Pingting are the kind of shrews who want to control everything you do?" Qingxiu immediately felt relieved. If that's what she meant, then he was no longer nervous. He would have to calmly talk things out later and try to settle all future conflicts in one day if possible. Qingxiu acknowledged, "It was my fault in this matter." Su Xiaochun continued, "We've said before, we don't oppose you taking concubines, as long as they are proper women from good families. If you like them, even having a few concubines is fine. As long as it's not too much, we can accept it. But it seems husband didn't understand what we meant. You keep sneaking around. When things come to light, you rack your brain for excuses. I feel tired on your behalf." Qingxiu looked embarrassed. "Exactly," Zhang Sun Pingting pouted. "Husband is a first-rank noble. You don't even have your 3 wives and 4 concubines yet. This is just the beginning. My brother isn't even married yet, and he already has 9 chambermaids. In the future, they'll all become his concubines. We're already satisfied that you haven't gone out to get 9 chambermaids." "What a guy," Qingxiu muttered inwardly. "My brother-in-law is truly something, a model for all of us." "So," Su Xiaochun said angrily, "now you know why I'm angry, right?" I know, Qingxiu nodded with a smile. "You're not angry because I found women, but because I did it behind your backs. I promise from now on, I'll look for women openly, is that okay?" Su Xiaochun glared at him furiously. "What kind of people do you think we are? We're not that easygoing. We don't support you openly looking for women." Qingxiu was stunned. "Isn't that what you meant?" Su Xiaochun rolled her eyes. "Wishful thinking. Of course you can find women, but before you do, you have to inform us. We need to know the woman's background first, and whether she's worthy of your noble status. If she's from a good family, then fine. If not, absolutely not. Do you understand now?" After saying that, Su Xiaochun blinked at Qingxiu with her big, sparkling eyes. I understand." Qingxiu nodded, while thinking, Yan Yushir should be from a good family, right? The strict upbringing of the Yan family suggests their family values must be solid. While Qingxiu was lost in thought, Su Xiaochun turned to Li Yuqing and said, "Your sister Lu's senior, and probably the oldest among us. We should all be calling you older sister. What should we call you?" After all this drama, they still didn't know Li Yuqing's full name. Li Yuqing smiled calmly. "My surname is Li, and my full name is Li Yuqing. If you don't mind, you can just call me Sister Qing." "All right then." Su Xiaochun smiled as she put down her bowl and chopsticks. "I'll have the maids prepare a proper room for you this afternoon. From now on, you'll live here. We'll be relying on Sister Qing to help keep an eye on our husband, so he doesn't go out and pick up other women." Qingxiu nearly choked on his food. Even as a blind man, he almost opened his eyes in shock. Li Yuqing and Lu Yunyan both blushed. They looked at each other and saw deep embarrassment on each other's faces. Yunyang and Zhang Sun Pingting also looked at Su Xiaochun in surprise, eyes filled with confusion. Looking at Li Yuqing and Lu Yunyan, Su Xiaochun smiled with pursed lips. "You don't have to hide it anymore. I could tell from the start that something happened between you two and husband. When Yunyang, Pingting, and I first arrived, you two looked nervous. If Sister Qing was just here to visit Sister Lu, you wouldn't act like that. You should have been calm. If nothing shady had happened between you and husband, why would you be nervous? Also, when Sister Lu admitted it, your shocked face made it obvious even to a fool." Zhang Sun Pingting got angry. "Sister, are you calling Yunyang and me fools?" Su Xiaochun rolled her eyes. "It was so obvious. If you two didn't notice, what else would you call it but foolish?" Qingxiu rubbed Su Xiaochun's little head in surprise. "Wow, my wife's learned to deduce things. You're like a detective. I'll have to be extra careful around you from now on." "Enough." Su Xiaochun slapped his hand away angrily. "It's all your fault I turned out like this." Qingxiu chuckled awkwardly. "Come on, let's eat. Now that everything is out in the open, let's not argue anymore." Suddenly, Su Xiaochun said, actually, this might be for the best. You took in Sister Qing and Sister Lu, which saves us a lot of trouble. How so? Qingxiu asked, confused. Su Xiaochun covered her mouth and laughed. Think about it. When I was kidnapped to Qinling, if you had killed Sister Lu and Miss Xiaoro, Sister Qing, as their senior, would definitely have plotted revenge. She might have even harmed me and Yunyang. If you killed Sister Qing and Miss Shuixian next, the people behind them would seek revenge too. When would it ever end? We'd have to live in fear every day, always watching out for enemies. But now that you've taken them in, no one's going to seek revenge. Life will be much more peaceful, isn't that great? Don't you all agree? Even Qingxiu hadn't expected Su Xiaochun to consider all that. She even thought about the endless cycle of vengeance. Exactly. Qingxiu nodded shamelessly and said, wife, actually all the things you said, your husband had already thought of them long ago and already acted on them. It's just that I was afraid I couldn't explain it clearly to you, so I didn't tell you. Everyone at the table gave him a disdainful look. Lu Yunyan showed a sincere smile, looking charming and alluring. Li Yuqing's eyes turned red. She turned away and quietly wiped the corners of her eyes. Su Xiaochun quickly grabbed her hand with concern and asked, Sister Qing, what's wrong? Why did you suddenly start crying? Did we touch on something painful just now? Li Yuqing wiped her tears and smiled, it's nothing. I was just suddenly very happy. My junior sister and I were adopted by our master when we were very young. Since childhood, we were taught that our mission was to rule the Nanjiao 100 tribes and to seek the path of immortality. We always treated those two goals as our lifelong pursuits and beliefs. We thought that was the only meaning of life. But after meeting him, I finally understood what the meaning of life is, what true happiness is. Only now do I truly realize that the life I have now is what I've always been searching for. I got so happy that I cried. Sorry to make you laugh. Su Xiaochun asked, then, why not tell us about your and Sister Lu's past? All right. Li Yuqing didn't hide anything and began telling the story of her and Lu Yunyan's earlier lives. She talked about being adopted at a young age, her difficult background, how she suffered and endured to train in martial arts. The story moved Su Xiaochun, Yunyang, and Zhang Sun Pingting to tears, full of sympathy. Although Qingxiu wasn't particularly interested, he still listened patiently. After hearing it, he realized that the feelings among the women sitting together had deepened quite a bit. From strangers, they suddenly became close like real sisters. Li Yuqing and Lu Yunyan naturally became part of this big family. After the meal, Su Xiaochun smiled and said, Sister Qing is already 33, and Sister Lu is over 30 as well. Even though you've just recently experienced relationships, you can be considered mature women now. While you're still charming and not too old, why not quickly give our husband a child or two? That way, your lives would feel more complete, don't you think? This made Lu Yunyan blush deeply. Li Yuqing was better, just her pretty face slightly red, gazing at Qingxiu with bright eyes full of expectation. She even smiled with anticipation, that's not up to us. Without our husband, how can Yunyan and I have children? Giggle. Su Xiaochun laughed playfully, that's easy. You just keep sleeping with him every night and try to get pregnant soon. In such a big family with so many wives and concubines, I'm the only one pregnant. Once the baby is born, it'll be so lonely. Husband, am I right? Yes, yes, yes. Qingxiu nodded repeatedly. In fact, he didn't feel much about it, because for the past few days, Li Yuqing and Lu Yunyan had been spending every night with him. But he always avoided them. Every time, he left their faces completely soaked. These words made Yunyang unhappy. She touched her flat belly and said disappointedly, there's still no movement in my belly. If all of you get pregnant, what about me? Zhang Sun Pingting said in surprise, Sister Yunyang, don't tell me, you're infertile? Su Xiaochun's expression changed slightly. She gently tapped Zhang Sun Pingting, and Pingting quickly covered her mouth, her eyes darting around nervously. Yunyang shuddered, and her face suddenly turned pale. Infertile refers to a woman who can't have children. Qingxiu's face darkened, and he said, Pingting, don't scare Yunyang. She's not infertile. She's a perfectly healthy woman. Yunyang had already started crying, lowering her head as tears fell. Qingxiu coughed and explained, this isn't Yunyang's fault, it's mine. Let me give you all a little lesson in this area. For the next half hour, Qingxiu gave them a full lecture on reproductive knowledge. Half an hour later, Su Xiaochun sat dumbfounded, so that's how it works. Yunyang's eyes were full of grievance, and she silently made up her mind, next time, she would never allow her face to be soaked again. Except for Zhang Sun Pingting and the already pregnant Su Xiaochun, the expressions in the eyes of Yunyang, Li Yuqing, and Lu Yunyan were all very suggestive. Qingxiu felt uncertain. Were they really planning a three-pronged attack? If that were the case, then the fun might be significantly reduced going forward. Zhang Sun Pingting wasn't in a rush because Qingxiu had already told her that her body wasn't suitable for pregnancy at the moment. At least she'd have to wait until she turned 18 in 2 or 3 years, ahem. Su Xiaochun came back to her senses and smiled with narrowed eyes. Since that's the case, then Yunyang, tonight it's your turn. There was no saving the conversation now, but Qingxiu was still very happy. That night, Yunyang had originally planned to go to bed early after taking a bath, thinking she'd wait for Qingxiu to be in a better mood tomorrow and come to her himself. With 2 newly joined sisters beside her, Yunyang was resistant at heart. But since Su Xiaochun was pregnant, she couldn't object too strongly. So, she was dragged away by force to play mahjong. Yunyang was shy and reserved at first, but eventually, she couldn't withstand Qingxiu's relentless attacks, and by the end, she had completely forgotten why she was even there. So in the end, Yunyang, Li Yuqing, and Lu Yunyan all had their faces soaked. The next morning, just as dawn was breaking, Qingxiu, surrounded by the 3 soft bodies, was woken up by knocking on the door. It was Zhang Sun Pingting. "Husband, wake up, wake up. Someone from the palace is here." Qingxiu got up, put on a robe, and opened the door. Zhang Sun Pingting stood outside sleepily in a thin outer garment, followed by a maid. "What is it? What happened?" Qingxiu asked with a frown. Zhang Sun Pingting yawned and said sweetly, "Husband, a messenger from the palace came, asking you to attend the morning court." Qingxiu said unhappily, "Just because they say I should attend, I have to go? Can't people sleep anymore?" Zhang Sun Pingting giggled, "Husband, it's already daylight. Hurry up and go. You can come back and sleep more after court." "Pingting, are you even fully awake?" Zhang Sun Pingting yawned again, rubbing her eyes, "Not yet. I was planning to go back and sleep more. Hurry up and get up, husband." With that, she turned and headed back to her room. But Qingxiu suddenly grabbed her from behind. "Sleep? You woke me up and now you want to sleep? Hand it over." Poor Zhang Sun Pingting, she hadn't even fully woken up and was already forced into action by Qingxiu. In any case, by the time Qingxiu left, it was already an hour later. At the palace, the second prince and the civil and military officials were all about ready to curse out loud from waiting too long. Hall of Supreme Harmony. Li Er had a dark expression the whole time, while several censors from the censorate wore looks of schadenfreude on their faces. One of them stepped out holding the court tablet and said, "Your Majesty, the residence of the Duke of Zhen is in Qinglongfang, which is less than half an hour from the imperial city. The messenger Your Majesty dispatched has been gone for over an hour, and yet the Duke of Zhen still hasn't arrived for court. Could it be that he noticed something was wrong and fled Chang'an with his family?" Li Er fixed the censor with a cold stare and said in a low voice, "From what I know of Duke Qing, he's not someone who is cowardly or avoids trouble. If he's late, it's likely because he has some urgent matter at home." The censor continued, "That makes it even worse. What matter could be more important than the morning court? Although the Duke of Zhen is not cowardly, if what the assassin Zhang He said is true, then it's possible the Duke fled out of guilt. I urge Your Majesty to prepare early." Inside the hall, the assassin Zhang He lay sprawled on the ground, his skin split and flesh torn, clearly having suffered intense torture. Chang Sun Wuji also looked displeased. He stepped forward to speak up. "The claim that the Duke of Zhen hired assassins to kill himself is too ridiculous. I believe Zhang He is deliberately confusing truth and lies to protect the mastermind behind the scenes." Chang Yaojin also cupped his hands and said, "Your Majesty, what the right Deputy Prime Minister said is correct. I agree. I also agree." Unknowingly, Qingxiu's image as a loyal and upright man had already been established in the hearts of many old loyal ministers. Lu Yanhui raised his eyelids, glanced around the room, but didn't speak, although a trace of schadenfreude was also visible on his face. At that moment, a voice like a drake's quack came from outside, "The Duke of Zhen seeks audience." The civil and military officials all perked up. Li Er clearly let out a breath of relief but still said with a cold face, "Summon the Duke of Zhen." Soon after, Qingxiu limped into the Hall of Supreme Harmony, tapping his blind cane as he walked. Li Er had originally wanted to scold him a bit, but suddenly stopped and instead asked, "What happened to your leg?" Qingxiu cupped his hands and said, "It's nothing serious. I dreamed I was riding a horse last night and accidentally fell. I only realized my leg was hurt when I got up. Before coming, I saw a doctor. It's not serious, just needs a few days of rest." Li Er twitched at the corner of his mouth. Many generals did too. Li Er silently cursed. Couldn't he come up with a more believable excuse? Did he have to embarrass everyone like this? The censors all exchanged wide-eyed glances. Li Er said with a dark face, "Duke Qing, you're really careless. Getting hurt from riding a horse in a dream? That must have been some horse." Indeed, who rides 3 horses till midnight? Who rides 4 more horses early in the morning for a full hour? Qingxiu let out a dry laugh and got straight to the point. Your Majesty summoned me early. Has there been progress with the assassination case? Yes, there has, Li Er said with a strange expression. But what we've discovered is quite unbelievable to us all. Oh? Qingxiu looked interested. Then I'd like to hear the details. Lu Yanhui smiled insincerely and said, Duke Qing, you really set up a great play for yourself. You almost fooled His Majesty and the entire court. Hiring someone to assassinate yourself, how did you come up with that? Qingxiu looked confused. Pointing to himself, he asked, I hired someone to assassinate me? Duke Xing, I'm not crazy. Are you joking? At that moment, the half-dead Zhang He lying on the floor reached toward him with a pleading look. Duke Qing, save me. I can't endure their torture anymore. The truth is out. Then, his hand dropped weakly, and he collapsed again. Qingxiu's face darkened. He flipped Zhang He over with his foot, bent down, and asked, What do you mean by that? Zhang He looked guilty and said, Duke Qing, I've already confessed everything. I'm sorry, I've disappointed you. Qingxiu looked up blankly at Li Er. Your Majesty, what is this about? I don't understand at all. Lu Yanhui coldly snorted, Humph, Duke Qing is really good at playing dumb. What a unique self-harming strategy, almost fooled His Majesty, and nearly made me bear the crime of assassinating a duke. You really have skills. Li Er impatiently said, Lu Yanhui, if the truth isn't clear yet, shut up. Lu Yanhui obediently fell silent. Li Er looked at Qingxiu with a strange expression and said, Duke Qing, Zhang He said it was you who gave him 10,000 strings of cash to hire people to assassinate you. Qingxiu couldn't help but laugh. Your Majesty, seriously? I hired someone to assassinate myself? And you believe that? Li Er continued, Zhang He said you killed Duke Xing's son and were afraid of revenge, so you paid him to kill you, planning to frame Duke Xing and let Lu Yanhui be executed, thus removing a threat once and for all. And from the address Zhang He gave, we found 1,000 taels of gold. The boxes used to hold the gold were made by Carpenter Zhang from your village of Sanhe. Now we have both material and witness evidence. Do you have anything to say? Qingxiu was completely dumbfounded. He looked at Zhang He like he'd seen a ghost. What kind of nonsense was this? Your Majesty, one censor said, Duke Qing has toyed with your Majesty and the court. According to law, he should be executed immediately. Yes, I agree. I agree as well. These censors from prestigious families finally found their chance and had no intention of letting it go easily. So one by one, they began to kick him while he was down. Qingxiu pointed to his head, looked around with sarcasm, and said, A brain is a good thing. Too bad you don't have one. The censors all looked furious. Qingxiu gave them no chance to speak, continuing with a sneer, If I really hired people to kill myself, why would I kill all the assassins and leave only one alive? Zhang He, I killed all your men. By logic, you should hate me and expose me from the beginning. Why wait until now? Zhang He gave a bitter smile and said, Duke Qing, weren't you the one who told me to find completely unrelated helpers to assassinate you? You also said that for the act to be convincing, some people had to die, otherwise these fat-bellied court officials wouldn't believe it. And since they all died, I could keep the gold for myself. Wasn't that the path you showed me? Qingxiu coldly replied, You're about to die. What's the point of that 1,000 taels of gold? This story makes no sense. I advise you not to waste your energy. If you're thinking of doing one last thing for your master before death, you'd better stop before I start questioning you seriously. What a joke. Qingxiu almost wanted to laugh, such a flawed accusation, and yet someone believed it? Had they all been kicked in the head by a donkey? But some things he could only think about in his heart, because Li Er was the very first person whose head had been kicked by a donkey. Yes. Li Er clapped and laughed, Duke Qing is right. He said all that gold belonged to you. Now your life is in danger, what's the point of that gold? Are you planning to bribe the underworld's ghosts with it? Zhang He sighed, I know you don't believe me. Even if I speak with the most convincing words, no one will believe what I say. I wanted to leave that 1,000 taels of gold for my wife and children. If not for the unbearable torture from the Court of Judicial Review, I would never have confessed. Li Er sneered, You attempted to assassinate a duke, that's a crime punishable by the extermination of 9 generations. Your wife and children wouldn't live to spend the gold anyway. Such a simple truth, hard to believe you don't understand it. Zhang He chuckled, Then may I ask, has your Majesty found out who my wife and children are? This question stumped Li Er instantly. To be honest, he had ordered a thorough investigation. But aside from confirming the name Zhang He, they hadn't found anything useful. He looked helplessly at Qingxiu with an expression that said, I have no clue either. Zhang He looked at Qingxiu and gave a bitter smile, Duke Qing, now that this has been exposed, I don't expect my family to live well anymore. You're a duke with great merits, His Majesty definitely won't kill you. I only ask that after I die, you help take care of my body. It wouldn't be a waste of my cooperation in this farce. Zhang He thanks you. Qingxiu sneered without replying. Censor Wang Chunan jumped out and said, Your Majesty, I believe this case should be closed now. The evidence proves that Duke Qing, fearing retaliation for killing the Duke of Xing's son, devised this scheme to frame the Duke of Xing. Such narrow-minded behavior from the Duke of Zhen is despicable, truly outrageous. I request Your Majesty to punish the Duke of Zhen according to the law to set an example. Qingxiu said coldly, Censor Wang, how come you weren't this enthusiastic when Zhang He was first confessing yesterday? Wang Chunan said sternly, Yesterday, I already sensed that the Duke of Xing was being framed. I am a righteous official. I would never slander a good man or shield a bad one. Qingxiu asked in a deep voice, Then, Censor Wang, are you saying I'm the mastermind? If not you, then who else? Wang Chunan sneered. Heh. Qingxiu chuckled, Very well, Censor Wang. I truly look forward to seeing the Wang clan of Taiyuan executed, with you beheaded in public. I believe everyone will witness that soon. Wang Chuanan's face changed, and so did the faces of several other Wang clan censors. Li Er raised an eyebrow, a slight smile on his lips. At this point, he knew Qingxiu had a plan. Changsun Wuji also finally relaxed. Aside from Li Er, the one who cared most about him was his father-in-law Changsun Wuji, followed by Cheng Yaojin and the others. Otherwise, Cheng Yaojin wouldn't have stood up for him multiple times. Death is near and you still boast shamelessly, Wang Chunan snorted and stepped back into the censorate's ranks. Then let's see whose death is near, Qingxiu said, nodding. He cupped his hands to Li Er, Your Majesty, the assassination case involving me has been turned into a mess by Zhang He. For now, it's impossible to determine who the mastermind truly is. I propose handing Zhang He over to me. Give me 7 days. After that, I'll bring him to the Hall of Supreme Harmony, and he will confess everything. Zhang He's face changed. Hand me over to you? He'd rather die now. A sense of unease began to rise in Zhang He's heart. Oh? Li Er asked with interest, What plan does Duke Qing have? Qingxiu replied mysteriously, A man of the mountains has his own methods. The truth will be revealed in 7 days. I ask everyone to wait and see. The court began to murmur. He's stalling for time. Your Majesty, Duke Qing is clearly stalling. He wants to escape punishment. Qingxiu ignored Wang Chunan and said to Li Er, If Your Majesty fears I might run away, you can assign someone to monitor me 24 hours a day. If I show any sign of escape, I can be arrested immediately. Fine, Li Er nodded, I'll give Duke Qing 7 days. I'll also assign people to watch your every move. Wang Chunan quickly said, Your Majesty, you mustn't. He's clearly delaying for time. Qingxiu sneered, Censor Wang, if you want me punished so badly, then waiting 7 days won't hurt. If I can't overturn this case by then, you'll see my head roll. Are you afraid I actually might succeed? You? Overturn the case? Wang Chunan said firmly, Impossible. Then we'll wait and see. Li Er waved, Enough. This matter ends here. I've made my decision, Duke Qing has 7 days. Court dismissed. With that, Li Er walked away without looking back. The court officials began to disperse. Qingxiu picked up Zhang He and walked out of the hall. Changsun Wuji rushed over and said urgently, Son-in-law, this matter can't be taken lightly. One misstep could be irreversible. Even if His Majesty believes you're innocent, with both witness and physical evidence, it'll be hard to escape punishment. Qingxiu smiled confidently, Father-in-law, don't worry. The truth will be revealed in 7 days. Then he quickened his pace and brought Zhang He onto the carriage. Zhang He nervously asked, Where are you taking me? Qingxiu looked amused, Zhang He, no, that's not your real name. Let's just call you Zhang He for now. Zhang He's expression didn't change, but his pupils contracted. Qingxiu continued, Zhang He, I really don't understand, what did that bastard from the Wang family offer you to make you give up your life, and still try to disgust me before dying? Zhang He's mouth twitched. He replied stiffly, What Wang family? I don't understand what you're talking about. Qingxiu laughed, people who answer like that at this stage are always just forcing a lie. I'll make you willingly confess every detail before the entire court. Zhang He felt a sudden panic. He couldn't figure out where Qingxiu's confidence came from. When Qingxiu returned to the residence, he ordered Zhang He locked up and arranged for him to be watched around the clock. Then he went to his room, drew something on paper, and handed the drawing to Wei Laojiu, instructing him, Old Jiu, make several copies of this and send it out. Mobilize everyone who can move. Whoever finds this thing on the drawing will be heavily rewarded. The more, the better. Although Wei Laojiu didn't know what the drawing depicted, he could tell from Qingxiu's serious expression that it was important. He immediately gathered a few draftsmen and had the item on the paper printed out. Then he distributed them without delay to all idle people in Sanha village, mobilizing them to search for the strange plant shown on the drawing. Although Li Er said in front of all civil and military officials that he would assign someone to monitor Qingxiu's every move, he didn't actually do it. On one hand, he trusted Qingxiu and believed that he wasn't someone who played dirty tricks. On the other hand, Li Er also knew that if he followed along with the suspicion, it could easily damage the royal family's relationship with Qingxiu. Li Er understood this well and just told Princess Xiangqing to interact more with Qingxiu over the next few days, as a way to silence public gossip. When some officials tried to oppose this on the grounds that it would damage the reputation of the imperial princess, Li Er gave it a noble-sounding reason: to let Princess Xiangqing get to know the Duke of Jin better. If he turned out to have moral flaws, the marriage edict could still be withdrawn. Two people were quite happy about this: Xiao Yu, who had tried many times to propose marriage for his son and was rejected, and his eldest son, Xiao Rui. "My son," Xiao Yu stroked his beard and sighed, "I'm getting old. Lately, His Majesty has been hinting that I should retire. I estimate that soon, I'll be handing over my position as Prime Minister to Changsun Wuji. I just want to use my remaining time in office to secure your hereditary title. Marrying a princess is the safest path. That way, even if you don't achieve much in your official career, with a noble princess by your side, when I'm gone, inheriting the title will go smoothly. His Majesty is someone who values old ties." Next to Xiao Yu was a man just over 30 years old with a handsome face. His name was Xiao Rui, Xiao Yu's eldest son. He was also the historical husband of Princess Xiangqing during the Zhenguan era. Though he didn't achieve much, he inherited Xiao Yu's title of duke. Xiao Rui frowned and asked, "Father, but His Majesty has already issued an edict declaring the princess is to marry the Duke of Zhen. Surely he won't go back on that decision." Xiao Yu chuckled and said, "Son, you don't know. A few days ago, Blind Qin was attacked." "Guess what?" "What?" Xiao Rui asked, confused. Xiao Yu recounted everything that had happened at court recently. Xiao Rui couldn't believe it: a dignified duke actually hired someone to assassinate himself just to frame another duke? That's just too vicious. Xiao Yu shook his head, "Not necessarily. I don't believe he could do such a thing. It's probably the mastermind trying to muddy the waters and trap him." Xiao Rui asked, "Then what does this have to do with his marriage to Princess Xiangqing?" Xiao Yu smiled, "I heard that the captured assassin, after being caught on the day of the attack, was tortured by Duke Qing and confessed that the mastermind was Duke Xing, Lu Zhengwei. But yesterday, after being interrogated again by the Court of Judicial Review, the assassin suddenly changed his story this morning, saying it was Blind Qing who orchestrated everything. Think about it. An assassin who wasn't afraid of torture, even willing to die while insisting Duke Qing wasn't the mastermind. How could he suddenly change his confession? This matter is 90% unlikely to be reversed." Xiao Rui's eyes lit up. "Father, are you saying we can work with this angle, make Blind Qing take the blame for framing a duke, and thus get His Majesty to withdraw the marriage edict?" Xiao Yu nodded with a smile, "Exactly. His Majesty didn't assign anyone to monitor him. Instead, he asked the princess to spend more time with him. On the surface, it's for her to understand his character, but in truth, His Majesty is already beginning to suspect him." Xiao Rui frowned, "But father, this is a serious matter. We must not act rashly. If we're exposed, our whole family could be implicated." Xiao Yu smiled, "As long as we don't get directly involved, even if the case flips, we won't be affected." Xiao Rui thought for a while and nodded. "Father, I'll do as you say. What should we do?" Xiao Yu narrowed his eyes and after a while said, "Lu Zhengwei lost his son and hates Blind Qing to the bone. Doesn't Lu Zhengwei still have two younger sons? His second son, Lu Xuanji, is about 13 or 14 now. I've heard that he and his older brother were very close. It's been almost 2 months since his brother was killed, and Lu Xuanji still hasn't come out of the grief. Also, Lu Xuanji is young and emotionally immature. He won't think things through carefully. Ruier, you can start from this angle." Xiao Rui's eyes lit up and he laughed. "Father, I have a good idea." "Oh? Let's hear it," Xiao Yu said with interest. Xiao Rui whispered something in Xiao Yu's ear. Xiao Yu's eyes also lit up, and he patted his son's shoulder in praise, "Worthy of being my brilliant son. To come up with such a perfect plan. Father, I'll hint it to Lu Xuanji today." "Good." Xiao Yu nodded. "Remember, don't show your face unless absolutely necessary." "Don't worry, father. I'll find a commoner to handle it." After some instructions, Xiao Rui left the house. That evening, at the Duke of Zhen's residence, Wei Laojiu returned driving a cart full of strange flowers and plants. As soon as he entered the courtyard, the bright red flowers on the cart caught the attention of Su Xiaochun and the others. This flower is so pretty. I've never seen such a vibrant bloom in my life. Laojiu, what's it called? Su Xiaochun asked curiously. Wei Laojiu shook his head. Madam, I don't know. The Lord just asked me to find it. He said it's very important. Zhang Sun Pingting chattered and pulled Li Yuqing over to ask, Aunt Qing, you're knowledgeable. Have you seen this flower before? Since that morning, after being dealt with together by Qingxiu, and at Qingxiu's insistence that Zhang Sun Pingting call Li Yuqing Aunt Qing, she'd gotten used to it. Li Yuqing was helpless against the mischievous Pingting, but still stepped closer to examine the flower carefully. Her expression changed. Opium poppy? This is a poppy flower. Poppy flower? I've never heard of that name before. The others all looked confused. At that moment, Qingxiu also entered from outside and asked, Aunt Qing, you recognize this? Li Yuqing blushed slightly and playfully complained, Husband, how many times have I told you not to call me Aunt Qing? I'm still young. Hee hee, Qingxiu laughed, then I'll call you the young Aunt Qing from now on. Li Yuqing stamped her foot in frustration, her chest heaving. She pulled Su Xiaochun aside and said, This flower's pollen is harmful to the body, especially for pregnant women. You should stay away from it, Xiaochun. Su Xiaochun's face turned fearful when she heard this. She hugged her big belly and quickly moved far away. Qing Aunt, do you recognize this thing? Qingxiu asked again. Li Yuqing nodded seriously and said, Yes. In our village, we grow a lot of it. Our Wuzhu sect has a special method to extract a powder from the flower pods to make longevity paste. Qingxiu's mouth twitched, showing a look of disbelief, and he said with shock, My God. Qing Aunt, turns out you're a drug lord. Li Yuqing frowned and asked in confusion, What's a drug lord? Nothing, Qingxiu muttered. Then he asked curiously, What do you use the longevity paste for? Don't tell me you and Yunyan are already addicted? Qingxiu looked nervous. Once someone gets hooked on that stuff, it's hard to quit. The withdrawal is as painful as being skinned alive. Lu Yunyan said with disgust, We don't take that stuff. Once you're addicted, you'll be completely under someone else's control. Addicts will even kill their own parents, wives, and children without hesitation. Phew, that terrifying? Zhang Sun Pingting gasped and stepped back 2 steps, keeping far away from the cart. Yunyang also stepped back, but she held on to Su Xiaochun, as if to show she wasn't scared but just protecting her. Li Yuqing said awkwardly, Of course we don't take it ourselves. Longevity paste is something we Wuzhu sect use to control the native tribal kings of Nanzhao. Qingxiu breathed a sigh of relief and nodded. As long as you don't touch it, that's fine. Husband also knows this stuff is addictive? Li Yuqing asked curiously. Qingxiu nodded. Of course I know. I want to use it to make some longevity paste, to interrogate a prisoner. Prisoner? From a distance, Su Xiaochun pointed to a room in the corner and asked curiously, Is it the man you brought back this morning? Husband, what crime did this man commit? Isn't there the court of judicial review? Why would His Majesty let you interrogate him? Qingxiu never mentioned his assassination attempt, nor did he want to, saying it would only make them worry. So he casually brushed it off, that man's very tight-lipped. He's been tortured by the court for days and still didn't talk. So His Majesty handed him to me. Li Yuqing smiled and said, Using longevity paste is a good method. At most 5 or 6 days, once he's addicted, forget interrogation, he'll spill everything on his own. He'll even volunteer to dig up his ancestors' graves if needed. Ugh, so scary. Aside from Li Yuqing and Lu Yunyan, the other 3 wives all looked frightened. Li Yuqing took out a small square wooden box and smiled, Husband doesn't need to make it himself. I have some longevity paste with me, enough for 1 person for a month. Qingxiu quickly snatched it, his face displeased. Why are you carrying this stuff? And if you had it, why didn't you say earlier? I spent all day looking for it. Li Yuqing giggled, Husband never asked. Qingxiu raised his hand and slapped Li Yuqing's plump butt, what a beautiful ripple. Li Yuqing's face turned red, her body trembled, and she took 2 steps back, secretly glancing around. Seeing her junior sister and the 3 other wives giving her ambiguous looks made her even more shy, though she pretended nothing had happened. Her gaze toward Qingxiu was full of flirtation. From just 1 slap, she already felt like getting her face wet again. Li Yuqing, like a ripe peach, oozed seductive charm in every movement, irresistible to any man. That 1 slap almost made Qingxiu want to carry her straight to bed. But thankfully, Qingxiu had strong self-control and changed the topic, Old Jiu, where did you get this stuff? Wei Laojiu smiled, a merchant in Jialing who's done business in Lingnan a few times. His household grows a lot of it. Apparently, his concubine liked the flower, brought it back from Lingnan, and gifted it to his official wife. Qingxiu's eyes lit up and he asked, "That merchant's wife, does she have any children?" Wei Laojiu was surprised. "How did you know that, my lord? That's amazing." Qingxiu curled his lip and said, "The flower's pollen is harmful to the body. If the merchant planted so much of it at home, of course his wife couldn't bear children. That concubine isn't an ordinary woman." Su Xiaochun seemed to catch the meaning in Qingxiu's words. She shivered and distanced herself from Yunyang and Zhangsun Pingting, even asking them not to get near her. After that, Qingxiu instructed Wei Laojiu to collect all the flower pods and asked Li Yuqing to explain how to make longevity paste. Then he handed the paste to Yunyang and said, "Yunyang, every time the cook delivers food to the prisoner, mix in a little." Yunyang carefully tucked away the longevity paste. Qingxiu's confidence came from this. Before the addiction kicks in, everything seems normal. But once it starts, the consequences are unimaginable. In the next few days, Qingxiu waited for Zhang He to slowly become dependent on the longevity paste. Zhang He was a bit confused. Wasn't he supposed to be interrogated? Why was no one torturing him? He'd gone through rigorous training. No matter how painful the torture, he could bear it. He would never reveal the mastermind. But this blind man didn't torture him at all. Instead, he was given good food and drink every day, without any movement. This made Zhang He suspicious. Was he trying to seduce me? Unable to figure it out, he stopped thinking about it. Actually, he didn't want to die. Living one more day was better than dying. As long as he wasn't tortured, he was fine with it. 5 days passed. Zhang He began to feel itchy all over every morning. The feeling would disappear after eating breakfast. At noon and evening, his bones would itch slightly, but it wasn't too bad. Until the 6th morning, Zhang He felt horrible all over, constantly twisting and rubbing his body against things to relieve the itch. But this itch seemed to come from deep in his bones. No matter how hard he struggled, it was useless. "Where's breakfast? Why hasn't it come yet?" Zhang He got anxious and couldn't help but shout, "Breakfast? Damn it, where's my breakfast? Hurry up, I can't take it." In his mind, he thought eating breakfast would ease the discomfort. But no one answered his yelling. Zhang He rolled on the ground in pain, shouting from his throat, "Food. Give me breakfast. Ah, breakfast." A moment later, the door opened. Qingxiu walked in with a bowl of rice. Zhang He didn't stop twisting. He shouted, "Why you? Why are you bringing food?" Qingxiu dumped the rice and vegetables into a metal basin and pushed it over with his foot, like feeding a dog. Zhang He seemed used to this and quickly crawled over, burying his face into the bowl. Soon, the food was completely devoured. He thought eating would help. But instead, he found the feeling only got worse. Looking at Zhang He rolling on the ground, moaning in pain, Qingxiu asked with a half-smile, "Hurts, doesn't it? Feels unbearable, like thousands of ants gnawing at your bones?" Zhang He suddenly stopped struggling. He looked at Qingxiu in disbelief and asked, How do you know that?" "Because I'm the one who made you like this." Zhang He's face changed drastically. "The food was poisoned? You're only realizing that now? Bit too late. The antidote. Give me the antidote." Zhang He shouted while writhing in pain, eyes bloodshot. Qingxiu stood up and said, "I'll have someone guard this place. When you're ready to talk, I'll give you the antidote." After speaking, Qingxiu walked away without looking back. Behind him, the small dark room echoed with Zhang He's furious and unwilling curses and roars. Not even a stick of incense had burned when the servant guarding the door found Qingxiu and reported respectfully, "My lord, that man said he wants to see you. If you give him the antidote, he'll confess everything." Qingxiu put down his teacup, surprised. "He broke that quickly? Looks like I overestimated his willpower." Soon, Qingxiu entered the small dark room in the backyard. At this point, Zhang He had no trace of his earlier defiance. He lay trembling on the ground like a dying dog, his face covered in tears and snot, even having wet himself. "Antidote. Antidote, please give me the antidote. I'll talk, I'll tell you everything, just give me the antidote." When Zhang He saw Qingxiu, his once dull eyes lit up like he'd found a lifeline. Qingxiu sat across from him, smirking, "Tell me everything you know, and I'll give you the antidote." "Give me the antidote first. Please. You're in no position to bargain. Either talk or suffer." Seeing Qingxiu about to leave, Zhang He shouted, "I'll talk, don't go, it was Wang Jinghuai who told me to do it." So it really was the Wang clan of Taiyuan. Qingxiu showed a, just as I expected, expression. He had guessed it was the Wang clan, but didn't think it was Wang Jinghuai specifically. "Tell me in detail." While enduring the unbearable withdrawal, Zhang He quickly said, "I'm one of the death soldiers trained by Wang Buqing of the Taiyuan Wang family. After Wang Buqing died on the way back to Taiyuan, Wang Jinghuai believed it had something to do with you. So he had me contact active death soldiers to act against you. All the framing plans inside and out were orchestrated by Wang Jinghuai. I've told you everything. Now give me the antidote. Qingxiu took out Li Yuqing's little wooden box and scooped a bit of longevity paste with a small silver spoon into a food bowl. Zhang He didn't hesitate. He crawled over and licked it clean. Within a few breaths, his trembling stopped. Lying on the ground, he gasped for air, feeling a heavenly relief. Qingxiu put away the longevity paste and said, "Tomorrow morning, I'll bring you to court. Repeat everything you said today, and I'll grant you a swift death." Zhang He's face stiffened. He glanced at Qingxiu, then unexpectedly showed a mocking smile. "What did I confess? I don't remember saying anything." Qingxiu's face turned cold, but a smile soon returned. "I hope you're just as tough tomorrow morning." Zhang He sneered, "You already gave me the drug, and now you want me to testify? Fine, I'll stop eating or drinking starting now. Tomorrow, I'll stick to the story that you set me up. Even if I die, I won't change my statement again." "Fine. As you wish. You won't be getting lunch or dinner today." Qingxiu smiled and walked out. He had thought Zhang He would be smart enough to see the situation, but turns out, he was just a short-sighted brute. As expected, Zhang He didn't get lunch or dinner. But that night, the unbearable itching came again, and the same withdrawal episode played out. This time, after giving him a bit of longevity paste, Qingxiu coldly asked, "So, do you still think the drug is out of your system?" Zhang He's face turned ashen. Even without Qingxiu saying it, he had realized the poison was chronic. The so-called antidote was the drug itself. That night, Qingxiu didn't go anywhere. He stayed with Su Xiaochun all night. Concubines were beautiful, yes, but he couldn't neglect his first wife just because of them. The next morning, the palace sent a messenger to summon Qingxiu to court. Entering the Hall of Supreme Harmony, Qingxiu noticed many strange looks, some filled with disbelief, others watching like it was a good show, especially from several censors of the 5 surnames 7 clans, particularly Wang Qunan from the Wang family of Taiyuan. Inside the hall, 3 ragged old men knelt on the floor. "Your humble subject greets your majesty." After saluting Li Er, Qingxiu stood at the center of the hall. Li Er expressionlessly asked, "Duke Qing, do you recognize these 3 old farmers?" Qingxiu shook his head, "I do not." "Why does your majesty ask?" Li Er twitched at the corner of his mouth and said helplessly, "You may not know them, but they know you." "Oh?" Qingxiu became interested. He smiled, "Are they here to accuse me or to provide important leads?" Li Er asked coldly, "You 3, look closely. Is this the man?" One old farmer looked at Qingxiu and firmly said, "Your majesty, it's him. It's definitely him." "Yes, it's him. I wouldn't mistake it." "I wouldn't either." Qingxiu asked, confused, "Your majesty, what does this mean?" Li Er said with a troubled face, "These 3 said that 2 afternoons before your assassination, they saw you with over 10 masked men near the woods outside Sanha village. They even heard you talking with the black-clad men. What you discussed is very similar to what Zhang He confessed. Duke Qing, how do you explain this?" Qingxiu laughed suddenly, "Really? Then I suppose these 3 old farmers are witnesses." "Yes. They've heard the rumors about the assassination and knew it was serious. So they went to report to the prefecture office early this morning. Now that multiple people are accusing you, what more do you have to say?" Lu Zhengwei sneered, "Duke Qing really has some tricks. If not for these 3 witnesses, I'd still be bearing the blame for the attempt on your life. So in the end, it really was your doing?" Wang Qunan stepped forward with the court tablet and declared righteously, "Your Majesty, the Duke of Zhen framed a noble duke. With both material and witness evidence, there's no need for further investigation. He should be punished immediately to uphold the laws of the Tang dynasty." Seeing Wang Qunan jump out, Qingxiu couldn't hide his smile. "Once the truth is revealed, will he cry? Your Majesty, the Duke of Zhen has evil intent. To frame Lord Xing with such conspiracies and deceptions, by law he should be beheaded. Please order his execution to set an example." "I concur, Your Majesty." "I concur as well." Several censors from the 5 surnames also stepped forward, except for Lu Shoulin, because Lu Yuxing had recently been accused of plotting to assassinate a marquis, and when his entire clan was executed, Lu Shoulin was also beheaded. Li Er already disliked Lu Shoulin. Although many pleaded for him, Li Er still ordered his extermination. Among the censors, the one who leapt forward the most enthusiastically was Wang Qunan, the deputy censor. Li Er toyed with a glaze-tipped brush in his hand, asked with a half-smile, "Duke Qing, do you still have anything to say?" Qingxiu cupped his hands and smiled, "Your Majesty, do you remember 7 days ago I said that Zhang He would personally confess the mastermind behind this?" "Oh?" Li Er said with keen interest, "Duke Qing is so confident, I wonder if Zhang He now wants to reveal the true mastermind?" The officials began whispering again. Qingxiu nodded. Zhang He is outside the hall. Your Majesty may summon him at any time for personal questioning. Li Er stood and said urgently, quick, bring Zhang He into the hall. Soon, Zhang He, bound tightly and struggling, was brought into the hall of supreme harmony. The attendant removed the rag from his mouth. Zhang He's first action was to crawl toward Qingxiu, shouting incoherently, antidote. Give me the antidote. Ahahaha, quickly, antidote. Qingxiu lifted his leg and stomped on Zhang He's leg. With a crack, Zhang He's leg broke. In agony, Zhang He regained some clarity. Qingxiu leaned down and said, Zhang He, recite what you confessed to me yesterday once more. I'll give you the antidote, confess early, be freed early. Zhang He cried with snot and tears, I am a death soldier raised by clan elder Wang Buqing of the Taiyuan Wang family. It was Wang Jinghuai, Wang Buqing's grandson, who told me to do this. All of it was ordered by Wang Jinghuai. Li Er stood up suddenly, unable to hide his excitement. He realized today he could legitimately destroy one of the 5 surnamed 7 clans. Not only that, when confiscating their estates, they'd find hundreds of unpublished rare texts. This was invaluable. Antidote. Antidote. Zhang He, a grown man, began to cry loudly, Your Grace, please give me the antidote. I already confessed. I'm in pain, please give me the antidote. Qingxiu produced longevity paste and used a small silver spoon to feed Zhang He a little of it. Immediately, Zhang He seemed transported. Covered in sweat, he lay on the ground with half-closed eyes, enjoying relief. The officials gasped. My God, such a poison, more extreme than a day and night of torture by the Court of Judicial Review. The mastermind is the Taiyuan Wang family? The Taiyuan Wang clan is doomed. They'll be executed to root. I wonder what poison Duke Qing revealed that works so terrifyingly. As expected of Duke Qing, truly masterful. No way, you're making it up, Wang Qunan sweated coldly, glancing at Zhang He, then nervously said to Li Er, Your Majesty, you can't trust Zhang He's words. He's under duress, Duke Qing forced him to say this. He was delirious, we can't believe him. Oh? Li Er responded coldly, Censor Wang, so you're saying that since you're mentally clear now, I should only listen to you. Wang Qunan knelt, trembling, Your Majesty, forgive me, I didn't mean that. I mean Zhang He was delirious, his words are nonsense and not trustworthy. Qingxiu sneered, then let Zhang He speak again once he's fully lucid. He kicked him and asked coldly, Zhang He, are you mentally clear now? Zhang He's face changed. He frowned but then said weakly, Your Majesty, I am clear-headed now. My confession earlier was given with full consciousness. I can repeat it. My name isn't Zhang He, it's Wang Zhansi, of the Taiyuan Wang clan. I was a marginal figure. The only way forward was to become a death soldier for the Wang family so my family could live well. Recently, Wang Jinghuai approached me to carry out this plot against the Duke of Zhen. Wang Jinghuai is the mastermind behind the assassination. Every word I said is truthful. Wang Qunan turned pale and his legs trembled. The 3 old farmers kneeling in the hall also weakened. Although they were morally dubious, they weren't fools, they realized the person who paid them to testify wasn't the mastermind. Wang Qunan trembled, Nonsense, nonsense, how could a member of the Wang family instruct you? You, Zhang He, you can't slander people. Li Er frowned and scolded, Censor Wang, shut up and return to the censorate. Wang Qunan slumped to the floor and nearly collapsed into the sensory area. Others looked at him with pity and maintained distance, wary of taint by association. Li Er regarded the 3 farmers with authority and solemnly asked, I'll ask you one last time, did you truly witness Duke Qing plotting with masked men? One old farmer trembled, Your Majesty, perhaps we saw wrong. Yes, we could have been mistaken. I was wrong too. False or not, 3 people claiming to be wrong, your eyes must be worthless. Summon guards and take these 3 to the Court of Judicial Review, remove their eyes, and torture them severely. The chief farmer collapsed, crying, Your Majesty, please spare my life. I confess, the pig-headed Zhao gave me 100 taels of silver to say this. It was Zhao who instructed us to come and testify. Please have mercy. We were instructed by Zhao. Li Er coldly laughed, What nerve you have, to frame a marquis in court, and dare to deceive your emperor? Dai Zhou, take them to the Court of Judicial Review. Secure information on Zhao, then send them all to be hanged at Shishir Vegetable Market. The 3 farmers instantaneously regretted, one even fainted from fear. Taiyuan Wang clan, just one Taiyuan Wang family. Li Er said harshly, the Taiyuan Wang clan conspired to assassinate a duke, stirring chaos in the court, deceiving the sovereign. By law, their entire clan will be executed. 100 Rider Department, immediately go to Taiyuan. Arrest all members of the Wang clan and bring them to Chang'an for execution. And also that Wang Qunan, He's also a direct member of the Taiyuan Wang family. Strip him of office and punish him as accomplice. Wang Chunan was scared so badly he wet and soiled himself on the spot. Censor Wang, where's that arrogance of yours? Qingxiu looked at the limp Wang Chunan on the ground and chuckled. I told you from the start, when your Wang family gets wiped out, I'll bring you down too. You surely didn't disappoint me. Wang Chunan suddenly sprang up, his eyes red, and shouted, you blind bastard. I'll kill you. He hadn't reached Qingxiu when a palace guard rushed in and kicked him far away. Then they dragged him away like a dead dog. Outside the hall, Wang Chuanan's roar echoed, blind bastard, even as a ghost I won't forgive you. What hatred is this? Qingxiu thought, I didn't do anything to you, now even as a ghost you won't forgive me? Li Er looked displeased, what kind of people are you? You've made my court filthy. If Duke Qing hadn't had a way to prove his innocence, he'd have suffered terrible injustice. Now the facts have shown he is innocent. You lowly officials who kicked him while he was down, I see it all. Where is your integrity as officials? Many civilian officials bowed their heads. With the truth out, Li Er ended the court at once and withdrew behind the grand hall. The officials dispersed. Qingxiu walked out, softly sighing, ah, fame truly brings trouble. Someone gently patted him on the back, it was Chang Yaojin. Uncle Chang wants to see me? Qingxiu asked softly. Chang Yaojin showed no expression. In a low voice, come to my residence later. I have something to say to you. Qingxiu was curious, not sure what Chang Yaojin wanted. He followed Chang Yaojin's carriage to Huaidfang. Chang Yaojin's mansion was there. The courtyard was huge, and the side yard had more than 10 cows. No wonder his estate always had dead cows. He and Qingxiu entered the residence. Qingxiu asked, Uncle Chang, why did you have me come here? Chang Yaojin first smiled, then turned serious, I have good news and bad news. Which do you want first? Qingxiu smiled, isn't that the classic fortune dependence next to misfortune? Haha. Chang Yaojin laughed, who knows, both might be good. Then I'll hear the bad news first. Chang Yaojin motioned to a servant, bring Chou'er here. The servant fetched someone from the back garden. 2 middle-aged women approached, one plump with a wealthy face, one voluptuous and mature. Master has returned so soon? Chang Yaojin smiled and said to Qingxiu, this is your 2 aunts. Qingxiu cupped his hands, greetings to both aunts. The plump woman smiled kindly, so you are the Duke Qing our master often mentions? Certainly handsome, a lot better than our ugly Chou'er. The other woman examined Qingxiu closely, like a mother-in-law checking a son-in-law. Qingxiu felt tense, perhaps he was being introduced to his concubine? He worried. Did Chang Yaojin have a daughter? If she looked like him, that'd be terrible. He must reject firmly. At that moment, Cheng Chuemo ran from the back garden. Father, you called for me? Ah, Duke Qing is here. Cheng Chuemo laughed and greeted him. Chang Yaojin said, let's talk in the study. Lady, have the servants bring some tea. They entered the sitting room. Qingxiu asked, Uncle Cheng, what did you want to see me about? Chang Yaojin said, let Chou'er tell you. He looked at Cheng Chuemo. Chou'er, tell everything you heard at Qingwan House a few days ago. Qingwan House? At the name, Qingxiu smirked. Cheng Chuemo looked embarrassed, but quickly composed himself and whispered, 2 days ago I visited Qingwan House and bumped into Lu Xuanxiang. He was with some gambling den thugs. You know, Lu Xuanxiang is Lu Xuani's younger brother, son of Lu Zhengwei. They seem to be plotting something. I casually overheard that Lu Xuanxiang believes you killed his brother and wants revenge. He had those thugs in Sanha village find someone to testify against you. I planned to tell you originally, but after we came back I first told my father. He forbade me, but it nearly drove me crazy holding it in. Chang Yaojin laughed, I didn't forbid Chou'er from telling you. I plan to wait for court tomorrow. If you couldn't prove your innocence, then Chou'er would speak. But you're capable, if you can pry open a death soldier's mouth, my worry was unnecessary. You know, I and Lu Zhengwei fought side by side in war. Though I favor you, I can't publicly help you. So I told you, it's for you to handle. Qingxiu was grateful, thank you, Uncle Cheng. I'll send some fine wine over later. Haha. Chang Yaojin laughed, of course. By the way, another cow died at my place last night. Later have Chou'er bring you a hind leg. Qingxiu nodded. Then he said, those 3 old men who testified in court, they were likely arranged by Lu Xuanxiang. Most likely. Qingxiu then asked, and the other matter you mentioned? Chang Yaojin looked at him, smiled without speaking. Cheng Chuemo came close and whispered with a grin, brother-in-law, your peach blossom luck has arrived. Qingxiu's expression changed slightly, corner of his mouth twitching. Chuemo, don't say nonsense. How would I marry your sister? So indeed, that must be the bad news, right? But Qingxiu couldn't imagine Cheng Yaojin having a sister older than Chu Mo, impossible. In history, there was none. Cheng Chu Mo spoke seriously, who's talking nonsense? If you marry my cousin after some days, wouldn't that make you my cousin-in-law? Cousin? Qingxiu froze. Cheng Chu Mo is about 14, at that age girls would already be married. If that cousin is older than Chu Mo, probably by 7 or 8 years, it's unlikely she's unmarriageable. And with Cheng Yaojin and Cheng Chu Mo being so awkward-looking, even if she's only related by marriage, a woman over 20 unmarried must be a niece of Madame Cheng. Madame Cheng is quite overweight, almost 200 pounds. Imagine her niece? Qingxiu dared not think further. Cold sweat appeared on his forehead. No, absolutely not. Cheng Yaojin asked curiously, my worthy nephew, why do you look like you're facing a great enemy? Is your health unwell? Qingxiu gave a dry laugh, Uncle Cheng is too kind. I already have 6 wives and concubines at home. In addition, there are 2 who haven't formally joined the household yet, one is His Majesty's beloved princess, the other is the Yen family's legitimate daughter. That makes 8 women in total. If I were to marry another? I fear my main wife would become so angry she'd drown herself. Surely you don't want to see my wife and child both die. Cheng Yaojin's face showed surprise. 8? Yes, 8, Qingxiu said bitterly. My official wife is Xiaochun, my second concubine is Yunyang, third is Zhangsun Pingting, fourth is Ling Yuchan, the innkeeper from Baiwei Inn. Cheng Yaojin puzzled, that's only 4. Even including the princess and Yen daughter, that's 6. Where do 8 come from? Qingxiu awkwardly replied, Uncle Cheng doesn't know, there are 2 more concubines I haven't publicized, they were quietly brought into the household. They are from a Miao village. Cheng Yaojin said with envy. Nephew, you really have abundant luck. When you mentioned Miao village girls, I immediately knew who they are. Are they the 2 you rescued from the Dili Sea dungeon? Qingxiu thought briefly and nodded, that explanation made sense. Cheng Yaojin frowned, that brings it to 8. Since it's already 8, 1 more wouldn't hurt. Men generally have 3 wives and 4 concubines. 1 more marriage isn't a problem. No, absolutely not. Qingxiu shook his head repeatedly. Cheng Chu Mo spoke urgently, Brother Qing, don't rush to refuse. This is my maternal family's direct niece. Her figure and face are both incomparable, she's the downright beauty of the world. And she's the legitimate daughter of the Chui clan of Qinghe. Every scholar in the land dreams of marrying the Chui's legitimate daughter. And you're refusing her? Qingxiu startled, isn't she your Aunt Pei's niece? Cheng Yaojin curled his mouth, nephew, even I didn't favor that niece of Aunt Pei. Saying her for you would harm you. The niece in question is Aunt Chui's family, and she's been widowed a long time. Widow? Qingxiu's face fell dark. Cheng Yaojin quickly explained, nephew, don't be upset yet, listen. Aunt Chui's niece is a famous great talent in the Qinghe area. If she had been male, she'd surely top the imperial exam. Nephew, you don't know, although she is a widow, on the night of her wedding she drank herself to death at the wedding feast. She's been widowed for 7 years. When her father-in-law and husband both passed away, the family began arranging remarriage. All the proposals were scholars in their 30s or 40s, whom she couldn't tolerate. So she came from Qinghe to seek refuge with Aunt Chui. A widow, a married woman, a mature young wife. Qingxiu, wearing a blindfold, might have had green eyes from envy. Still, he had seen women before. And with 7 or 8 women already, 1 more would truly be excessive, and risk upsetting the existing wives. So Qingxiu said with difficulty, it's not that I'm rejecting Uncle Cheng's face, my household is truly full. How about this, I'll discuss it with my wives first. If they consent, then of course it's natural. If they can't accept it, then I'm sorry. That's right. Cheng Yaojin nodded repeatedly and laughed, Cho'er, go bring your brother-in-law a hind leg of beef. Quick. All right, brother-in-law, just wait, I'll fetch it right away. Cheng Chu Mo cheerfully went off for the leg of beef. Qingxiu sighed sadly, Uncle Cheng, the outcome isn't settled yet. Please don't let Chu Mo run ahead. Sooner or later this matter will happen. Cheng Yaojin began to beat around the bush. What sooner or later marriage? Qingxiu felt depressed. Cheng Chu Mo returned bearing a hind leg of beef. Cheng Yaojin instructed, put it on your brother-in-law's carriage, deliver it to him. Let's go, brother-in-law. Cheng Chu Mo pushed Qingxiu playfully out the door. Before leaving the Cheng residence, Qingxiu glimpsed a face in God's eye view. An oval face, perfect skin, naturally arched brows, softly colored lips, hair neatly pinned in a woman's bun. Her peach blossom eyes were moist and seemed to speak. Her figure was particularly full and firm, a rare beauty in the world. Could this be Aunt Chui's niece? The charming widow was secretively studying Qingxiu until he exited the mansion. Then Lady Cui tapped her shoulder with a smile and teasingly asked, "How is she?" "Not bad, right? Did you fancy him?" Lei Yuran blushed and shyly replied, "Aunt, this is our first meeting, you tease too much." Cheng Yaojin approached with swinging arms and laughed, "If you fancied him, you fancied him. You've been widowed 7 years, so why so shy? If you like him, boldly admit it, your uncle guarantees this engagement is nailed down." Lei Yuran's face went bright red. "Uncle, aren't you too hasty?" "Hasty? If I wasn't hasty, should I send you back to Qinghe to marry some 30 or 40-year-old teacher?" Lei Yuran hesitated, then shyly bowed, "I obey uncle." Then she quietly ran back to the rear courtyard. Cheng Yaojin laughed heartily. After leaving the Cheng residence, Qingxiu instructed Wei Laojiu, "Old Jiu, I'll walk back myself. You ride to Sanha village and order all our guards to watch every city gate and exit of Chang'an. If young Master Lu Xuanji tries to leave the city, capture him wherever he is." "All right, my lord. Please be careful." Wei Laojiu untied the horses and mounted straight for Sanha village. Meanwhile, at Lord Xing's mansion, Lu Zhenghui returned home in a poor mood. He had yet to see the avenger of his son's death suffer. Young Lu Xuanji, hearing his father had returned, excitedly ran through the courtyard. "Father, you're home so soon?" Seeing Xuanji, Lu Zhenghui nodded and smiled, "Yes." "Ha ha." Xuanji laughed, "You look so happy, there must have been big news at court today, right? I bet that blind one who killed my brother got thrown into the Dili Sea." Saying that, Xuanji showed a triumphant expression. Lu Zhenghui frowned and asked, "Why do you say that?" Xuanji whispered mysteriously, "Father, were there 3 old men at court today accusing the blind one? With witness and material evidence, has His Majesty sentenced him yet?" Lu Zhenghui's face changed drastically. He suddenly stood and asked, "Those 3 old men, did you arrange them?" Xuanji smugly said, "Yes, I did. When you returned looking worried, I wanted to help. So I thought of this plan. Father, please tell me, has His Majesty convicted the blind one? When is the public execution? We should go watch, it'll be vengeance for my brother." At that moment, Lu Zhenghui felt 1,000 curses run through his heart. He wished he could slap Xuanji into the wall so hard it wouldn't come off. Lu Zhenghui was completely baffled by his son's reckless scheme. A clump of beard hair on his chin twitched as he suddenly raised his hand and slapped Lu Xuanxiang across the face. Slap. A crisp sound. Lu Xuanxiang saw stars, swayed, and clutched his instantly swelling cheek, stunned. "Father, why did you hit me?" "You fool!" Lu Zhenghui shouted angrily. "Idiot, who told you to make decisions on your own? Such a big matter, why didn't you consult me first?" Lu Xuanxiang, filled with grievance, replied, "Father, I saw you looking worried lately, I just wanted to help you." Lu Zhenghui raised his hand again, but it didn't land. His face twitched repeatedly. "Enough, enough," Lu Zhenghui sighed in resignation, then sat down, helpless. "You're trying to get your father killed." "Father, why would you say that?" Lu Xuanxiang asked confused. Lu Zhenghui looked at him with disappointment and said weakly, "Those 3 old men you had testify falsely, they've been arrested and are being harshly tortured in the court of judicial review. Framing a marquis is a serious crime that could get our entire family executed." "What?" Lu Xuanxiang's face turned pale and his voice trembled. "How could this happen? This perfect plan, how could they get caught?" Lu Zhenghui lamented, "If the assassin had stuck to blaming Duke Qing for your father's disgrace, then your 3 witnesses would have been perfect, as divine testimony convicting Duke Qing. But yesterday at court, the assassin actually told the truth, and your 3 informants were so scared they confessed everything themselves." Lu Xuanxiang calmed down and suddenly smiled. "Don't worry, father, they won't implicate me. Because I never contacted those 3 old men directly. I hired Li Lao Gue from the gambling den to handle this entirely. Li Lao Gue is a trusted guard you personally recruited. He would never betray me." Lu Zhenghui's expression softened somewhat, but he still frowned. "You said yourself, no matter how loyal, you can't gamble the lives of your entire family on him. Even one risk is too much. So what should we do?" Lu Xuanxiang asked. Lu Zhenghui thought briefly. His eyes showed killing intent as he spoke in a low voice. "To ensure nothing goes wrong, we have to throw Li Lao Gue away. You ignore him completely. Pack your things and leave the city immediately. Go to Luoyang to stay with your aunt. Hide there a while." Lu Xuanxiang's heart jumped and he said in fear, "Father, are you planning to kill Li Lao Gue?" Lu Zhenghui snapped, "If we don't kill him, he becomes a root of disaster. To take myself completely out of the affair, we must remove Li Lao Gue. Only when there's no one left to testify against us is it safe. But Li Lao Gue has followed us. Get out." Lu Zhenghui roared. Immediately pack and go to Luoyang. If you hadn't acted alone, this wouldn't have escalated this far. Go now, reflect deeply while you're there. Yes, father. I will pack now. Lu Xuanxiang dared not argue further, he gloomily began gathering his things. A moment later, several fit men entered the alley, bowed respectfully to Lu Zhenghui. Lu Zhenghui took a pouch of money from the table, opened it to reveal a bag full of gold ingots. He looked around and said in a low voice, "You trained for days, now it's time to use you. Your service is needed." The leader of the men straightened and replied solemnly, "Master, please command." Lu Zhenghui spoke quietly, "Wei Yi, take your brothers to Anil Gambling House. Eliminate Li Lao Gue. Then take this money and flee. Never return to Chang'an." Wei Yi asked, "Master, when should we act?" "Now." "Now?" Wei Yi was shocked. "Yes." Lu Zhenghui declared firmly. "This matter is urgent, if Li Lao Gue survives today, our entire house will die. Do it cleanly." Wei Yi said nothing more, grabbed the money pouch, and exited with his brothers. At that moment, Qingxiu alone arrived at Anil Gambling House, the address given by Cheng Chumo. The day he met Lu Xuanxiang, Li Lao Gue the gambler boss was present. Qingxiu's goal was straightforward, immobilize Li Lao Gue first. He removed his blindfold and pocketed it. Inside the casino, he blended with the crowd. As long as he didn't stare people in the eyes, no one would suspect he was blind. He theatrically placed a few bets and lost all his gold beans. Then Qingxiu cursed at the dice dealer, "Damn it, every time I lose. You aren't cheating, are you?" The servant dealer smiled, "Sir, our house prides itself on fairness. If we caught anyone cheating, they'd lose a hand. I'd never dare cheat. If you lost money, your luck was just bad." Qingxiu growled, "Bad luck? Who are you kidding? Losing once or twice is bad luck, but I bet over 20 times and lost every round. If that's not cheating, then what is?" Other patrons who had also lost began to join in the disturbance. "Yes, cheat. Give me my money back. I lost more than 10 times as well, he must be cheating. Refund us." The dealer's face darkened. He responded firmly, "Sir, you must be trying to cause trouble. In dice gambling, some win and some lose. You lost, but look at them, each of them won big. Indeed, some players had won substantial sums, including 2 big winners, and even the house had lost considerable money." The dealer retorted, "Moreover, the house lost hundreds of taels of silver. If we were cheating, why would we let ourselves lose? Are we idiots?" "Heh!" Qingxiu coldly sneered, "Those 2 who won big, that's surely your plant. They won plenty, maybe after, you all go somewhere and split the earnings. Who agrees?" "Yes. That's it, makes sense. Among so many losers, only 2 winners, definitely inside players. Conspiracy, they conspired." The atmosphere suddenly lit up. The crowd questioned those 2 winners as they looked nervous. Qingxiu was right, they were the casino's plants. "Are you deliberately looking for trouble?" the dice dealer's assistant snapped angrily, his master joining him as they reached under the table and simultaneously pulled out shining clubs. The boss spoke sternly, "No one forced you to gamble. If you want to continue, bet honestly. If not, get out. Our Anil Gambling House has run on integrity for years. And you dare accuse us of cheating? You must want to die." With that, both the boss and assistant brandished clubs, trying to intimidate Qingxiu. Qingxiu rolled up his sleeves and cursed, "You old hag, you cheat but don't want people to say so? Grandpa's not afraid, if you have clubs, I've got clubs." He drew his cane sword and struck the table so hard the table nearly split in 2. The situation instantly turned tense. The entire gambling house fell silent as patrons crowded around. Most of the house's enforcers rushed from all directions to encircle Qingxiu, at least 30 or 40 men. "What's going on?" a gruff voice called out from nearby. A hulking man with fierce eyes parted the crowd and approached. People stepped aside, and a servant hurried up to whisper into his ear. The hulking man moved closer and smiled, "Young brother, our Anil Gambling House is respectable. We never cheat. Wins and losses happen, that's normal, right?" Qingxiu cut open a die with one swing of his cane and tapped the exposed silver block. With a cold laugh he said, "Lies, take a good look at this. If this isn't cheating, what is?" The hulking man remained expressionless. He looked at the dice dealer's assistant, and sternly asked, "You dared cheat behind my back?" The assistant calmly bowed his hands and said, "Whatever Ghost Lord decides." The hulking man nodded, then told those behind him, "Take him, more hands." After the assistant was dragged to the courtyard, a terrible scream echoed. Everyone gasped in shock. But Qingxiu merely twitched his mouth. Through his god's eye view, he saw the assistant laughing and chatting outside. He hadn't lost hands or feet and could easily return later to continue dealing dice. The ghost lord turned to Qingxiu and bowed, smiling. Satisfied now? This is what cheating gets you in Annal House. Do you believe we don't cheat? Qingxiu sneered. I still don't believe it. Unless you refund my money, I won't believe you haven't cheated. Many around frowned, thinking Qingxiu was going too far. A bystander warned, young brother, this is Ghost Lord's territory. Make him angry and you won't end well. Others were already chopped, don't push your luck. Qingxiu retorted, did you actually see him chopped? Anyone here? Suddenly many hesitated, doubts appearing on their faces. The Ghost Lord's expression darkened. Kid, it seems you came looking for conflict. Did you even ask who Li Lao Gue is before stirring this up? You should figure out how you want to die. Qingxiu shouted, fuck it, I did come looking for trouble. If you don't refund, I'll burn your gambling house down. Qingxiu's attitude was extremely arrogant, inviting a blow. Fine. Li Lao Gue sarcastically nodded, since you're looking for trouble, don't blame me for being impolite. You all seize him, break his limbs and throw him out. At Li Lao Gue's words, over a dozen enforcers charged. Most bettors looked on in pity. Who would pick a fight with the notorious Li Lao Gue? But then shockingly, Qingxiu raised his blind cane and flashed through the enforcers. With the sound of bones cracking and screams of agony, one after another they fell. Within breaths, 10+ men lay on the ground clutching broken legs and howling like ghosts. Li Lao Gue's pupils tightened, he immediately recognized Qingxiu as a top-tier fighter. Everyone, attack together. Kill or be killed. Li Lao Gue felt dread rising as he realized Qingxiu might be here because of him. The remaining 30 or so enforcers, armed with clubs and swords, surged forward, encircling Qingxiu tightly. The battle ring echoed with gut-wrenching cries. As people collapsed, Li Lao Gue's forehead sweat began pooling. He took 2 steps back then tried to flee. He didn't understand Qingxiu's motive fully, but seeing the young man's brutal resolve, he knew continuing would cost him dearly. His only option, run. Before he could get 2 steps, his knee buckled in excruciating pain, and he collapsed. A wooden club had struck his knee. As he tried to stand, he felt weight at his neck. He looked up and saw a warlike young man holding the club against the back of his neck. Who are you? We have no feud. Why do this to me? Li Lao Gue said, voice low, if you want money, you can take mine. I swear I won't report you. Qingxiu cursed, damn. Then should I be a robber? I don't want a single copper from here. But since you let your men cheat people, I must take you to the authorities. Having said that, Qingxiu grabbed Li Lao Gue by his collar and began walking out. The gamblers looked at each other in confusion, then chaos erupted as they scrambled for money. In a blink, the gambling house was emptied. Human greed displayed in full force. When Wei Yi arrived, the place was already in shambles. Frowning, he grabbed a wounded assistant and asked, what happened here? Where's Li Lao Gue? The assistant, through pain, described the scene. Wei Yi's face changed sharply. He urged, quick, don't let him go to the authorities. He mounted his horse and charged off. The day was hot, and the streets weren't crowded. Wei Yi soon spotted Qingxiu. He raised a hand to halt and frowned, wait, that man was supposed to take Li Lao Gue to the authorities. Why is he heading the other way? One subordinate answered, boss, he might be lost. Never mind, catch up and kill Li Lao Gue first. With that, Wei Yi and his men gave chase. Qingxiu noticed 7 men approaching but didn't hesitate. He assumed they were casino enforcers. Brother, we have no grievances or enmity, where are you taking me? What exactly are you going to do to me? Old Ghostly tried to break free, but the other man's grip was like iron pincers, unbreakable. He gradually calmed down. I came to... Qingxiu suddenly stopped mid-sentence, his eyebrows raised slightly as he suddenly halted. From a god's eye view, he locked onto 7 people quickly chasing from behind. All 7 were equipped with tang swords, their steps light, clearly skilled fighters. Qingxiu frowned, thinking to himself, is this another group coming to kill me? Soon, the group surrounded them. Wei Ming glanced around coldly and said in a harsh voice, hand him over, and I'll spare your life. Qingxiu was clearly stunned for a moment. He more or less guessed their purpose, and a faint smile appeared on his face. With just a little thought, he could tell they were obviously here to silence Old Ghostly. He had been worrying about getting Old Ghostly to confess and testify against Lu Xuanxiang, in order to wipe out the Lu family, their potential enemies. Now it was great, Lu's group had given him the perfect excuse themselves. Qingxiu placed Old Ghostly on the ground and whispered, weren't you asking me what I was going to do to you and where I was taking you? I'll tell you now, someone wants to kill you to silence you. I came to save you and take you somewhere safe. Old Ghostly frowned, someone wants to kill me? Who would want that? Sure, I've offended some people, but just common gamblers, not anyone important. Qingxiu chuckled, you really forget important things easily. Didn't Lu Xuanxiang ask you for help a few days ago? That matter is falling apart, and he's scared of getting implicated, so he wants you dead to keep it all hidden. Old Ghostly was shocked, staring at Qingxiu in disbelief. How do you know that? Qingxiu calmly replied, because I'm the one you arranged for someone to frame, under Lu Xuanxiang's orders. You're the Marquis of the State? Old Ghostly panicked. His throat moved repeatedly. He shook his head in disbelief. No, impossible. I used to be a guard beside Prince Xing of Xinghua. We faced life and death together many times, we were like brothers. He would never have me killed. What a fool, Qingxiu sighed. Looks like you won't give up until you hit a dead end. A few steps away, Wei Ming's expression changed rapidly. They hadn't even started fighting, and the other side had already figured out who they were. How could they continue like this? Qingxiu said mockingly, Lu's group is just a grasshopper after autumn, they won't last long. Even if you kill this man in the street, you'll just end up living as fugitives in the dark. You must already know who I am. I can guarantee you, if you testify together against Lu's crimes, I'll give you a way out. At least you can live a peaceful life in the second half of your lives. Wei Ming narrowed his eyes and said, I don't know what you're talking about. Who's Lu? Who's the Marquis of the State? I just have a grudge with Old Ghostly and came for revenge. What's wrong with that? Old Ghostly looked confused. Brother, I don't even know you. What grudge do we have? Wei Ming casually said, my younger brother gambled in your casino and got scammed. He lost all our mother's life-saving money and, ashamed to face the family, hanged himself in the city god temple. That's our grudge. Qingxiu twitched his mouth. Can't you come up with a more ridiculous excuse? Wei Ming sneered, that's my reason. Enough talk. If you want to save him, I'll kill you too. Brothers, go. The other 6 didn't hesitate. They drew their swords and charged swiftly. Qingxiu didn't draw his blade but used his blind cane to fight. The 6 were decent fighters, but compared to him, they were nothing. With just a few moves, 3 of Wei Ming's brothers were knocked unconscious. Wei Ming was terrified. Without hesitation, he turned and ran, shouting, retreat. Too late. Qingxiu moved faster, struck 3 more times, and the remaining 3 fell. Wei Ming broke into a cold sweat, terrified. He had roamed the land for years and seen many masters, but never one like this. His strength was frightening. He even thought of giving up escape. He didn't get far, only a few dozen meters, before a gust of wind came from behind. Wei Ming turned, slashing with his blade, but pain surged from the back of his knee as Qingxiu's cane struck it hard. Wei Ming fell flat, flipped over and swung again, his other foot kicking the ground frantically. Terrified, he pointed behind Qingxiu and shouted, Old Ghost ran away, aren't you going to chase him? In fact, Old Ghost had already fled while Qingxiu was chasing Wei Ming. But under Qingxiu's god's eye view, no movement escaped his notice, running away was impossible. Let him run, it's the same if I catch you. Qingxiu raised his cane and knocked the tang sword out of Wei Ming's hand. Just one hit tore Wei Ming's palm open. Wei Ming gave up, closed his eyes, and said, winner takes all. Kill or torture, do as you like. You pretending to be tough? Qingxiu knocked him out cold with a blow to the neck. He took a gold bean from his pocket and gave it to a ragged little girl nearby, smiling, if officers come, stop them from taking anyone. Say these are criminals wanted by the Marquis. Understand? I understand. The little girl replied but didn't take the gold bean. Qingxiu smiled, stuffed it into her hand, and turned to leave. Luckily, King Longfang wasn't far. Soon they arrived at the Qing mansion. He had the gatekeeper bring a few servants to carry all 7 of Wei Ming's group off the street. Qingxiu himself headed to a house near the gambling den. He kicked open the door. It was silent inside, the doors shut. Qingxiu sat calmly on a stone stool and said lazily, Are you coming out yourself, or should I beat you up and drag you out? Your choice. Inside, Old Ghost was shocked. Damn, I hid so well, how did he find me? This doesn't make sense. I'll count to 3. If you don't come out, I'm coming in. 1. The next second, the door opened. Old Ghost stood there awkwardly. I'm out. Smart move. Come with me. Qingxiu walked out first. Old Ghost followed helplessly. Qing residence, backyard. After being splashed with several basins of ice water, Wei Ming and his 6 brothers all shivered and instantly woke up. Once they were awake and saw they were surrounded by people, they were startled. They tried to get up to fight, but remembering what happened before they fainted, they all gave up resisting and lay back on the ground. Though lying down, their eyes were all fixed on Wei Ming. Wei Ming was still stubborn. Young man, this is going too far. We were only going to take revenge on Old Ghostly. You saved him, that's fine, but why did you bring us here? Qingxiu sneered, stop acting. You're already in trouble yourselves, and still thinking of protecting your boss? You're just being foolish. Wei Ming said seriously, acting? I really don't understand what you're talking about. All right. Qingxiu nodded. I hope you stay this tough. Even if you are tough, there must be 1 or 2 cowards among your brothers, right? 3 of the 6 showed complicated expressions. Wei Ming's face changed too. Still lying down, he looked around and said in a deep voice, even if you don't think for yourselves, at least think of your families? The 6 froze at the same time. Wei Ming looked coldly at Qingxiu and said, kill us or torture us, do as you please. But expecting us to betray anything? That's impossible. Don't waste your time. Qingxiu was puzzled. What did Lu's group feed you to make you so loyal? He was almost envious of such loyal subordinates. That level of loyalty was on par with Lord Guan. Wei Ming simply closed his eyes and shook his head. Lu who? I don't even know him. Qingxiu shook his head and clicked his tongue. TSK, you're so loyal to Lu, but have you ever thought that while you risk your lives to kill and silence for him, he sacrifices all 7 of you just to protect himself? That's too cruel. I wouldn't do that. I won't ask anymore what your relationship with Lu is. Since you won't say, let's try another way. I'll release your 6 brothers, have them say that old Ghostly is already dead, and that you were caught alive by the gambling house. Let's see if Lu will send someone to silence you too. Wei Ming's face changed, glaring angrily, you, despicable, shameless. Heh, say whatever you like. Qingxiu turned to a servant and said, take some men, use a carriage, and take them out of the residence. Find a quiet place and release them. Then he said to the 6, if you want your leader to live, do as I say. If Lu doesn't send anyone to silence him, you can go wherever you want. If he does, come back, I'll give you a way to survive. The 6 looked at Wei Ming. Qingxiu frowned, what are you looking at him for? This is the chance I'm giving you. It has nothing to do with him. Don't you want to live? The 6 felt a jolt in their hearts. They all turned their heads away from Wei Ming, bowed to Qingxiu, and followed the servants to the carriage. Wei Ming's expression was also complicated. After all, no one really wants to die for someone else, and he was no exception. But Lu had shown him kindness, and he couldn't be ungrateful. Otherwise, he wouldn't be called a loyal man. Still, he really did want to know, if he was caught, would Lu try to silence him? Afternoon. Wei Ming's 6 brothers arrived at the Duke of Xing's mansion. When Lu saw them, he asked urgently, is it done? It's done, the leader nodded. Lu frowned, didn't I say that once it's done, go far away and never return to Chang'an? Why did you come back? And where's Wei Ming? Where did he go? The 6 all lowered their heads. Lu's heart jumped. He frowned and asked, speak, where is Wei Ming? One of them looked up, dejected, and said, sir, our big brother was captured by the gambling house people. They said they'd take him to the authorities. They had too many people, we couldn't do anything, so we just ran back. Lu was shocked, what? Wei Ming got caught? And he's being taken to the authorities? Everyone nodded. Lu said angrily, Wei Ming, how careless. He's so skilled, how could he get caught? He had no idea the 6 had also been captured, and were released on purpose. Lu began pacing, his eyes showing a trace of killing intent. He took a deep breath, you all leave. The farther you go, the better. I'll take care of Wei Ming's matter. The 6 froze, they were confused. This wasn't how the Marquis had scripted it. What are you standing there for? Go. The leader's eyes shifted. He clasped his hands and asked in a low voice, sir, if Wei Ming is taken to the authorities, it might not be good for you. Shouldn't we do something? Lu shook his head, I said I'll handle Wei Ming. You all leave Chang'an immediately. Yes, sir. The leader was helpless. If he said anything more, it might raise Lu's suspicions. So he bowed and left with the others. But just as they walked a bit, they heard Lu shout, wait, come back. The 6 returned. Sir, what are your orders? Lu hesitated, then sighed, although the gambling house is under old Ghost Li's name, it actually belongs to me. I've never managed it, and don't know much about it. The staff only listen to old Ghost. My own men are few. If you all leave, I won't have anyone to handle this. I can't just send my guards to openly snatch him, right? Sir is right, the leader nodded. Lu thought a moment, eyes narrowed, do one last thing for me. After it's done, each of you will get 50 taels of gold. The leader's face lit up, and he said immediately, sir, give the order. We'll go through fire and water if needed. Lu said clearly, sneak into the gambling house and kill Wei Ming. This. The group looked troubled. Lu frowned, if you don't want to, then leave Chang'an tonight. The leader pretended to hesitate, then gritted his teeth and nodded, we'll do it. Don't worry, Wei Ming trusts us. Pretending to sneak in and stab him in the back won't be hard. Lu nodded, good. Go now, be careful. Yes. The 6 left the Duke of Xing's mansion. Once outside, they exchanged glances and began whispering. The Marquis was right, Lu really does want to silence Wei Ming. What now? Take the golden run, or tell the Marquis? I think we should tell the Marquis. I heard he treats his people well. We don't know business or farming. We only have martial skills, nothing else to live on. Wherever we go, we'll just use up what we have. Better to work for the Marquis. Even as house guards, we can get good food and wine. What do you think? Nice, I think the same. Then let's go to the Qing residence. The turncoats agreed in unison and swaggered toward the Marquis's mansion. The turncoats came back. When Wei Ming saw his 6 subordinates, his heart sank. His expression grew complicated. As the saying goes, a warrior dies for one who understands him. Wei Ming had been loyal to Lu Zhengwei not only because Lu had done him a favor, but also because they shared many common ideas. If the other party had really chosen to silence him for his own safety, then there was no reason to risk his life for him. Old Ghostly was thinking the same at that moment. What he wanted to confirm was whether these people had been sent by Lu Zhengwei to silence him. If so, there was no reason for him to risk his life for Lu either. Wei Ming asked in a low voice, "Old Hu, why did you come back?" The middle-aged man named Old Hu looked conflicted and said, "Big brother, the Marquis was right. Duke Xing sent us back to silence you." Wei Ming's face darkened. Old Ghostly, shocked, said, You really came to kill me?" Old Hu looked at Wei Ming and gave a bitter smile. "Big brother, even though Duke Xing has done you a favor, that doesn't mean you should die for him. He wanted us to kill Old Ghostly to protect himself, and now he wants us to kill you for the same reason. Someone like that only thinks of himself. It's not worth dying for him." Wei Ming took a deep breath and nodded with a bitter smile. "You're right. It's not worth it to die for someone like that." He turned to Old Ghostly, cupped his hands and said, "Brother, to be honest, we were sent by Lu Zhengwei to kill you. As for the reason, I think you know better than we do." Old Ghostly's eyes bulged, panting heavily, eyes red as he roared, "How could he do this? I've followed him since I was young, traveled everywhere with him for nearly 20 years, ran his gambling house and made him so much gold and silver, and now he wants to kill me." Qingxiu said calmly, "Now you believe what I said earlier?" Old Ghostly gritted his teeth and said hatefully, "If he's heartless, then don't blame me for being disloyal. Lord Qing, I'm sorry I didn't see his true face. I was forced to help the wicked. But now, if you give the word, I'm willing to be a witness and testify against Lu Xuanxiang." Wei Ming also cupped his hands and said, "Lord Qing, I feel the same as Old Ghostly. As long as you don't mind us rough men, I'm willing to serve you with my brothers. No need to talk about risking fire or water, just being your personal guards is more than enough. If you need me, I can testify against Lu Zhengwei too." "Good." Qingxiu nodded with a smile. "You and your brother seem skilled. Be my house guards. The monthly pay is only a few taels of silver, but you'll have all the food and drink you want." Wei Ming laughed heartily, "Haha. Thanks for not looking down on us, Lord Qing. From now on, we serve you." Old Ghostly looked a bit envious, but also a bit gloomy. He knew that his crimes couldn't be overlooked. If he admitted to working with Lu Xuanxiang, even if he didn't die, he would suffer severe punishment. Qingxiu saw his concern and said to him, "Don't worry too much. I'll say a few good words for you to His Majesty." Old Ghostly was overjoyed. He immediately knelt and cupped his fists. "Thank you, Lord Qing, for not holding a grudge. If I survive, this life is yours. I'll go through fire or water for you." At that moment, a voice came from the front yard, my lord, my lord." With the shout, Wei Laojiu came into the backyard. When he saw Qingxiu, he quickly walked up and said with a smile, "My lord, that brat Lu Xuanxiang has been caught by the brothers and brought back." "Good," Qingxiu nodded. "Bring him in." Wei Laojiu left, then returned with a teenage boy in tow. Lu Xuanxiang had already been beaten, his face was swollen and bruised, full of fear. Why are you arresting me? My father is Lu Zhengwei, Duke of Xing. If you arrest me, my father won't let you go. Let me go right now." Lu Xuanxiang still didn't realize the seriousness of the situation. When he saw Old Ghostly, his body trembled and he said in shock, "Old Ghost? Why are you here?" Old Ghostly said coldly, "Why am I here? Isn't it thanks to your father?" "Am I father?" Lu Xuanxiang's face grew uneasy. Old Ghostly said sternly, "Your father sent people to silence me. You can't say you didn't know about that, right?" Lu Xuanxiang turned pale, like he'd lost his soul. Old Ghostly yelled, "You little bastard. I watched you grow up, treated you like my own. Your father wanted to kill me and you didn't even warn me? You ungrateful traitor." Lu Xuanxiang quickly shook his head, "Old Ghost, I didn't know. I didn't know my father wanted to kill you." Wei Ming gave a sarcastic smile and said with a cough, "Enough lying. When your father ordered us to kill Old Ghostly, you were outside listening. Don't think I didn't see. Lu Xuanxiang's face went blank. Even if he was dumb, he now knew where he was and who had captured him. Qingxiu came up to him with hands behind his back and asked, "Kid, do you recognize me?" Lu Xuanxiang trembled. You're Lord Qing? Not bad, at least you're not stupid. Now tell me, do you want to live or die? Lu Xuanxiang perked up and quickly knelt, nodding, I want to live, of course I want to live. Lord Qing, please spare me. If you want money, my father will send it right away. Qingxiu shook his head, I don't want money. Then what do you want? Lu Xuanxiang asked, confused. I want your father's life. Lu Xuanxiang's body shook violently. He looked at Qingxiu in disbelief. Qingxiu didn't beat around the bush. Tomorrow morning, I'll take everyone to court. As long as you claim that all your crimes were ordered by your father, I can spare your life. What do you think? Lu Xuanxiang was terrified. His body trembled violently, and his face showed hesitation, fear, and panic. No, you can't do that, please, I beg you, let me go. He sobbed and pleaded. Wei Laojiu kicked him and scolded, you little rat. Why didn't you think about this when you were framing our lord? Qingxiu waved his hand, take him away and lock him up. Lu Xuanxiang, you have one night to think it over. Tomorrow morning, I want an answer. If you don't shift the blame to your father, the one getting beheaded will be you. Take him. Lu Xuanxiang, spoiled all his life, had never faced anything like this. His face had already turned ghostly pale from fear. Su Xiaochun had been troubled these past few days, because her husband had been spending the night with 2 or even 3 concubines every night. She was very worried about Qingxiu's health, afraid that at such a young age, he would be drained completely. Because of this, she secretly held a family meeting while Qingxiu wasn't around. She even suggested that after dinner, Qingxiu should draw lots. Whichever name he drew, he would go to that person's room for the night. The lots would also include a few blanks. If he drew a blank, then too bad, he'd get a deluxe single room that night. Qingxiu didn't know about this because the lot drawing only started that very night. So after dinner, Su Xiaochun placed a small wooden box on the dinner table. Qingxiu looked at the box in confusion and asked, Wife, what's this about? Su Xiaochun cleared her throat and said, Husband, I noticed that recently you've been indulging every night, sleeping with multiple women, and not going to bed until midnight. We wives and concubines are all worried about your health. So, after discussion and unanimous agreement, starting today, you'll draw lots every day before bed. Whose name you draw, that's whose room you'll visit that night. There are also a few blanks in the box. If you draw a blank, then you'll sleep alone. After saying this, Su Xiaochun smiled sweetly and pushed the box forward, saying, Lord Qing, time to draw a lot. Qingxiu's mouth twitched. This is like picking a name plaque. Picking a name plaque? What name plaque? Su Xiaochun was stunned at first, then suddenly realized and said with excitement, Right. Why didn't I think of name plaques? I'll prepare some wooden plaques with our names on them. Whoever the Lord draws, that's who he'll spend the night with. Qingxiu looked displeased. Wife, is this really necessary? What if I keep drawing the same person every day for a month? What about the others? Li Yuqing and Lu Yunyan also showed concern on their faces. 30 like a wolf, 40 like a tiger, they were in their prime. If they didn't get any for a month, how would they survive? Su Xiaochun spread her hands and giggled, Well, that's just bad luck. I'm pregnant and can't be with you anyway, so it doesn't matter to me who you draw. Please, Lord Qing, go ahead. Qingxiu showed no interest. Fine, he'd just secretly act at night and keep it low-key. So he casually picked a folded slip from the box and threw it onto the table. Come on, let's see who husband drew. Zhang Sun Pingting urged Su Xiaochun excitedly to open it. Su Xiaochun eagerly opened the slip, and a smile appeared on her face, blank. Haha. Lord Qing sleeps alone tonight. Qingxiu's face twisted, feeling completely defeated. If he had drawn someone, he could still sneak in and have his way. But if it was a blank, sneaking around would cause too much noise. Husband, looks like you're spending the night alone today. Qingxiu noticed that they all looked like they were enjoying his misfortune. Qingxiu felt annoyed. When they were being pleased, none of them had such smug faces. Qingxiu stood up and smiled, not a bad idea. From now on, we'll draw lots. Since it's blank today, I'll just rest well. Then he left. Qingxiu wasn't letting it go, he had his own plan. If they wanted to draw lots and even added blanks, he'd draw blanks every day for a month and become a eunuch for a month. Let's see who breaks first. He planned to prepare some blank slips and keep them with him. When drawing lots, he'd swap one in. After a month, Li Yuqing, Lu Yunyan, Yunyang, Su Xiaochun, and Li Yuchan would probably beg Su Xiaochun to stop this system, they'd be parched by then. By then, Su Xiaochun's plan would collapse on its own. That night, Qingxiu didn't go to anyone's room. He slept alone and made it through the night. Early the next morning, he took Wei Ming, Old Ghostly, and Lu Xuanxiang to the Tai Chi Palace. On the way, Wei Laojiu asked, "Lord, why do you want Lu Xuanxiang to pin the crimes on Lu Zhengwei? Lu Xuanxiang arranged people to slander you, Lu Zhengwei sent people to silence Old Ghostly. The charges are already clear. If we push all the blame onto Lu Zhengwei, there'll be no reason to charge Lu Xuanxiang." Qingxiu said, "You don't understand. Back when His Majesty was still Prince Qin, Lu Zhengwei helped him conquer the land. Even if we ignore their personal friendship, just from his years of service, a charge of aiding and attempted murder won't be enough to get him executed. But if we pin everything on Lu Zhengwei and combine the crimes, then even if His Majesty wants to cover for him, or officials plead for mercy due to friendship, he still can't escape death." Wei Laojiu suddenly understood, "So that's it. As expected, Lord, you thought it all through. One more thing," Qingxiu smiled slyly, "if I don't do this, how else can I enjoy a good show of father and son turning against each other?" Wei Laojiu got goosebumps. When they arrived at the Hall of Supreme Harmony, the civil and military officials were lined up in 2 rows. The ministers paid respects. If there was something to report, they spoke. If not, they just muddled through. In court, anyone could speak, and some bickering and dodging were unavoidable. Soon it was time for Qingxiu's false accusation case. Emperor Li Er put down the scroll and said, "Lord Qing, we've identified the person behind the false accusation against you. It was an employee of the Annal Gambling House. Whether he was ordered by someone else still needs further investigation by the Supreme Court. We believe the truth will come out soon." Qingxiu cupped his hands and said, "Your Majesty need not trouble yourself. I already know who was behind it." "Oh?" Li Er was surprised. "Lord Qing, so fast? Even faster than the Supreme Court? Who's behind it?" Lu Zhengwei's expression grew unnatural. He had a bad feeling. Qingxiu said, "The witnesses are outside. Your Majesty can summon them to testify at any time." Then he turned and gave Lu Zhengwei a meaningful smile. That smile made Lu Zhengwei's heart sink. Li Er said, "Summon the witnesses." At the command, Lu Xuanxiang, Wei Ming, and Old Ghostly were brought into the hall. When Lu Zhengwei saw them, his vision went dark, and his body swayed. His face turned deathly pale. Li Er looked at Lu Xuanxiang, then at Lu Zhengwei, and frowned, "Duke of Xing, why does this boy look so much like your son?" Lu Zhengwei's mouth twitched. "Like? That is my son." He cupped his hands and said, "Replying to your Majesty, he is my second son, Lu Xuanxiang." Li Er was a little stunned. Many officials also had the look of enjoying the show. Lu Zhengwei lowered his head. His expression was complicated. After hesitating for a while, he gritted his teeth and decided to take the fall himself. Lingzhen asked with a strange expression, "Lord Qing, why did you bring the son of Duke Xing to the Hall of Supreme Harmony? Could it be that he's the one who framed you?" When Lu Zhengwei heard Lingzhen ask this, any trace of wishful thinking in his heart vanished instantly. When he saw Wei Ming and Old Ghostly appear in the hall, Lu Zhengwei's heart turned cold. He had sent Wei Ming to silence Old Ghostly, yet both of them were now standing here. The outcome was obvious. Qingxiu shook his head and said, "Reporting to your Majesty, the one who framed this humble subject was not young Master Lu." "Oh? Not Lu Xuanxiang? Then who was it?" Lingzhen intentionally or unintentionally glanced at Lu Zhengwei. Lu Zhengwei's heart pounded wildly. He was extremely nervous, but his eyes showed a glimmer of hope. If it wasn't his son who framed Qingxiu, then why did he bring his son to the hall? Lu Zhengwei was confused and completely puzzled. Qingxiu said to Lu Xuanxiang, "Young Master Lu, this is your chance to redeem yourself. Why don't you truthfully testify?" With a thud, Lu Xuanxiang knelt on the ground and didn't dare look at Lu Zhengwei. His voice trembled and stammered, "Why, your Majesty, it was my father who framed Lord Qing." "What?" Lingzhen stared wide-eyed at Lu Xuanxiang in disbelief. He wasn't shocked that Lu Zhengwei had framed Qingxiu, but that Lu Xuanxiang had actually testified against his own father. Lingzhen found it hard to believe and was stunned. Lu Zhengwei's eyes went dark, his face turned ashen as he looked at Lu Xuanxiang, his eyes full of despair and sorrow. Lingzhen said in a deep voice, "Lu Xuanxiang, think carefully. This is your own father." "So what if it's my father? My father is nearly 50. I'm still young, I have plenty of good years ahead. I can't just die so young." Lu Xuanxiang lowered his head even more, and with a choked voice said, "I wouldn't dare lie to your Majesty. A few days ago, my father instructed workers at the gambling house to find 3 civilians outside the city to falsely accuse Lord Qing. I heard it with my own ears." As soon as these words were spoken, the entire court was in an uproar. Civil and military officials began to murmur. So it was the thief crying, "Stop thief," after all. Lu Zhengwei, Lu Zhengwei. I actually trusted you, and this is what you are. Terrifying, absolutely terrifying. Even his own son is testifying against him. What terrible things must he have done to deserve this? Incredible. A son testifying against his father? I've been an official for years and have never seen anything this explosive. Lu Zhengwei looked at his son Lu Xuanxiang in despair. Suddenly, it felt like a knife pierced his heart. He even wished he were dead. He stepped forward 2 steps to stand behind Lu Xuanxiang and muttered, "Foolish child, foolish child. Father already took all the blame for you. Why go this far?" Lu Xuanxiang heard this and his mind buzzed. He was stunned. Lu Zhengwei looked at Qingxiu and laughed bitterly. "Lord Qing, what a trick, having my own son testify against me. Aren't you being too cruel? Aren't you afraid of divine punishment?" Qingxiu frowned. "Duke of Xing, don't falsely accuse me. Your son volunteered to testify. What does that have to do with me? You must have instigated him." Lu Zhengwei's eyes turned red as he roared, "If you have a problem, come at me. Why make things hard for my son? He's still a child." "A child?" Qingxiu said coldly, "A child who arranges for people to give false testimony? I sat at home and trouble came from the sky. If I hadn't overturned the case, do you think I'd still be here talking with you? I'd have been thrown into the Supreme Court's prison by now. Winners are kings, losers are criminals. Nothing more to say." Lu Zhengwei turned to Emperor Li Er and said, "Your Majesty, it was all my doing. I arranged for the 3 old men to give false testimony." Lu Xuanxiang's body trembled. He suddenly burst into tears and shouted, "It's not like that. It's not like that. Your Majesty, it wasn't my father who did it, it was me. I arranged for the false witnesses. I did everything, it had nothing to do with my father." Lu Zhengwei showed a hint of relief on his face. He gently touched Lu Xuanxiang's head and said softly, "Foolish child, one must take responsibility for one's own actions. How can a father let his son take the fall for his own mistakes? Your Majesty, my son Lu Xuanxiang has always been filial and well-behaved. He couldn't possibly do such a thing. He only said that to protect me. Please punish me." Saying this, Lu Zhengwei knelt on the ground, showing sincere remorse. Lu Xuanxiang couldn't help but slap himself and cried out, "Father, I'm sorry. I accused you because I was afraid to die. I was wrong. I was wrong. Please don't take the blame for me. I'll bear my own guilt. Your Majesty, don't listen to my father. If someone must die, let it be me." Lu Zhengwei scolded angrily, "You fool. I'm not dead yet. It's not your place to speak. Shut your mouth." Emperor Li Er was completely stunned by this father and son drama. After a moment of silence, he finally said, "Lu Zhengwei, tell me everything about how you framed Lord Qing." Knowing he was doomed, Lu Zhengwei didn't hesitate. "I instructed the gambling house owner Old Ghostly to send workers to a neighboring village in Sanha to find 3 old farmers. I promised them gold and silver in exchange for their false testimony. Yesterday, when the testimony was exposed as false, I feared the matter would be uncovered, so I sent Wei Ming to silence Old Ghostly. That's all. Your Majesty, I, Commoner Wei Ming, am guilty." Wei Ming knelt immediately. Old Ghostly also knelt and said, "Your Majesty, I, Commoner Old Ghostly, am also guilty." Li Er's gaze turned cold. He said sternly, "Guards. Take these 3 to the Supreme Court. Execute them after autumn." Wei Ming and Old Ghostly both shivered and felt anxious, hoping Lord Qing would speak on their behalf. At that moment, Qingxiu stepped forward and said, "Your Majesty, although Wei Ming and Old Ghostly are guilty, their crimes do not warrant death. Yesterday, out of remorse, they turned themselves in to me." Li Er raised an eyebrow and nodded, Since they turned themselves in, they don't deserve death. But death is avoided, punishment is not. 50 floggings and 1,000 li of walking exile. Any objections?" Wei Ming and Old Ghostly quickly expressed their gratitude. "Thank you, Your Majesty. Thank you for sparing our lives, Your Majesty." They were thick-skinned. 50 floggings were like a tickle to them. Li Er looked at Lu Zhengwei, a look of sorrow on his face. He sighed, "Lu Zhengwei, you've served the Tian's mansion for many years. How could you make such a foolish mistake?" Lu Zhengwei knew the emperor was troubled and responded with a carefree smile, "Your Majesty need not feel troubled. I willingly accept punishment." Li Er turned to Daizhou and asked, "Daizhou, what punishment does this crime deserve?" Daizhou stepped forward and cupped his hands, "Your Majesty, the crime of framing another should be punished by becoming a slave and exiled to Lingnan. But Lu Zhengwei framed a marquis. By law, his whole family should be exiled to Lingnan. Hiring a killer is a capital crime. This is so serious?" Li Er frowned. For a moment, he didn't know what to do. Wei Zheng noticed Emperor Li Er's hesitation and stepped out holding his court tablet, saying, "Your Majesty, the law is impartial and must not favor anyone. What Duke Xing has done shakes the foundation of the nation. His crime is severe and should be punished publicly to serve as a warning to the entire court." Lu Zhengwei gave Wei Zheng a fierce glare. But Wei Zheng had spoken the truth, and Lu had no grounds to refute it. Li Er also glared at Wei Zheng, who simply closed his eyes, pretending not to notice, almost causing Li Er to explode with anger. At this moment, Qingxiu said, "Your Majesty, if I hadn't had a way to prove my innocence, if it were someone else in my position, they might have already been convicted." Lu Zhengwei, as a duke, knowingly broke the law. By rights, his punishment should be 1 degree heavier. But since he has already confessed, I will not pursue the increased penalty. Let the Tang law be applied fairly. Li Er's beard twitched, and he said displeased, "I know how to deliver a verdict. I don't need you to teach me." Qingxiu copied Wei Zheng's stance, folded his hands in his sleeves, and stood off to the side, closing his eyes and resting. Seeing this, Li Er became even more irritated. Chang Yaojin reminded, "Your Majesty, it's time to declare the sentence." "Yes, yes," Zhang Sun Wuji added, "Your Majesty, the crime is already established. It's time to pronounce judgment." Li Er opened his mouth, then clenched his teeth and said, "Lu Zhengwei framed a marquis, hired killers to silence witnesses, and caused severe consequences. Daizhou, take Lu Zhengwei to the Supreme Court. Choose an auspicious day and execute him publicly." Lu Xuanxiang also bears guilt through association, but considering his merits in reporting the crime, he is demoted to commoner and banished from Chang'an. After speaking, Li Er gave no one the chance to comment and went straight into the side hall. Following Wang Da's call for dismissal, all the civil and military officials exited the Hall of Supreme Harmony. On the way to the Supreme Court, Lu Zhengwei smiled at Lu Xuanxiang, who was weeping in guilt and remorse. "Son, don't be sad. There's no one in the world who isn't afraid to die. I understand how you felt then. Don't blame yourself. Remember, your life was exchanged for mine. Live well. Don't seek revenge for me. You're no match for the state-stabilizing marquis. After you leave, pack your things and go to Luoyang to join your aunt." Lu Xuanxiang watched Lu Zhengwei being taken away and knelt down, kowtowing 3 times with force. Elsewhere, Wei Ming and Old Ghostly were taken to be caned. After the caning, they were shackled and began their 1000 li journey of exile. Chang Yaojin caught up with Qingxiu's carriage. The two lifted the curtain and talked through the air. Chang Yaojin laughed, "Boy Qing, now you've got one less enemy in Chang'an. You don't have to worry about sneak attacks anymore. This is worth celebrating. Don't you think you should do something about it?" Qingxiu smiled too, "Then I'll set a table at Imeju. Uncle Chang, bring Chuma with you." Chang Yaojin laughed, shaking his head, "Dining out is too insincere. I can go to Imeju anytime." Qingxiu had a thought and guessed what was coming. Sure enough, Chang Yaojin grinned, "Come to my house tonight for a feast. Bring some cold beer. I always brag about your cooking in front of your 2 aunts, but they don't believe me. It's embarrassing. Help me save some face, will you?" Chang Yaojin had mastered the art of talking. He made it sound like Qingxiu was helping him, not being asked to cook. Qingxiu chuckled and nodded, "Then I'll head back and prepare. I'll come to the Chang residence later." Chang Yaojin laughed, cupped his hands, and said, "Then I'll be waiting for my dear nephew to visit." After returning home, Qingxiu prepared some seasonings and asked Wei Laojiu to fetch plenty of cold beer from Sanha village. Yunyang was supporting Su Xiaochun on a walk in the backyard. Su Xiaochun was 7 months pregnant, with a little over 2 months left until her due date in late autumn. She had to walk daily with her big belly, or else it would be hard on her. Seeing Qingxiu come out of the kitchen carrying bags, Su Xiaochun came over and asked, "Husband, where are you off to?" Qingxiu didn't hide it and sighed, "Wife, you don't know. Chang Yaojin's wife, Madame Cui, has a niece staying at their house. Old Chang is trying to match me with Miss Cui." Su Xiaochun's expression froze, puffing with anger. "Doesn't he know you already have several wives? Why act as a matchmaker? You're carrying all these things, don't tell me you've taken a liking to her." Qingxiu shook his head, "I've never even seen her. How could I like her? Besides, I'm just a blind man, who could I possibly like?" "That's true." Su Xiaochun still looked suspicious, "Didn't you reject him? You're so well prepared going to Chang's house. Isn't it to meet Miss Cui?" Yunyang looked disgusted. If the master really wanted to, he could have just gone secretly. Why tell us? Qingxiu spoke righteously. "I, Qingxiu, act with a clear conscience. How could I do such a thing behind my wives' backs? Actually, Uncle Chang bragged in front of his wives that I'm a great cook. They didn't believe him. So he asked me to help him save face. What about Miss Cui?" Su Xiaochun looked hurt, her eyes red. "You say it's about cooking, but isn't it really to get closer to Miss Cui?" Qingxiu raised 3 fingers and swore, heaven and earth can judge. If I have that intention, let me be struck by lightning. Boom! At that moment, thunder rumbled faintly from the cloudy sky. Qingxiu's mouth twitched, and he felt a chill all over. Su Xiaochun and Yunyang also turned pale with fear, afraid lightning would strike Qingxiu. Su Xiaochun quickly covered his mouth and said, trembling, don't swear anymore. We believe you. Don't joke about your life. If you get struck, how will I and the baby survive? Qingxiu gently pushed her hand away and said helplessly, I really have no such thought. Otherwise, I wouldn't have told you. If you don't bring it up again, I promise to keep my distance from Miss Cui. I'm going to Cheng's place to reject her in person. Really? Su Xiaochun looked unsure. Really? If I lie, let lightning strike me. Again, Su Xiaochun and Yunyang turned pale and looked to the sky. Luckily, no lightning followed. Okay, we believe you. Just go already. Don't swear again. Su Xiaochun urged him to leave quickly, afraid more thunder would come and get them all involved. After Qingxiu left, Su Xiaochun looked up at the sky, full of worry. Yunyang, when husband swore just now, there was suddenly a rumble of thunder from the sky. What do you think it meant? Yunyang gave a dry laugh and shook her head. I don't know either. Su Xiaochun looked at Yunyang and tilted her head to ask, could that have been a warning from the heavens to our husband? Yunyang got a little flustered. Xiaochun, don't talk nonsense. What if your words come true? Tui, let's talk about something else. At that moment, Zhang Sun Pingting entered the backyard. Upon seeing the two, she walked over. Sisters, I just saw our husband leave the house with a bag. Where is he going? Zhang Sun Pingting asked, puzzled. Su Xiaochun sighed and repeated what Qingxiu had just told her. Zhang Sun Pingting frowned. Madame Cui's niece? Isn't that a young lady from the Qinghe Cui family? She looked a bit surprised. Su Xiaochun asked curiously, Pingting, why are you so surprised? Zhang Sun Pingting explained, you may not know, but the Qinghe Cui clan is one of the 5 surnames and 7 clans, and they are even more prestigious than the other 4. They are considered the top of the aristocratic families. Su Xiaochun had no good feelings about the 5 surnames and 7 clans. She just said, oh, and replied, so what if they're the top family? Our husband wouldn't try to climb the social ladder just because she's from the Cui clan. Zhang Sun Pingting smiled faintly, sister, you seem to have a prejudice against noble families. Su Xiaochun replied angrily, of course I do. They bullied our husband. Such a big family, and 3 of them ganged up to suppress our husband. I don't like them one bit. Zhang Sun Pingting said, sister, the Qinghe Cui clan isn't like the others. Among the 5 surnames and 7 clans, they're the only ones who don't monopolize knowledge. As long as someone has a good nature and upright character, they can study in Qinghe. The Cui clan doesn't bully others. On the contrary, the men from the Cui clan are all well educated and polite. The women are also highly literate and well-mannered. Many scholars and poets consider it an honor to marry a Cui woman. Even my father wanted to marry a lady from the Cui clan. If he hadn't married my mother, he might have ended up with a Qinghe Cui lady. Su Xiaochun was surprised, even your father wanted to marry a Cui lady? Zhang Sun Pingting laughed, not just my father. Among civil officials, 8 out of 10 think the same. Lord Fang Xianling even went to Qinghe himself to propose marriage in his youth but failed. Su Xiaochun asked in confusion, what's so good about marrying a woman from Qinghe Cui? Why do so many want it? There are many benefits, Zhang Sun Pingting explained. Many civil officials come from the Cui clan or received support from them while studying in Qinghe. So, the Cui clan holds great influence in court. Cheng Yaojin only rose to power because he married a Cui woman. Even though he acts rough, people still respect the Cui family name behind his wife. Su Xiaochun fell into deep thought. After a moment, she asked seriously, so if our husband marries a woman from the Cui clan, could it make things easier for him at court? Zhang Sun Pingting replied casually, perhaps. At least many censors related to the Cui clan wouldn't dare impeach him lightly. Officials who have ties with the Cui clan might even try to befriend him. She suddenly realized and looked at Su Xiaochun in shock. Sister, don't tell me you're thinking? Su Xiaochun smiled and said, anyway, our husband already has several wives. What's one more? Especially if it's a woman from the Cui clan. If the other noble families try to trouble him again, maybe this Cui woman could actually help our husband. Don't you agree? Yunyang nodded repeatedly. Yes, you're right. Su Xiaochun shouted to a busy servant nearby, Xiao Hai, come here. The young servant boy ran over. Madam, you called? Su Xiaochun said, go wait on the road to Huaidafang that Lord Qing must pass. Deliver this message, I do not object to him marrying Madame Cui's niece. Hurry. Yes, madam. Xiao Hai replied and dashed out of the state-stabilizing marquis residence. In less than the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, he saw the marquis's carriage and quickly ran to stop it. Wei Laojiu was about to curse at whoever dared block their path, but when he saw it was a house servant, he stopped the carriage and asked, Xiao Hai, why are you here? Why are you blocking the road? Xiao Hai, panting, said, Uncle Jiu, I came on Madam's orders to deliver a message to the Lord. Qingxiu lifted the curtain, confused, what message? Lord, the Madam said she doesn't object to your marriage to Madame Chui's niece. Qingxiu was stunned and couldn't help but look up at the sky. Is the sun rising in the west? But it's a cloudy day. What's up with Su Xiaochun today? How did she suddenly change her mind? Not only was she not angry, she even agreed to the match with a smile. Qingxiu was puzzled. That's all? Yes, Lord. That's the only message. Qingxiu asked, do you know why she sent this message? Xiao Hai explained, I was working at the time. After you left, third madam came and talked with the first madam for a while. Then she told me to deliver this. That's all I know. Zhang Sun Pingting? Qingxiu still couldn't figure it out, so he waved his hand and said, all right, got it. You can go back. Yes, Lord. Back in the carriage, Qingxiu had a strange expression. Was this a royal decree to pick up girls? He decided to ask Zhang Sun Pingting later how she persuaded Su Xiaochun to agree to him taking another wife. He arrived at Cheng's residence. Cheng Yaojin opened the main gate himself and welcomed him. Seeing Qingxiu get out with a bundle, he laughed, haha, nephew, you've come all this way. Why bring gifts? That's too formal. Qingxiu smiled faintly and explained, these are cooking spices. Cheng Yaojin was slightly embarrassed but led him into the house. Madame Pei and Madame Chui noticed Cheng had taken Qingxiu to the kitchen and looked curious. When Cheng came out, they went up to him. Husband, we saw you take Lord Qing to the kitchen. Are you entertaining guests in the kitchen? Cheng Yaojin chuckled, don't talk nonsense. He's cooking. Madame Pei and Madame Chui exchanged glances. Madame Chui frowned, husband, you let a respected marquis cook in our home? If word gets out, we'll be laughed at. Cheng Yaojin said unhappily, if you don't say, and I don't say, who will know? That kid's cooking is unmatched, better than anything Eddie Meiju. You two are in for a treat today. Then he told Madame Chui, wife, go call Yuran and have her walk by the kitchen. Let her and Qing boy meet. Yes, I understand. Madame Chui didn't say more and went to the backyard to find her. Yen Chumo silently came to the kitchen and found Qingxiu busy by himself, while a few other cooks stood around watching, wide-eyed and unable to help. My father is really something. Brother Qing is at least a marquis well known in court, how could my father let such an esteemed guest cook himself? Yen Chumo complained a bit, looking displeased, Brother Qing, wait here, I'll go talk to my father. It's fine. Qingxiu smiled faintly and said, your father didn't intend for me to cook. Yen Chumo was stunned for a moment, then suddenly laughed in realization, I get it. It's just an excuse to bring you here and match you up with my cousin, haha. Yen Chumo leaned in, winking and nudging, Brother Qing, this is a good thing. Don't be like last time, always refusing. Actually, my cousin may be a widow, but she's quite pretty, she's no less attractive than those sisters-in-law of yours. Qingxiu curled his lip, if you're really that bored, come help me out. All right. Yen Chumo rolled up his sleeves and started picking vegetables. Before long, soft footsteps were heard outside. Through his god's eye view, Qingxiu noticed a figure wandering nearby. It was the young lady from the Chui family they'd met yesterday. Chui Yuran was dressed in a pale yellow dress today, her gentle appearance making her look even more youthful. She hovered nearby uncertainly, occasionally peeking into the kitchen. Yen Chumo noticed her, his eyes lit up, and he turned to the other cooks and said, you're just idling around anyway, go chop firewood by the woodshed. Without my permission, don't come near the kitchen. Get lost. He gave each cook a kick on the butt on the way out. The cooks were used to this, patted their butts, and left the kitchen. Then suddenly Yen Chumo clutched his belly and groaned, Brother Qing, my stomach's acting up. I'll head to the latrine. You keep going. I'll help again when I'm done. After that, Yen Chumo ran out. Qingxiu had a strange expression. If he's going to the latrine with an upset stomach, why take a basin of vegetables? Is there no toilet paper? Originally, people here used bamboo sticks to wipe after using the latrine. With those, you could practically make sparks fly. But ever since Qingxiu introduced papermaking, every household in Chang'an had switched to grass paper, cheap and good quality, affordable even for commoners. Once Qingxiu saw Yen Chumo run toward Chui Yuran, he understood and couldn't help but smile bitterly. Yen Chumo held the vegetable basin in one hand and his stomach in the other, looking pained, cousin, help me out. Take these vegetables to the kitchen and help Qingxiu a bit. I have to rush to the latrine. He shoved the vegetable basin into Cui Yuran's arms without waiting for her response. Cui Yuran looked flustered. Did she really look like someone who knew how to pick vegetables? She looked around. There wasn't a single servant near the kitchen. Qingxiu smiled slightly from inside and called out theatrically, Yen Chumo, if you're going to the latrine, just go. Leave the vegetables, I need to cook. Cui Yuran stared blankly at the basin in her arms and slowly walked into the kitchen. Here's the basin. Where should I put it? She didn't even know what she was supposed to do. Qingxiu reached out his hand, give it to me. Here you go. Cui Yuran held the basin out with both hands. But Qingxiu's hand reached higher, and as he reached forward, his palm touched something warm and soft. Ah, you. What are you doing? Cui Yuran's face instantly turned red, flustered and angry, taking 2 steps back and trembling like she was shocked. In that brief moment of being touched, her body went weak, an unfamiliar, strange sensation she had never felt before. Qingxiu quickly said, sorry. I'm blind. I offended you, please forgive me. Cui Yuran took a deep breath, her expression softened a lot. She had heard from her aunt's family that Mr. Qin was blind, so she didn't doubt him much. She placed the vegetable basin on the stove and said, it's fine, you didn't mean it. Don't feel too guilty. I've put the vegetables on the stove. If you need anything, just let me know, I can help. Thank you. After Qingxiu thanked her, he began cooking in an orderly manner. Cui Yuran watched him in amazement as he cooked precisely. She suddenly found it strange, was he really blind? He had just accidentally touched her, yet now he was cooking like a perfectly normal person. It was hard to believe. If it weren't for the blindfold over his eyes, she would have thought he saw better than anyone. The rich aroma of food filled the kitchen, prompting Cui Yuran to say, smells so good. Qingxiu picked up a stalk of celery with the spatula, pinched it, and handed it over. Help me check the flavor. What do you mean? Cui Yuran asked, confused. Taste it. She took the celery, put it in her mouth, and her eyes lit up. It tastes amazing, visually appealing, fragrant, and delicious. This is the best celery I've ever eaten. Qingxiu didn't respond, just kept focused on cooking. Cui Yuran kept watching him, and gradually her face turned red. Her gaze fell on Qingxiu's face, and after observing him for a while, she lowered her head and smiled before quietly leaving the kitchen. Back in the courtyard, Madame Cui walked up with a smile and asked, well? Do you like the man your aunt chose for you? Cui Yuran blushed and gave a soft before running off. Madame Cui was overjoyed and immediately went to find Cheng Yaojin. When he heard the news, he laughed heartily. Soon after, the dining table was filled with exquisite dishes. The Cheng family and Qingxiu sat together, and Cheng Yaojin started showing off the beer that Qingxiu had provided, impressing both his wives. After a few rounds of drinks and dishes, Cheng Yaojin set down his bottle and smiled at Qingxiu. My dear nephew, back to business. My wife's niece, Yuran, likes you. If you've got no objections, I'll write a letter to Qinghe and invite her parents. You don't have parents, and since you call me uncle, I'll arrange your marriage with Chumo's cousin. Cui Yuran pretended not to hear, keeping her head down, her soft face full of shyness. With Su Xiaochun's support, Qingxiu gave in and cupped his hands toward Cheng Yaojin. Then I'll trouble you, Uncle Cheng. Haha. Cheng Yaojin laughed and patted Qingxiu's shoulder. If you're really that impatient, take Yuran home tonight and introduce her to your house. A widow remarrying doesn't need too many formalities. If you two are into each other, I'll marry you off today. Auntie, NGH. Cui Yuran couldn't take it anymore. Letting out a soft groan, she stood up, covered her face, and ran off. Qingxiu had a strange expression. Wedding night tonight? Sounds good to me. Only someone like Cheng Yaojin with his reckless personality would make such jokes with the younger generation. When Madame Pei saw Cui Yuran run away in shame and anger, she immediately frowned and grabbed Cheng Yaojin's ear, scolding, Cheng Yaojin, you old rascal. How could you joke like that with the young ones? Cheng Yaojin, thick-skinned and insensitive to pain, still made a show of grimacing and said, wife, that hurts. Let go. I just wanted to get things settled quickly. Besides, it's not a joke, since the two of them like each other, why not become family sooner rather than later? Otherwise, delays bring trouble. Cheng Chumo chimed in, Mother, Father is right. I agree with his view. Madame Pei let go of Cheng Yaojin and said unhappily, You're not her father. It's not your place to decide. We should wait for the elders of the Cui family to discuss it before making any decisions. Don't speak recklessly like that again. I know. Cheng Yaojin brushed her off carelessly, raised his wine bottle again, and grinned, Come, nephew, let's drink. After food and drinks, they sipped tea for a while. Qingxiu then stood up to take his leave. Chang Yaojin said to Chang Chumo, Chumo, see your elder brother off. Okay, Dad. The weather's nice today, I'll stroll around the market with Brother Qing. We won't be back for dinner. Chang Yaojin lifted his eyelids and glanced at Chang Chumo, silently pulled out a money pouch, tossed it on the table, and said with a forced smile, do you think I don't know what you're up to? Go on, but come back early. Chang Chumo picked up the pouch, laughed slyly, and left the Chang residence with Qingxiu. After they left, Chang Chumo opened the pouch and smiled, Brother Qing, good thing you came today. Otherwise, my father wouldn't have been this generous, he just gave me dozens of taels of silver. Let's go have some fun? Qingxiu looked at him with disgust, judging by your sleazy face, are you planning to take me to a brothel? You know me so well, Brother Qing. Let's go, let's go. It's rare to have a chance like this. I'm getting 3 girls. My mom watches me like a hawk, she won't give me a single copper if she suspects I'm heading to a brothel. Only Dad is this generous. Qingxiu shook his head, you go. I'll pass. Come on, Chang Chumo said urgently. It's no fun going alone. If you don't want a girl, at least listen to some music. Seeing Chang Chumo's sincere expression, Qingxiu nodded in agreement. Nothing else to do today, might as well enjoy some music at a pleasure house. The two arrived at Shikong Alley and chose a place called Chuanxue House. Chuanxue House was the most luxurious brothel in Shikong Alley. Chang Chumo whispered mysteriously, if Brother Qing wants to hear good music, Chuanxue House is the only choice. Oh? Qingxiu asked with curiosity. Why is that? Chang Chumo explained, Chuanxue House is owned by the Imperial Clan Office, it's a government-run brothel. Besides the madam and staff, almost all the girls here come from wealthy families. Some are from scholarly families, others from high-ranking officials. At the very least, they're daughters of rich merchants. These girls were either implicated by crimes at home or suffered collective punishment and sent here. Only a few are from fallen households seeking livelihood. So, in the whole of Shikong Alley, the girls at Chuanxue House are the most beautiful, delicate and fair like spring snow. That's how it got its name. Of course, the prices are sky high. Just one night with a girl starts at 50 taels. The reason I said you must come here to hear music is because these girls with criminal records are all highly skilled in arts like music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. Their voices, whether singing or moaning, can steal your soul. Come, Brother Qing, let's really enjoy ourselves today. Chang Chumo dragged Qingxiu by the sleeve toward Chuanxue House. Just then, a familiar voice called from nearby, Yo, isn't that Lord Qing? What refined taste? Chang Chumo frowned and looked over. When he saw who it was, he quickly bowed and said, this young one, Chang Chumo, greets Duke Wei. Indeed, it was Li Jing. By Li Jing's side were 2 attendants and a girl dressed in white martial attire. She looked about 17, with delicate features, a pretty face, and a heroic aura. She frowned, eyes full of disdain. Qingxiu cupped his hands and said, Duke Wei. This humble marquis is free today and came to enjoy some music and uplift the spirit. Where is Duke Wei heading this fine morning? The girl beside Li Jing curled her lip, her disdain grew even stronger. Li Jing said a bit gloomily, I'm heading to the military camp. Passed by here and just happened to run into you, so I came to say hello. Qingxiu noticed Li Jing's somber mood and asked, Duke Wei seems troubled. Is there a problem in the camp? Li Jing sighed, alas, you may not know. The weather's cooling, and cavalry training has started again. Since they're new recruits, many warhorses are getting injured. Nearly dozens retire every day. I'm going to the camp to check the wounded horses and report to His Majesty, see if we can get more replacements. Qingxiu asked in confusion, training cavalry results in this many injured horses? Isn't that a bit too harsh, Duke Wei? The girl beside Li Jing frowned and said, what do you know? How can training cavalry not injure horses? They gallop every day, stepping on sharp things is unavoidable. Hoof injuries are common. She added in a low voice, Father, let's go. No point wasting time with playboys like them. Chang Chumo frowned but said nothing. Li Jing glared at the girl, then turned to Qingxiu and said, I won't disturb your refined fun any longer. Farewell. With that, Li Jing left with the girl. Qingxiu was puzzled, hoof injuries? Doesn't he know to put shoes on horses? What was that, Brother Qing? Chang Chumo didn't hear and asked casually. Qingxiu shook his head, nothing. Who's the girl with Duke Wei? She seemed to really dislike us. Chang Chumo curled his lip, that's Li Jing's daughter, Li Yingqi. She doesn't just dislike us, she looks down on every spoiled noble brat in Chang'an, especially those who visit brothels. She's always playing with swords and spears. A few times, she even dressed as a man and sneaked into the army to fight. Every time, Li Jing dragged her back. She's beaten up Chang Sun Chong, Li Chongyi, Fang Yayai, Du He, and Xiao Rui. Qingxiu's mouth twitched. And you? Me? Chang Chumo had a flicker of embarrassment, coughed twice, and said, of course not. She can't beat me. Qingxiu didn't press, but judging from Chang Chumo's awkward look, he'd probably been beaten the worst. The madam of Chuanxue House was not as enthusiastic as those in other brothels. That was because those who came here daily were all high-status individuals, either nobles or royalty, including members of foreign royal families from smaller nations. Chang Chumo had gone upstairs with a delicate and pretty girl to enjoy himself, while Qingxiu was arranged by an attendant to sit in a viewing area on a half-floor high platform, where several scantily clad young women were dancing gracefully. Beside them, musicians with beautiful faces played the pipa and sang some famous sensual songs, with applause and whistles frequently coming from below the stage. Besides Tang people, there were also quite a few foreigners chattering noisily. There were even people speaking Korean? Qingxiu looked toward a nearby table where guests were speaking Korean. These Koreans all dressed almost identically, white hemp clothing with black collars and cuffs. Goryeo people? Qingxiu guessed that these were Goguryeo people from the Liaodong region. It wasn't that Koreans didn't like wearing colored clothing, rather, due to living in a harsh, impoverished land, their attire mainly consisted of black and white. But wasn't Goguryeo a sworn enemy of the Tang dynasty? Why were there Goryeo people here? Qingxiu was still wondering when he suddenly understood, because he saw Tang Jian, the minister of the court of diplomatic reception. At this moment, Tang Jian also noticed Qingxiu. Tang Jian's face instantly turned dark as the bottom of a pot. After speaking a string of gibberish with the Goryeo people, he walked over. Tang Jian came up and said sarcastically, Lord Qing really has refined taste, coming to Chuanxue House to enjoy some music. You've really caused me a lot of trouble. Qingxiu asked in confusion, Minister of Ju, we hardly interact, how have I caused you trouble? Tang Jian huffed and glared, didn't you give me a glazed aquamarine bead not long ago? When I gifted it to my wife, she praised it endlessly and treasured it deeply. But what happened in the end? In less than 2 months, those beads are all over the place. Their price dropped from tens of thousands of coins to just a few. Even commoners' children have one. Now my wife argues with me every day because of this. Qingxiu chuckled, Minister Ju, don't talk nonsense. What does this have to do with me? I never told you how valuable it was, you bragged about it yourself. No way. Tang Jian shook his head seriously and said with a straight face, you must take responsibility. At least treat me to a drink, or else I won't feel at ease. Qingxiu laughed heartily and pulled out a few gold beans, slapping them on the table. Tang Jian immediately beamed and pocketed the gold beans. Seeing this, Qingxiu kept curling his lip. If this were in modern times, Tang Jian would have definitely been double investigated, at least a life sentence. Still, Qingxiu liked dealing with people like Tang Jian, flawed talents were easy to handle. Like Tang Jian, greedy for small gains. Qingxiu gestured with his mouth and asked in a low voice, what's going on over there? Isn't Goguryeo a sworn enemy of the Tang? They haven't sent tribute for years. Why are they here now? Tang Jian explained in a low voice, not just Goryeo. All the ghost houses hosting foreign envoys at the court of diplomatic reception are full, Goryeo people, Silla people, Beach people, and even short people who sailed across the sea from the Yamato kingdom. Oh, and there are Tibetans too. Short people from the Yamato kingdom who crossed the sea? Qingxiu frowned, his expression turning cold, people from the island country? That's right, during the Tang dynasty, Japan was called the Yamato kingdom. Its current ruler was Emperor Shotoku. Just thinking about that country brought to Qingxiu's mind the Iwami silver mine, which was exploited since the Ming dynasty and for over 400 years without being depleted. That was a mountain of silver, containing 1/3 of the world's silver reserves. Tang Jian continued, they're all envoys. In a few days, it'll be the Mid-Autumn Festival. These foreign countries are here to pay tribute. But these Goryeo people, they aren't here to offer tribute. They have another purpose. Qingxiu asked with interest, what purpose? Tang Jian glanced at the Goryeo table, then at Qingxiu, and finally shook his head, matters between two nations aren't something we officials can discuss. So, I can't tell you. Qingxiu studied the Goryeo guests closely. Among them was a young man with sharp, handsome features and an impressive presence. He had 2 swords at his waist and 4 on his back. His gaze was as sharp as an eagle's. Perhaps sensing someone watching him, the Goryeo youth looked over. Qingxiu smiled faintly and said to Tang Jian, even if you don't tell me, I already know. Tang Jian scoffed, how could you know about Goryeo's internal affairs? Even I only know the surface. Qingxiu smiled, Minister of Ju, isn't the leader of this Goryeo delegation Yun Geisaman? Tang Jian's eyes widened in disbelief. You, how do you know? Tang Jian was shocked. These Goryeo people only arrived in Chang'an this morning. I only figured out their identities an hour ago, and you already know the name of their leader. Qingxiu replied mysteriously, not only do I know it's Yun Geisaman, I also know Goryeo has internal political problems. That's why they came to Chang'an. Tang Jian stared at him in horror. Qingxiu said, Minister Zhu, don't be so shocked. Tang Jian said weirdly, how can I not be shocked? Tell me, how do you know? Qingxiu laughed, if I told you I can divine things, would you believe it? I would. Tang Jian nodded seriously. If anyone else said it, I'd never believe it. But coming from you, Qingxiu, I believe it completely. All right. Qingxiu grinned, then just assume I figured it out through divination. Tang Jian wanted to ask more but stopped himself. Qingxiu changed the topic and asked, what did these envoys bring as tribute? He was just casually asking, but Tang Jian excitedly replied, listing them off like a treasure inventory. Tibet sent heavenly pearls, agates, cattle, and sheep from the plateau. Beekj and the Yamato kingdom are too poor, they brought worthless items. As for Silla, they're quite interesting. Even though they're poor, they brought a lot of gold, silver, and jewelry. And leading their delegation is none other than King Jinpyong's beloved daughter, showing that Silla is truly sincere. After speaking, Tang Jian joked, didn't you say you could divine? If you can name the daughter of King Jinpyong from Silla, I'll truly admire you. Qingxiu had a strange expression, I guess, the daughter of King Jinpyong is named Kim Deokman. Tang Jian spat out his drink, looking at Qingxiu in disbelief, his lips trembling. King Jinpyong of Silla, wasn't he known for not having an heir? In the end, he passed the throne to his only daughter, Kim Deokman, also known as the famous Queen Seondeok. Qingxiu had even watched a theater drama named after her. Tang Jian was in turmoil inside and now completely believed that Qingxiu could predict the future. TSK, incredible, truly incredible, Tang Jian said with admiration on his face. Lord Qing is indeed a divine figure, able to predict the names of the Goryeo and Silla envoys. Truly magical, truly magical. Qingxiu's mouth twitched, was there a possibility that I just knew their names all along? Yun Geisaman was no small figure, anyone who knew some Tang history would know that he was like a god of war in Goguryeo. Many famous Tang generals died at his hands. The famous generals who came out of Wagong Fort were nearly wiped out by Yun Geisaman alone. This included the well-known Qi Guayuan, Xiu Tutong, Niu Jinda, Yu Qinan, Yu Qibei, Zhang Gongjin, Lu Hongji. These prominent generals all ended up killed by Yun Geisaman. It clearly showed how powerful Yun Geisaman was in battle. Because of this, he was known as the greatest war god in Goguryeo's history. But eventually, he still couldn't beat the Tang dynasty's war god Shuiren Gui and was forced to commit suicide by the sea. He was a dangerous figure who could pose a huge threat to the Tang dynasty in the future, he absolutely could not be left alive. From not far away, Yun Geisaman seemed to sense a murderous aura and sharply looked over, frowning hard. Strange, where was that killing intent coming from? Could it be that I felt wrong? Probably just exhaustion from long travels. Yun Geisaman didn't take it seriously. Tang Jian and Qingxiu exchanged a few more pleasantries and were about to take their leave when a commotion broke out nearby. The source of the disturbance was a group of odd-looking dwarfs. These dwarfs wore clothes with bare chests and bellies exposed, their heads shaved except for a small tuft of hair on the crown tied into a topknot. They were all very short, the tallest was only about 1.5 meters, most were under that. Their attire looked exactly like the Japanese pirates in historical dramas. There were 7 or 8 of them surrounding a young lady, yelling in Japanese. Yoshi, wadashi watu yoruda? Ahaha, ikanade. Wara wara. The group of Japanese pirates had lewd smiles on their faces, their lustful eyes fixed on the girl. When Qingxiu saw the young lady clearly, his expression changed instantly. He grabbed his blind cane and rushed forward. Lord Qing, what are you doing? Tang Jian was shocked by Qingxiu's aggressive aura and quickly followed after him. But before Tang Jian could catch up, Qingxiu had already reached the group of Japanese pirates. Without hesitation, he drew the blade from his cane and slashed casually. 6 of them had their throats cut. The remaining 2 turned pale instantly, their drunken expression sobering up in an instant. They collapsed to the ground, trembling in terror at the sight of their companions' corpses. Tang Jian's vision darkened. He slapped his thigh and cried out, Lord Qing, why did you kill them? They're envoys from the Yamato kingdom. If His Majesty finds out you've killed foreign envoys without cause, he'll surely be furious. From a distance, Yun Geisaman's pupils contracted as he gripped the 2 swords on his left waist. Just from those few slashes of the blindfolded youth killing the pirates, he could tell this man was a top-tier swordsman. It reminded him of the murderous intent he felt earlier. Qingxiu ignored Tang Jian and instead supported the pale and unsteady girl, frowning as he asked, Jiang Yener, what are you doing in a place like this? And what have you done to yourself? Are you sick? Yes, this young lady was Jiang Yener, Jiang Huai's sister. Jiang Yener looked pale and weak. When Qingxiu first saw her, she was leaning against a pillar, barely able to stand, as if she might collapse any moment. She looked extremely fragile. Jiang Yener glanced at Qingxiu. Her pale face suddenly flushed with 2 patches of red, then her eyes rolled back and she fainted. Qingxiu checked her pulse. Fortunately, it was still strong, and her life wasn't in danger. He had learned pulse diagnosis from Sun Simiao out of boredom and had developed some skill. Qingxiu picked her up and went to find the madam of Chuanxue house, the one who had received Cheng Chumo earlier. Upon reaching her, he handed over a pouch of gold beans and said, go find a doctor nearby to take a look at her. But the madam didn't take the pouch. Instead, she smiled faintly and said, young master, don't worry. This young lady is fine. After resting and nourishing herself, she'll be lively again in half a month. Qingxiu asked in confusion, how do you know? The madam explained, this young lady has come to Chuanxue house several times recently. Her purpose is clear, she came here for sealing. Sealing? Qingxiu's expression changed. As someone who had transmigrated, he naturally knew what sealing meant. It referred to forcibly damaging a woman's lower abdomen to render her infertile. Almost all brothel women underwent this procedure. It was an extremely cruel method that drastically shortened a woman's lifespan. Most would die around 40. If well maintained, reaching 50 would already be considered long-lived. The madam seemed worried that Qingxiu didn't understand, so she leaned in and whispered, sealing means using external force to make a woman lose the ability to get pregnant. Qingxiu asked seriously, did she volunteer for this? The madam frowned, what are you saying? Could we force her to undergo sealing? We only perform sealing on our own girls. We wouldn't easily do this for outsiders. If something went wrong, we'd be responsible for her life. If she hadn't begged us with pitiful words, paid a lot, and written a guarantee, how could we possibly perform sealing on an outsider? Qingxiu took a deep breath and asked, what did she say? The madam sighed, she's a foolishly devoted one. She said her family's bloodline is tainted, and most children born are deformed. She fell for a blind man, but that man doesn't like her because of her bloodline. She feared accidentally getting pregnant and giving birth to a monster, so she came here to be sealed. Qingxiu was shaken and looked down at the unconscious Jiang Yener. Foolish girl, such a foolish girl. Although he didn't have romantic feelings for Jiang Yener, they had known each other for almost half a year. Every time they met, they'd only exchange a few words, at most some playful teasing. He thought she would live carefree in Sanha village forever. He never expected she would take such an extreme step. No wonder every time they parted, she would show traces of helplessness and reluctance. That was the expression of love she couldn't attain. That blind man isn't you, is it? The madam covered her mouth, showing an extremely shocked expression. Qingxiu couldn't be bothered to respond. He carried Jiang Yener and walked out. Tang Jian chased after him, crying out bitterly, Lord Qing, why did you kill them all? These were envoys from the Yamato kingdom who came with Prince Yamabe Dao. You killed them, His Majesty will definitely be furious. You, just wait to be impeached by the censors. Qingxiu said, Minister of Ju, I'll explain everything to His Majesty. Please help clean up the bodies. After speaking, Qingxiu didn't forget to kick a trembling Japanese envoy nearby. This man, only about 1.4 meters tall, was sent flying more than 10 meters by the powerful kick. While still in the air, he spat a mouthful of blood, then crashed heavily onto the table where Yun Geiseman was seated. The man twitched a few times, then died. Yun Geiseman took a sharp breath, his face filled with horror as he stared at the departing figure. Tang Dynasty has such a divine being? Better not provoke him, absolutely not. Wei Laojiu saw Qingxiu walking out of the brothel with a young lady in his arms and quickly came to meet him. He was about to speak when he noticed that the woman in Qingxiu's arms looked familiar. Taking a closer look, he recognized her as Jiang Yener. Wei Laojiu exclaimed, Lord, why is Miss Yener in a brothel? What happened to her? I'll explain on the way. Qingxiu lifted the carriage curtain and placed Jiang Yener inside. He was just about to get on and leave when a sharp shout came from nearby, scoundrel. Let go of that girl. Who now? Qingxiu looked and saw a girl in white martial attire coming over angrily. It was none other than Li Yingqi, daughter of Li Jing. Li Yingqi walked up, pointing her sheathed sword at Qingxiu, scolding, You, a dignified state-stabilizing marquis, had your fun in a brothel and now want to take a girl back for more? Truly shameless. Today, I must stand up for justice. Qingxiu's mouth twitched and his face darkened. Miss Li, you must not have seen much of society's darkness, have you? Stop talking nonsense. Li Yingqi took a step forward, full of anger. Let go of that unconscious girl. Or I won't be polite. Even if it reaches His Majesty, I'll be in the right. Wei Laojiu frowned and said, Miss Li, you've misunderstood. The girl in the carriage is our Lord's friend. Qingxiu also said with some annoyance, she's my friend. She suddenly fell ill. I'm taking her to a doctor. Step aside now. If you delay her treatment, I won't be polite, not even if your father comes. Nonsense. Li Yingqi said indignantly, you came with Cheng Chumo, and no decent girl goes to a brothel. Unless you prove she's your friend, you're not taking her. How did Li Jing raise someone this pig-headed? Qingxiu was so angry he laughed. Then he dove into the carriage and said to Wei Laojiu, let's go. If she dares block us, run her over. Got it. Wei Laojiu flicked the reins and gently whipped the horse. The carriage began to move. Lawless. Kidnapping women. How dare you, aren't you a state marquis? You're just like the rest of the scoundrels. Stop. I said stop. Li Yingqi grabbed the reins and forcefully pulled, bringing the carriage to a stop. Qingxiu said coldly, Laojiu, don't be polite. If she acts up again, kill her. With people this unreasonable and rash, who act without listening or thinking, Qingxiu had no intention of showing courtesy. Wei Laojiu had been hesitant because she was Li Jing's daughter, but after Qingxiu's order, his confidence surged. He raised his horsewhip and lashed out. But Li Yingqi dodged it, then suddenly drew her sword and sliced the whip in two. Your sword's fast, but let's see if your sword's faster than my blade. Wei Laojiu, now furious, drew his tang sword, jumped off the carriage, and swung the back of his blade at her. But Li Yingqi was agile as a swallow, easily dodging. Her speed shocked Wei Laojiu. You dare fight me? Li Yingqi shouted, then kicked Wei Laojiu's rear. He crashed to the ground in a heap. Hiss! Wei Laojiu gasped, his face flushed with shame, beaten by a teenage girl? He felt utterly humiliated. Inside the carriage, Qingxiu frowned, he didn't expect Li Yingqi to be this skilled. She was on par with Dan Xiaoro. No wonder, she was trained by Hong Fu Nu. Li Yingqi likely inherited Hong Fu Nu's character too. Wei Laojiu, enraged and humiliated, let out a roar and rushed forward again. But soon, another kick landed on his butt, and he went flying, legs in the air. Lord? I can't beat her, Wei Laojiu shouted in shame and frustration. Useless. You damn useless thing. Qingxiu cursed, jumped out of the carriage, and approached Li Yingqi with his blind cane. Li Yingqi arrogantly lifted her chin and sneered, What? You want to fight me too? Even your bodyguard is no match, what can a weak noble like you do? Qingxiu's face was blank as he thrust his cane at her. If it hit, it might have pierced through her. Li Yingqi's expression changed. She twisted her body and narrowly dodged. Thick and fast, what a stick. Thank heavens I dodged. That could have killed me. Knowing Qingxiu was a master, she didn't dare take him lightly. Just as she prepared to counterattack, she felt a sharp pain in her shoulder. He had already grabbed her. She suddenly lost balance and flew into the air. Ah, she screamed, face pale, eyes shut in fear. But she didn't feel pain from landing, instead, her belly rested on a leg. Opening her eyes, she saw the blind man standing on one leg, the other supporting her slender body. What are you going to do? A bad feeling welled up inside her. Qingxiu raised his hand and smacked her firm buttocks, muttering, for causing trouble, for meddling in injustice, for drawing your sword without thinking, for being reckless, today, I'll discipline you properly for your father. Smack. One smack after another fell. Li Yingqi cried out, struggling nonstop. But no matter how she struggled, she couldn't break free. Soon, her resistance faded. She stopped shouting and lowered her head, biting her lip. By now, her face was completely red, and her eyes brimmed with tears. Although Li Yingqi was a bit reckless, she was still Li Jing's daughter. Qingxiu saw Li Jing often, so he couldn't go too far. After smacking her but for a while, he finally let her down. But Li Yingqi couldn't stand, her legs went weak, and she collapsed directly to the ground. If it weren't for your father Li Jing's sake, I would have cut you down with one stroke. Completely unreasonable. If you dare cause trouble again, I'll beat your butt until it blooms. Qingxiu cursed a few times, got in the carriage, and told Wei Laojiu to drive. Wei Laojiu took the reins and drove them out of Pingkong Alley. Li Yingqi's face was flushed red, her lips and eyelashes trembling. She looked at the carriage that was already far away and muttered, How did this happen? Why can't I lift a bit of strength? When he was spanking me just now. Her delicate face showed a trace of embarrassed anger. She nervously glanced around and forced herself to get up. Just then, a group of people came out of Chuanxue House. When she saw the man leading them, Li Yingqi was slightly surprised and stepped forward to bow. Greetings, Uncle Tang. Tang Jian was in a foul mood, but he still forced a smile and nodded. Ah, it's Yingqi. Give my regards to your father. I'll visit sometime soon. Li Yingqi looked at the corpses being carried out of Chuanxue House in shock and asked, Uncle Tang, what happened to these people? Sigh. Tang Jian waved his hand in frustration. Don't even ask. That Lord Qing is too reckless, he killed so many foreign envoys in broad daylight. These people were killed by the state-stabilizing marquis. Li Yingqi widened her eyes. Why? Why did he kill them? No harm telling you, Tang Jian explained. Those foreign envoys were harassing a girl earlier. But that girl happened to be a friend of Lord Qing. In a fit of rage, he killed them all. Nisingqi, I can't chat. I need to go report this to His Majesty. Tang Jian then led his people away from Pingkong Alley. Li Yingqi was stunned. Her face flushed again, and she wished she could crawl into a hole. So he really did know that girl? So he was also standing up for justice. Oh my god, he even dared kill foreign envoys, this is just so cool. Li Yingqi was inexplicably excited, and 5 words floated through her mind, he got angry for a beauty. At the Qing residence. Su Xiaochun, Yun Yang, Zhang Sun Pingting, Li Yuqing, Lu Yunyan, and Li Yuchan all gathered around when they saw Qingxiu carrying a girl into the back courtyard. Husband, this is? Su Xiaochun looked puzzled. Is this Sister Yenner? Yun Yang was also shocked. Li Yuqing looked at the unconscious Jiang Yenner and asked with concern, Husband, what happened to Miss Yenner? Lu Yunyan chimed in, why is she in such a state? Qingxiu replied, let's talk inside. After going inside, Qingxiu placed Jiang Yenner on the bed. Li Yuqing went over and took her pulse. After examining, she said, her pulse is a bit weak, but she's not in serious danger. Husband, wasn't she supposed to be in Sanha village? How did she end up with you? Yes, husband. Su Xiaochun added, weren't you visiting the Chang residence? How did you end up with Jiang Yenner? The wives all started asking questions. Qingxiu explained, here's what happened. After the meal at the Chang residence, Cheng Yaojin took us to Chuanxue House to listen to music. I happened to run into her there, and she was already like this when I saw her. Qingxiu was cautious not to say it was Cheng Chumo who took him to the brothel, or he'd have to explain more. As expected, when he said Cheng Yaojin was leading, no one paid it much mind. In their minds, Cheng Yaojin was an elder, how could an elder take juniors to a brothel? Su Xiaochun asked with a strange expression, why would Jiang Yenner go to a brothel? That's a long story, Qingxiu said with a bitter smile. Wait until she wakes up, you can ask her yourselves. Su Xiaochun pouted, look at her, she won't wake up for a while. Even if she does, she'll be too weak to talk. Why don't you just tell us directly? Sigh. Qingxiu sighed, it's kind of my fault too. What's it got to do with husband? The women all blinked, puzzled. Qingxiu smiled bitterly, let me put it simply, Jiang Yenner comes from a hidden sect. Aunt Yuqing and Yunyan know this best. Li Yuqing and Lu Yunyan both nodded. Qingxiu continued, in order to become immortals, hidden sects often practice close-kin marriages. That violates the natural order, so many children born have deformities, some with 3 eyes, 8 legs, 4 mouths, or even 5. Cough cough. Everyone's face turned red with disgust. Qingxiu went on, so Jiang Yenner was born of close relatives, and any children she has are likely to be deformed too. Actually. He looked around and said, actually, Jiang Yenner likes me. She's like me since before she arrived in Sanha village. Oh, I knew that, Li Yuqing nodded. Lu Yunyan nodded too, I noticed it as well. Su Xiaochun calmly said, I saw it too. The way she looked at you was different, just like how I used to look at you. I've known Jiang Yenner liked you for a while. Qingxiu was dumbfounded, you all knew? She practically had it written on her face. Who couldn't tell? Zhang Sun Pingting said with disdain. Yun Yang covered her mouth and giggled. Li Yuchan urged, husband, keep going, we're listening. Qingxiu said helplessly, because of this, I kept my distance. But I didn't expect this silly girl would somehow learn that brothel women lose the ability to have children after undergoing sealing, so she went to Chuanxue House to do it. Sealing? Su Xiaochun's face changed. How could she be so stupid? Such a foolish girl. Doesn't she care about her life? Yunyang looked at the unconscious, pale Jiang Yenner with pain on her face. Zhang Sun Pingting covered her mouth in fear. Li Yuqing and Lu Yunyan gasped. Since they often visited red light areas, they knew what sealing meant. My god, she's risking her life, Li Yuchan said, full of admiration. Qingxiu shrugged, so, that's the situation. Su Xiaochun said sadly, she really is a devoted girl. Just to be with husband, she went that far. Husband, since Miss Yenner likes you so much, even to the point of risking her life, why not take her in too? Otherwise, she went through all that pain for nothing. That Su Xiaochun could say such a thing made it a win-win for Qingxiu. Who would have thought that Jiang Yener, someone who barely had a presence, would suddenly do something like this? Jiang Yener's pitiful appearance now made all the women present feel deeply sympathetic and also very distressed. Su Xiaochun looked at Qingxiu, pouted, and complained, "I really don't know what's so good about you. Jiang Yener actually risked her life just to ease your worries. Sigh, such a silly girl." At this moment, a servant's voice came from outside. "My lord, someone from the palace has arrived. It's an envoy sent by His Majesty. His Majesty wants you to enter the palace as soon as possible." "I understand," Qingxiu replied and then instructed everyone, "Take care of Jiang Yener. I need to make a trip to the palace." Su Xiaochun asked, "Husband, His Majesty has been summoning you to the palace frequently. Did something major happen?" "Not really," Qingxiu casually said. "Back at Chuanxue Pavilion, some foreign envoys bullied Miss Yener, so I killed them all." "Oh." Su Xiaochun nodded, but then suddenly trembled and exclaimed in shock, "What? You killed the foreign envoys?" "This, husband, this is not a joke." Zhang Sun Pingting was so frightened her face turned pale. The other women also looked worried. Qingxiu shook his head with a smile and said, "It's fine, just a few little islanders. Killing them is no big deal. His Majesty won't blame me. He summoned me for other matters. Just take good care of Jiang Yener. I'm heading to the palace now." With that, Qingxiu left the Qing residence for the palace. Su Xiaochun and the others all knew that Qingxiu said that just so they wouldn't worry too much. Zhang Sun Pingting paced a few times and said worriedly, "This won't do. I need to return to my parents' home and ask my father to go to the palace and inquire. Even in war, messengers are not to be harmed. But husband killed several foreign envoys at once. His Majesty must be furious." Su Xiaochun urged, "Then hurry, and let us know as soon as you hear anything." Shortly after Zhang Sun Pingting left, Jiang Yener woke up. Her fairy-like face was pale. Seeing so many people gathered by her bedside, she struggled to sit up and asked blankly, "Where am I?" Li Yuqing quickly supported her and said, "Lie down quickly, your body is weak. You shouldn't exert yourself." Su Xiaochun said, "This is our marquis residence in Chang'an." I remember now." Jiang Yener's eyes reddened in excitement, and she anxiously asked, "Where's Mr. Qing? Quickly get him out of Chang'an, or it'll be too late." "Ah?" Su Xiaochun was surprised. "Too late for what?" The other women also looked at each other. Jiang Yener, with a tearful voice, said, "Before I passed out, I saw Mr. Qing kill many foreign envoys. Killing envoys is a serious crime. His Majesty won't let Mr. Qing off easily." Su Xiaochun said helplessly, "If only you had woken up earlier, you could have warned him. But now it's too late. Mr. Qing is dead." Jiang Yener trembled, her face turning even paler. Her vision darkened, and she almost fainted again. Li Yuqing said with mixed tears and laughter, "He's not dead. He's perfectly fine. You should take care of yourself before worrying about others." Su Xiaochun quickly added, "Don't worry. My husband is fine. He just went to the palace. He'll be back soon." Jiang Yener realized no one else was worried, and only she was being anxious. She also didn't know in what capacity she should be worrying about Mr. Qing. Even though her heart was full of anxiety, she had no choice but to lie down quietly. Su Xiaochun sat by the bed and sighed, "Miss Yener, you really are too silly. How could you undergo confinement therapy? Don't you know how many women suffer or even die from that every year?" Jiang Yener didn't know what to say. Lu Yunyan was the closest to Jiang Yener in private. Jiang Yener would often dine with Lu Yunyan and Shan Xiaoro and sometimes even share a bed and chat about everything. Lu Yunyan, looking heartbroken, said, "Yener, you silly girl. We all know who you went into confinement therapy for." Jiang Yener quickly shook her head. I was afraid of having a deformed child in the future. I did the therapy for myself." As she spoke, she nervously glanced at Su Xiaochun and Yunyang. Yunyang smiled slightly without saying anything. Su Xiaochun gently nodded to Lu Yunyan. Lu Yunyan then said, "Stop hiding it. We all know you did it for Mr. Qing. Don't be nervous. With us here, we won't let you suffer. If he doesn't take full responsibility for you, we won't let him off." Su Xiaochun snorted, "Exactly. I really don't know what's so good about that blind husband of mine, making Miss Yener willing to risk her life for him. If he dares not treat you well, I'll teach him a lesson for you." Though Su Xiaochun said that, she felt bitter inside. She could accept Li Yuqing and Lu Yunyan, these older women, so she had no reason to reject Jiang Yener. If word got out that a woman did confinement therapy for the Marquis of Zhenghua but was kicked out by the main wife, she would lose face. Also, saying this would lessen Jiang Yener's psychological burden. Since she had already chosen to accept Jiang Yener, Su Xiaochun would accept her to the end. Jiang Yener's eyes filled with tears, and she sobbed softly, "I'm sorry. I didn't plan to tell anyone, but I didn't expect you all to find out." Su Xiaochun waved her hand, "Enough. Don't be so emotional. Just stay here and recover. When you're better, we'll let my husband take you in. Yunyang, let's go to the kitchen and tell the chef to make some nutritious food." "Okay." Yunyang responded and followed Su Xiaochun to the kitchen. After Su Xiaochun left, she sighed and shook her head. Yunyang, who knew Su Xiaochun best, gently comforted her. In the Hall of Supreme Harmony. There was no morning court today, so the hall seemed a bit empty. Aside from Li Er and Empress Zhangsun, there were also Tang Jian and a few short foreigners from island nations. "Subject greets your majesty and the empress." Qingxiu bowed to Li Er and Zhangsun. The short islanders were whispering nervously, and one of them looked at Qingxiu with fear. He was the sole survivor from Chuanxue Pavilion. Li Er stood up from the dragon throne and threw an inkstone, but it landed far from Qingxiu. After throwing the inkstone, Li Er angrily shouted, "Marquis Qing, why did you kill foreign envoys without reason?" "Empress, don't stop me, don't stop." Li Er fumbled around the table looking for something to throw, mumbling to himself. Empress Zhangsuan's face turned red and her mouth twitched as she quickly stopped Li Er. Your Majesty, calm down, calm down." Tang Jian was dumbfounded. Wasn't this act too obvious? Such a big man, standing so close, and still managed to miss with the inkstone? Although Tang Jian immediately realized the emperor and empress were acting, the foreign envoys believed it. The lead envoy even looked smugly proud. Li Er looked very angry, at least that's what the envoys from the island nation believed. Li Er threw a tantrum for a while, then, exhausted, sat down on the dragon throne, panting, and asked, "Marquis Qing, why did you kill the envoys from the Yamato kingdom? Give me a reasonable explanation." Empress Zhangsun also looked at Qingxiu with a scrutinizing gaze. Qingxiu cupped his hands and said, "Your Majesty, this afternoon I went to Chuanxue Pavilion to listen to music. Several envoys from the Yamato kingdom were harassing a young lady, speaking obscene and vulgar words. Coincidentally, that lady is a friend of mine. In a fit of anger, I killed several of the Yamato envoys." Li Er frowned and said, "The Yamato envoys came from afar as guests. Even if they behaved badly, the crime is not punishable by death. They came to pay tribute. As emperor, I must give them an explanation for this matter, or it will be difficult to calm things down and gain their respect for the Tang dynasty." Qingxiu sternly asked, "Why should your Majesty give them an explanation? Shouldn't it be them giving us one?" "Ah?" Li Er asked in surprise, "Why do you say that?" Qingxiu raised his voice and said, "The Grand Tang dynasty, with all nations coming to pay tribute, since they have come to the Tang dynasty, they must obey Tang laws. A tiny island country, just a speck on the map, with uncivilized people and barbaric customs, when we give them face, they take more and more. The more we give in, the more they take advantage. Tang doesn't need admiration, Tang needs fear and awe. If your Majesty gives a small and insignificant country an explanation, others will think Tang is weak and elevate that petty nation's status. This is extremely inappropriate." Li Er muttered to himself, "Tang doesn't need admiration, Tang needs fear and awe." "Well said." Empress Zhangsun softly said, "Your Majesty, Marquis Qing is right. We don't need to give a barbaric country any explanation. It is they who should give us one. These foreign envoys insulted our Tang people. Marquis Qing stood up for us, he was not wrong." Li Er nodded and looked coldly at the Yamato envoys, then said to Tang Jian, "Duke of Zhu, translate my words for them." Tang Jian quickly cupped his hands, "Please speak, Your Majesty." Li Er said, "This small foreign country ignored Tang's laws and openly harassed women. According to Tang law, they should be executed." The corners of Tang Jian's mouth twitched, and he translated for the Yamato envoys. The Yamato envoys turned pale and trembled with fear after hearing this. They all fell to the ground, begging for mercy in a panic. Li Er nodded in satisfaction and continued, "Since it's their first offense, the death penalty will be waived. They will be confined in the Honglu Temple until the Mid-Autumn Grand Court Assembly." Tang Jian translated again. Only then did the Yamato envoys breathe a sigh of relief, kneeling and repeatedly kowtowing in gratitude. Seeing this, Li Er was extremely surprised and said, "Marquis Qing was spot on. These barbarians from the Yamato kingdom, the less you treat them like humans, the more they fear and respect you. The more polite you are, the more they take advantage. This is completely different from other foreign countries." Qingxiu said, "Your Majesty should treat all equally, spreading the prestige of Tang across the seas so all nations fear and respect Tang." Li Er nodded, "I will remember that. Tang Jian, take them away." "Yes, Your Majesty." Tang Jian took all the Yamato envoys out of the Hall of Supreme Harmony. Li Er asked with interest. Marquis Qing, I heard from Tang Jian that you not only figured out that the Goguryeo envoy was Yun Geisaman, but also that the Silla envoy was Princess Xiandik. Can you really predict things? Qingxiu secretly cursed Tang Jian for having a big mouth. But on the surface, he smiled and said, Your Majesty, don't listen to Tang Jian's nonsense. I was just messing with him. I only heard that Goguryeo had a very skilled young man who carried 2 swords. That day at Chuanxue Pavilion, I saw a young man with 2 swords, so I guessed it was Yun Geisaman. I didn't expect to guess right. Li Er squinted his eyes and smiled. Marquis Qing, you can't see. How did you know Yun Geisaman had 2 swords? Ah? Qingxiu was stunned and suddenly felt he had miscalculated. Well, my eyes are almost healed. Qingxiu had to make up an excuse, saying his eyesight was recovering, otherwise, Li Er might make him predict the fate of the nation, and that would be a real trap. Oh? Li Er was overjoyed. Marquis Qing, your eyes are healing? Qingxiu had no choice but to nod. I can see some outlines now, not as good as a normal person, but still a good thing. That's truly something to celebrate. Earlier, you said Yun Geisaman was very skilled. This is the first I've heard of such a figure in Goguryeo. Tell me, what's special about him? Qingxiu said, I only heard that Yun Geisaman is excellent with the sword and good at military strategy, a very formidable Goguryeo general. Your Majesty, he might become a strong enemy of the Tang dynasty. Li Er's expression turned cold, and he murmured, a strong enemy, huh? He fell silent for a long time, then suddenly sighed. Back when Emperor Yang of Sui launched 3 campaigns against Goguryeo, hundreds of thousands of soldiers died in Liaodong. Goguryeo piled up their bones to build a mound to show off their military might. That was a great humiliation to our people. I want to destroy that mound, collect the bones, and bring them back to Guangzhong so they can return to their homeland. But Tang's current strength is not enough to go to war with Goguryeo. In the future, I will definitely destroy the mound they built and wash away the shame of the previous dynasty. If Yun Geisaman is the future obstacle to Tang's conquest of Goguryeo, then maybe. A flash of cold light appeared in Li Er's eyes. Qingxiu cupped his hands. Your Majesty is wise. But. Li Er frowned. Yun Geisaman is here as Goguryeo's envoy. If he dies in Tang territory, it may cause a huge problem. It's not that I fear Goguryeo, but if envoy's safety can't be guaranteed, no small country will dare pay tribute in the future. Qingxiu smiled. Your Majesty, that's no problem. Yun Geisaman could die from illness. What does that have to do with Tang? Huh? What do you mean? Li Er was confused. Qingxiu said, Your Majesty, I once had a dog. This dog liked to eat pork. But pork is harmful to dogs. Over time, the dog got sick and eventually died of illness. Li Er and Zhangsun Wuji widened their eyes, staring at him in horror. Though he didn't say it directly, every word hinted at poisoning. Li Er firmly shook his head. No. I am the ruler of a nation. How can I do such a lowly thing? That would go against the will of heaven. Qingxiu secretly pouted. Just now you were the one who wanted to kill him, and now you say it's against the will of heaven. What's going on? Not wanting to argue with this double-standard Li Er, Qingxiu found an excuse and took his leave. Although many censors submitted memorials to impeach Qingxiu over the incident of the Yamato envoys being killed, and Qingxiu was also forced to attend this morning's court session because of it, all the impeachment comments were suppressed by Li Er and didn't stir up any waves. Li Er looked at the military officials and said, Marquis Qing's method of training soldiers in 100 days has been very effective. Recently, training for cavalry battles has been frequent, which led to many horses in the Special Forces camp getting injured. Li Jing submitted a memorial asking me to allocate a batch of war horses and equipment to the Special Forces camp. But there aren't many war horses in the stables, and gathering horses from the civilian population will take time. The training of the Special Forces camp cannot be delayed, so I've decided to first allocate 2,000 war horses from the Left Martial Guard to the Special Forces camp. Upon hearing this, Cheng Yaojin, Yu Qigong, Li Ji, and Chai Xiao all felt their buttholes tighten. Li Er continued, My dear ministers, who among you is willing to allocate 2,000 horses from your own camps? Cheng Yaojin cupped his hands and said, Your Majesty, my Left Martial Guard can allocate some horses, but not many, only 200. It must be said, this move by Cheng Yaojin was very clever. Voluntarily offering 200 horses prevented the situation from escalating. As expected, Li Er nodded and smiled. Cheng Jijia truly is a pillar of my great Tang. I'll remember this generous act. Once more horses are procured, your camp will be repaid double. Cheng Yaojin joyfully cupped his hands and said, Thank you, Your Majesty. Li Er looked at Yu Qigong and said, The remaining 1,000 or so horses will be taken from Yu Qijingda's camp. Yu Qigong was dumbfounded. He quickly stepped forward and said, Your Majesty, the horses in my camp are limited. We only have about 10,000 cavalry, and fewer than 1,000 spare horses. If over 1,000 are taken away at once, I won't even have a full 10,000 strong cavalry unit anymore. Oh, fewer than 1,000? Li Er said with a smile, then just contribute 800 horses. Yu Qigong wanted to speak but stopped. He suddenly felt like he'd been tricked. The remaining 1,000 horses will be taken from Li Ji's and Chai Xiao's camps. Li Ji and Chai Xiao wanted to speak but didn't say much. They both began to envy Chang Yao Jin. This fat man really was clever. Li Jing cupped his hands and said, Your Majesty, constantly reallocating horses is not a long-term solution. We should find a way to reduce damage to the horses. Li Er sighed, that's easier said than done. Since ancient times, war horses have been critical. Every dynasty has considered reducing damage to war horses as a top priority, but no one has found a real solution. Since it's been brought up today, why don't you all think of a way to reduce damage to horses during training? The officials began whispering to each other. Marquis Qing, Li Er looked at Qingxiu and asked with a half-smile, Do you have a solution? Why is it me again? Qingxiu muttered in his heart and decisively shook his head, Your Majesty, I have no solution. Li Er said with displeasure, You say you have no solution without even thinking about it. Is that true or false? Qingxiu shook his head, Your Majesty, I really have no solution. Li Er pondered, if even Marquis Qing has no solution, then there truly might be none. Let's talk about the Yamato envoys being killed. All the officials were stunned. Wasn't this matter already suppressed? Why did Li Er suddenly bring it up again? Qingxiu said helplessly, Your Majesty, I have a solution. We can put shoes on the horses. Li Er was stunned and murmured, Put shoes on the horses? Many officials suddenly had a bright look in their eyes. Shoes for horses? Is that even possible? Horses aren't humans. Horse hooves are vertical. I'm afraid shoes won't fit. Even if you manage to put shoes on them, after traveling long distances, they'll wear out in 2 days. Wearing out is a small problem. What if the shoes fall off? Your Majesty, this is not practical. Horses are not people. Their hooves are vertical. We've tried putting shoes on horses before, and after running just a few dozen li, the shoes fall off. It simply doesn't work. Marquis Qing thought of shoeing horses? We actually thought of that a long time ago. Many military officers looked disdainful. Ling Er also said, Marquis Qing, people have suggested shoeing horses before, but they all failed. Qingxiu said listlessly, Others are others, I am me. The shoes I give to horses are naturally different. Oh? What's different? Ling Er asked with interest. Qingxiu simply pulled out a round iron piece from his sleeve and said, This is the shoe for the horse. Ling Er angrily said, You already prepared the horseshoe, why did you say earlier that you had no solution? Qingxiu scratched his head and said, Well, I forgot. Ling Er almost wanted to strangle him right then. Qingxiu felt much better inside. Seeing Ling Er suffer made him secretly happy. Actually, after hearing Li Jing talk about hoof damage yesterday, Qingxiu had already thought of horseshoes and even ordered 4 large crescent-shaped iron plates from a blacksmith in the city. He had guessed this issue would be discussed in court today, so he came prepared. Wait. Ling Er said suspiciously, You had this with you. Did you already know in advance that today's court would discuss horse hoof damage? Qingxiu explained, Yesterday I ran into the Duke of Wei in Pingkong Ward, and we chatted casually. That's how I learned about this, so I prepared in advance. Ling Er's mouth twitched nonstop. With a dark face, he said, Since you were prepared, why didn't you say so earlier? Well, I forgot. No matter what you say, that's my excuse, I forgot. Ling Er was furious. He slapped the table and shouted, You think this little iron piece can prevent hoof damage? I don't believe it. What do the rest of you think? It's not reliable. Just an iron piece, no way it could be a shoe for a warhorse. I don't believe it either. Your Majesty, I impeach Marquis Qing for speaking nonsense and trying to gain attention. Ling Er said with ill intent, Marquis Qing, see? No one believes you. If this thing in your hand can't solve hoof damage, I'll punish you. Think carefully. If you admit your mistake now, it's not too late. I'm always merciful. If you admit fault now, I'll just dock 1 month's salary and have you pay a fine of 800,000 coins to atone. Then I won't make it difficult for you. Qingxiu's mouth twitched. Good heavens, 800,000 coins? Why not just rob me? Now Qingxiu was angry too and said, Since no one believes me, how about we make a bet? A bet? What kind of bet? Ling Er asked with a laugh. Qingxiu raised the iron piece and said loudly, If this thing doesn't solve the problem of hoof damage, I'll contribute 1,000,000 coins for military use and to expand the horse stables. I'll also compensate everyone involved in the bet with 10,000 coins each. But if it does solve the problem, everyone who participates must pay me 10,000 coins each. What do you all think? As soon as he said this, the hall erupted. Qingxiu's wealth shocked even Ling Er. If you asked who the richest person in Tang was, the royal treasury would be first. But second on the list was definitely Qingxiu. It was conservatively estimated that his family assets exceeded 3 million coins. 1 million coins? Does he really have that much money? Lord Lu, just the alcohol business of Marquis Qing's family has earned no less than 1 million coins, right? Not to mention, the business of his restaurants is booming. My relatives in Luoyang said that the Baiwei Ju restaurant has already opened a branch there. Let's not even talk about 1 million coins. Even 10,000 coins is nothing to Marquis Qing, but for us, that's decades of salary. If it were a few hundred coins, this old man might gamble, but 10,000 coins is way too much. Marquis Qing, can I bet 500 coins? 10,000 is too much. An old official asked eagerly. Qingxiu glanced at the old official and casually smiled. My lord, you'd better not get involved. If you lose and suddenly drop dead from a heart attack, it won't be worth it. After speaking, Qingxiu turned to the officials and said, Come, place your bets. My house is overflowing with wealth. This is a rare chance to fleece me. Once this village is passed, there won't be another inn. 20 or 30 officials had already crowded around. Li Er saw this scene and twitched the corner of his mouth, smiling bitterly. This brat has turned the imperial court into a gambling house, huh? Fine, I'll place a bet too. Li Xiaogong said in surprise, Your Majesty doesn't actually believe that little iron piece in Marquis Qing's hand can solve the issue of horse hoof damage, right? Li Er nodded with a conflicted expression. I do believe Marquis Qing might be able to do it. But, 1 million coins, that's a considerable income even for the state treasury. I might as well take a chance. Just like the saying, take a chance, and your bicycle becomes a motorcycle. Brother Hejian, want to place a bet too? Li Xiaogong laughed heartily. Of course, with such excitement, how could I miss out? I don't believe that small iron piece can solve a 1,000-year problem of damaged horse hooves. Yu Qigong also shook his head dumbly. I don't believe it either. Only Chang Yaojin looked at Yu Qigong with pity and muttered, His Majesty is betting that Marquis Qing will lose so he can win 1 million coins. Didn't you hear that even His Majesty chose to believe in Qing boy? You, blackhead, insist on going against the current. TSK serves you right to lose. Chang, what did you say? Nothing, hurry up and place your bet. By now, Qingxiu was completely surrounded by the civil and military officials. Qingxiu squeezed out of the crowd and cupped his hands to Li Er. Your Majesty, please serve as a witness, lest someone refuses to acknowledge the bet afterward. How about Your Majesty write a promissory note? Li Er clapped and laughed. Good idea. I'll write a promissory note. He rolled up his sleeves and wrote one, then handed it to Wang De and said to the officials, Whoever wants to bet, write your name and amount. Those who bet on winning win, and those on losing lose. Wang De came down the steps and laid out the document before everyone. I bet 500 coins that Marquis Qing will lose. I bet 1,000 coins he'll lose. I bet 100. I bet 3,000. A 10,000 coin bet was mere pocket change for Qingxiu and Li Er, but for ordinary officials, 10,000 coins was decades of salary. But among the officials were also titled nobles with fiefs, who had accumulated a decent amount of wealth over the years. Only a dozen or so people could afford to bet 10,000 coins, most others bet several hundred or 1,000. Qingxiu quickly estimated that most people were betting on his loss, totaling over 300,000 coins. Those betting on his win were only 5 or 6, Chang Yaojin, Zhang Sun Wuji, Li Jing. The wealthy Chai Xiao even bet 50,000 coins on Qingxiu losing, proudly saying that fortune favors the bold. But he forgot the next part, fortune is also lost in danger. Qingxiu held the promissory note high and shouted, Anyone else want to bet? This is your chance. After a long wait, Li Er saw no one respond and ordered Wang De to take back the document, then smiled at Qingxiu. Marquis Qing, the betting is closed. Please begin your performance. Qingxiu grinned, Your Majesty, please prepare a horse. Li Er complied. Soon, a strong warhorse was brought to the front of the Taiji Hall. Qingxiu instructed a few guards to hold the horse, lift its leg, place the iron piece on the hoof, and nail it diagonally with a small hammer. This scene left the officials dumbfounded. They actually nailed it directly into the hoof? So crude and simple, won't the horse feel pain? Good heavens, nailing it directly? I think this might actually work. Don't scare me, I bet 1,000 coins. Many looked visibly uneasy. Until Qingxiu finished nailing all 4 horseshoes. Li Er asked in disbelief, That's it? Yep, done. Qingxiu smiled, with the shoes nailed, now we test. Please have a capable rider ride this horse over rocky ground a few laps. The hooves will suffer no damage. Li Er looked shocked and asked, nailing shoes into the hooves, doesn't the horse feel pain? Qingxiu explained, actually, a horse's hooves are like our fingernails, they're keratin and have no pain sensation. As long as the nails don't go into the flesh, the horse feels nothing. Some of the gamblers started looking worried. Only Chang Yaojin cackled gleefully. Zhang Sun Wuji was delighted too. Qingxiu thought to himself, the happier you are now, the sadder you'll be later. Chai Xiao said bitterly, it's that simple? Really that simple? And no one ever thought of it? My 50,000 coins, just gone like that. Chai Xiao, don't start mourning yet. The result isn't out yet. Yu Qigong said unhappily. Chai Xiao said helplessly, isn't this already a done deal? Look at those shoes, they're sturdy, and sparks fly when the horse runs. No way those will fall off. Even the sharpest stones probably won't pierce them. Hearing this, the hearts of many betting officials sank. Li Er quickly found someone to ride the shoed horse over the rocky ground for a few laps. An hour passed quickly. The guard returned riding the horse. As it ran, sparks flew and clinking sounds were heard from the hooves. The guard dismounted outside the Taiji hall, cupped his hands, and said, reporting to your majesty, I ran several laps over the rocky field outside the city. The horse ran smoothly, completely unaffected, and even crushed a lot of stones. These iron shoes are very effective. As soon as the guard finished, a thud was heard in the crowd. Everyone turned to see an old official lying unconscious on the ground. Qingxiu twitched his mouth. I told you not to bet, but you insisted. And now? Heart attack, right? That old man who bet 500 coins had just fulfilled Qingxiu's prophecy. However, the old official didn't die. He was sent to the Imperial Medical Institute by Ling Er and was quickly brought back. The reason he fainted was due to sudden agitation and stress. Ling Er returned to the Dragon Throne, and the officials returned to the Taiji Hall. Ling Er looked around with a smile and said, everyone, those who bet must accept the outcome. Those who bet on Marquis Qing losing must deliver their stakes within 1 hour. I also bet on Marquis Qing losing, so I'll set an example first. Wang De, withdraw 10,000 coins from the palace's expenses and deliver them. All who placed bets, go home and get your money. It must be said, Ling Er was still quite fair and just. Many officials who had bet left with their heads hanging low to fetch their money. Haha. Chang Yaojin laughed, Marquis Qing, I bet 10,000 coins on you winning. With these odds, I should be earning at least 10,000, right? Qingxiu looked at him with a strange expression and said, Duke of Lu, what makes you say that? When I started this betting round, did I ever say that those betting on me winning would get a payout? Ah? Chang Yaojin's eyes bulged, and his face began twitching. Zhang Sun Wuji also darkened his face and said unhappily, Son-in-law, you can't be so shameless. Let His Majesty judge, if not for the payout, who would bet on you winning? Qingxiu innocently replied, Father-in-law, let's not make things up. You let His Majesty judge too. What exactly did I say when I opened the bet? What I said was, if I lose, I'll pay 10,000 coins to each person who bet against me. I never said I'd pay those who bet on me winning. So ruthless. Qingxiu was ruthless enough to scam even his father-in-law. Ling Er frowned and looked at Chang Yaojin and Zhang Sun Wuji, then suddenly nodded, Marquis Qing did indeed say that. That's right, he only mentioned compensating those who bet on him losing, not those who bet on him winning. Zhang Sun Wuji was dumbfounded on the spot. Chang Yaojin, with a dark face, said, You brat, such a scammer. So we worked for nothing? Qingxiu grinned, not for nothing, not at all. A payout based on normal odds is clearly unreasonable, but I can give each of you a participation prize, the key is in participating. Chang Yaojin waved and laughed, forget it, a mere 10,000 coins isn't a big loss. Zhang Sun Wuji thought about it and nodded with a smile. It's his own son-in-law, why fuss? If the household ever lacks money, he could just have his daughter send over a few carts. About an hour later, the officials who had lost their bets delivered all their stakes. Outside the Taiji Hall stood dozens of carriages loaded with copper coins and silver, looking quite spectacular. Although Qingxiu had said he wouldn't pay those who bet on him winning, he still gave Chang Yaojin, Zhang Sun Wuji, Li Jing, and others 10,000 coins each. After all, he couldn't let those who supported him feel cold-hearted. The few of them were so happy they couldn't close their mouths. Each took home several carts of copper coins. Li Jing, delighted, returned home with the coins. When Red Whisk and their daughter Li Yingqi saw the massive carts of money, they were stunned. Red Whisk asked in surprise, Big brother, you just went to morning court, how did you bring back so much silver? Did His Majesty reward you for some achievement? Li Jing laughed, it wasn't a reward from His Majesty, it was from Marquis Qing. Then, Li Jing recounted everything that happened in court. Red Whisk smiled and said, "Based on what you're saying, this Marquis Qing seems like a pretty good person." "Yes." Li Jing nodded and sighed. Who would have thought he'd solve a long-standing military problem with just a few iron pieces and earn over 300,000 coins in one go? That's easy money. Dad, really? Li Yingqi was shocked. We've worked so hard over horse hoof damage for so long, and he solved it with just one iron piece? A very simple method. Unfortunately, no one thought of it before. TSK, Marquis Qing's cleverness really lives up to his name. Li Yingqi couldn't help recalling how he had spanked her yesterday afternoon. Her face turned red, and her hand unconsciously touched her behind. She could still feel the pain. But it was a pleasurable kind of pain. Even though the spanking was harsh and painful, she felt an unparalleled sense of pleasure. She had even felt a bit disappointed when he stopped. "Yingqi, what's wrong? Why is your face so red? Are you catching a chill?" Red Whisk asked with concern. Huh? Li Yingqi snapped out of it and quickly shook her head. "It's nothing, I just suddenly felt a little hot." Then she ran back to her room, leaving Li Jing and Red Whisk confused. But they didn't think much of it. Qingxiu also returned home with dozens of carts of copper coins and was likewise bombarded with questions from his wives and concubines. After explaining, their flattery and praise made Qingxiu feel like he was floating. Because horseshoes had solved a major military issue, even though Li Er had lost 10,000 coins, he was very happy. He immediately ordered the Ministry of Works to begin mass production and issued a decree rewarding Qingxiu with a lord's estate. This estate was originally intended to be the residence for the Princess of Chang'e. But since Qingxiu was about to marry the Princess of Xiangqing and still had no proper prince consort residence, Li Er generously gifted it as their marital home. However, compared to the lord's estate, Qingxiu still preferred his current mansion. After all, the lord's estate was too big, and the rooms too far apart. If he wanted to try a dragon with many phoenixes, he'd have to run a long distance. Time flew, and the wedding date with the Princess of Xiangqing arrived. Qingxiu temporarily moved his entire household to the estate. On the first day, the estate was decorated with lanterns and festoons, covered in festive red lanterns, and hundreds of servants were busy preparing everything. Early the next morning, Su Xiaochun, with her big belly, personally helped Qingxiu dress in the groom's attire. Marrying a princess was vastly different from taking a concubine. The scale was set to the highest by Li Er. He arranged a 3,000-man wedding procession for Qingfu. Along the entire Zhuke Avenue, guards were placed every 10 steps with long spears as barricades. Almost the entire city of Chang'an had gathered on Zhuke Avenue. Fortunately, it was wide enough, 150 meters across, but even so, the crowd was massive. Among the crowd, Yan Yushir looked at the seemingly endless procession, and envy wasn't enough to describe her feelings. Xiao Chui held her arm and said with a sweet smile, "Miss, no need to envy. Princess weddings have always had this level of ceremony. I say, true love matters most. Didn't Mr. Qing say he would marry you after the princess?" Yan Yushir blushed and nodded. "That's true. A princess wedding should be like this." Beside them, a young girl looked at Yan Yushir in surprise. After hesitating, she asked, "Miss, are you also engaged to Mr. Qing?" Yan Yushir turned and saw a young woman a few years older than herself, just as beautiful, perhaps even more so. She hesitated and asked, "Miss, do you mean?" The woman nodded slightly with a hint of bitterness and said softly, "Indeed." Yan Yushir had asked casually, but she didn't expect the girl in front of her to actually admit it. For a moment, she was speechless, her expression quite complicated, even a bit angry. What the hell? Just watching a princess's wedding procession on the street, and she bumps into another of the groom's lovers? Is this a coincidence, or are there just too many of them? In fact, the girl who spoke up was none other than the charming widow Cui Yuran of the Qinghe Cui clan. Yan Yushir frowned. "You say you're engaged to Mr. Qing? Is that true?" Cui Yuran nodded calmly. "Of course it's true. How could one lie about such a thing? Just now I heard Miss say she was engaged to him, and it reminded me that I too have an engagement with Marquis Qing. Since we are both engaged, that means we may live under the same roof in the future. So I thought I'd be bold and come introduce myself in advance." Before Yan Yushir could speak, Xiaotsue beside her said unhappily, "We don't even know you, who wants to live under the same roof with you? So shameless." Yan Yushir pulled Xiaotsue aside and frowned. "Xiaotsue, don't be rude." Cui Yuran was a few years older and more experienced. She seemed to have long accepted the matters between men and women. She smiled gently, her manner graceful, and said softly, "It's all right. I came over uninvited. Since Miss doesn't want to get acquainted now, we can meet again in the future." As she spoke, Cui Yuran was about to walk away. "Hey, you," Yan Yushir wanted to say something but stopped. Chui Yuran turned back and asked, "What is it? Is there something else?" After going through emotional setbacks, Yen Yushur had become much more open and gracious. She stepped forward, bowed slightly, and said, "My name is Yen Yushur. May I ask how to address you, sister?" Chui Yuran smiled, "I'm Chui Yuran. Your surname is Yen, are you from the Yen family?" Yen Yushur gently nodded, "Yes." Chui Yuran smiled with her lips pressed together, "I've heard that the Yen family has a legitimate daughter, learned and talented, well-mannered and gentle, virtuous and graceful. Seeing you today, it's truly as they say. You must be the one in the rumors?" The flattery made Yen Yushur blush slightly. She waved her hands modestly and said, "Miss Chui exaggerates. Those rumors aren't accurate, you shouldn't believe them." Seeing her so shy, Chui Yuran couldn't help feeling playful and said with a mock look of realization, "Oh, I see. So, according to you, the rumors are false? Then Miss Yen is not learned and talented, not well-mannered and gentle, nor virtuous and graceful." Yen Yushur was a bit startled. Well? Miss, you're joking. From your accent, you're not from Chang'an, are you?" Chui Yuran shook her head, "No, I'm from Qinghe." Yen Yushur was shocked, "You're from the Qinghe Chui clan?" When Chui Yuran nodded, Yen Yushur was even more surprised. She said, "The Chui family is first among the 5 great surnames. Qinghe Chui is the top branch. Miss Chui, you're as beautiful as a flower, with graceful and refined manners, a model noble lady. And yet you're becoming someone's concubine? Your elders agreed to this? Aren't you afraid of being criticized?" Chui Yuran hesitated with a trace of bitterness, then sighed softly, "Alas, it's because I'm a widow." Yen Yushur was completely stunned. So she was a widow. Chui Yuran smiled openly and said, "Miss Yen, as the legitimate daughter of the Yen family, aren't you also becoming someone's concubine?" Yen Yushur was at a loss for words, then smiled bitterly, "I won't hide it from Miss Chui. This past late spring, my grandfather hosted a poetry gathering. He boldly declared that whoever won the championship would marry the Yen family's legitimate daughter. Mr. Qing won the title, but he already had wives and concubines. My grandfather feared it would damage the Yen family's reputation and went back on his word. In the end, not only was the Yen family's reputation not preserved, but we were also criticized for breaking our word. Later, after some difficulties, I became engaged to Mr. Qing not long ago. Once he marries the princess, he'll take me in as a concubine. At this point, I don't ask for much, just to be with the one I love." Chui Yuran understood, "So that's how it is. I truly didn't know there was such a story between you and Marquis Qing." After chatting for a while, the two grew more familiar. Yen Yushur curiously asked, "Miss Chui, how did you meet Mr. Qing, all the way from Qinghe?" Chui Yuran smiled bitterly, "To be honest, I was tricked here by my uncle." "Your uncle?" Chui Yuran explained, "My uncle is Duke of Lu, Cheng Yaojin. My aunt is the first lady of the Cheng household. After I lost my husband early, I kept to myself for 3 years. My in-laws passed away within those years too. Once the mourning period was over, suitors came to Qinghe one after another. But they were all old scholars, widowers, or reclusive elders. I didn't like any of them. So I told my family I wouldn't marry again. But not long ago, my uncle sent a letter to Qinghe saying there was a remarkable young man, peerless in talent, handsome, with excellent character. He praised him to the skies." Yen Yushur covered her mouth and laughed, "The letter must have been about Mr. Qing, right?" Chui Yuran smiled bitterly, "Who else could it be? The letter even had one of his poems. After reading it, my grandfather and father were amazed. So they pressured me to come to Chang'an. A few days ago, I met Mr. Qing at my uncle's mansion. I found him agreeable, so I accepted the proposal. I'm a widow, not expecting much. As long as he treats me well, being a concubine is fine." Yen Yushur smiled, "Then soon, we'll be family." Chui Yuran unconsciously blushed and nodded slightly. She paused and curiously asked, "Miss Yen, I just arrived in Chang'an, and I've heard quite a bit about Mr. Qing. They say he already has several wives and concubines, but I don't know exactly how many. Could you tell me?" Yen Yushur thought for a moment, then began counting on her fingers. "Mr. Qing's main wife is the one assigned by the government, from a neighboring village to Sanhe. Her name is Su Xiaochun. The second concubine is a widow from our village, named Yunyang. The third concubine is the daughter of Lord Zhangsun Wuji, her name is Zhangsun Pingting. The fourth is the proprietress of Baiwei Ju restaurant, named Li Yuchan. Because of Miss Li, Mr. Qing once killed the eldest son of Duke Lu Yaohui of Xinghua. This story spread far and wide as a romantic tale of slaying for beauty. The fifth concubine." Yen Yushur looked at the princess's wedding procession and said, "The fifth one is currently in that bridal sedan chair, the princess of Xiangqing." Chui Yuran was stunned, inwardly exclaiming, "Good heavens! Who was Zhangsun Wuji? A founding minister of the dynasty, destined to be one of the top 3 dukes. Yet his treasured daughter is just the 3rd concubine. And now, even a princess has become his 5th concubine. What an extraordinary honor. In that moment, Cui Yuran no longer felt that it was shameful for a woman of the Cui family to become a concubine. Actually, what Yan Yushir mentioned were only the concubines of Qingxiu known publicly. There were still 2 concubines in the Qing residence she didn't know about, Ling Yuqing and Lu Yunyan. As for the Turkic princess Ashinayu, that was a sure thing in the future. And Jiang Yener, who even went into confinement for his sake, would certainly be taken into his household as well. Marrying a princess was much more complicated than marrying anyone else. There were over a dozen procedures, including a ritual to worship the heavens. By the time all the steps were completed, it was already noon. Outside the prince consort residence, a group of young men had gathered. Seeing them, Qingxiu was a bit stunned. They were Cheng Chumo and Cheng Chubi, the brothers, Zhang Sunchong, Ling Chongyi, Fang Yayai, Du He, and Niu Jianhu, the son of Niu Jinda. Each of them held a disciplined stick in hand and looked at Qingxiu with bad intentions. Qingxiu's heart tightened. He quickly asked Wei Laojiu, who was holding the reins of the horse beside him, "What's this? Why is each of them holding a stick?" Wei Laojiu replied gloatingly, "Marquis, you may not know, but this is called the beating the groom ritual, a step that can't be skipped when a noble family marries off a daughter." Qingxiu's mouth twitched. "Beat who? Me?" Wei Laojiu chuckled, "Of course it's to beat you, Marquis. Who else would they beat?" Qingxiu sucked in a breath. Though he had spiritual power and a body like a war god, he was still human. Even with a strong physique, one hit from such a thick rolling pin would still bruise him. "Come on, Qing brother, hurry up and enter the gate. The lucky hour is almost over, haha." Cheng Chumo waved his stick, laughing and provoking. Zhang Sunchong rolled up his sleeves and smiled, "Even though you're my brother-in-law, don't expect me to show mercy. The harder the beating, the closer you and my sister will become." Ling Chongyi grinned cruelly, "After all, Xiangqing is my cousin. As her cousin, I hope your married life is sweet and full of love. That means the groom must be beaten thoroughly, the more you beat, the closer you become." The onlookers around had already begun encouraging the scene. Qingxiu said with a dark face to Wei Laojiu, "Go tell them, just put on a show, that's enough. I'm someone who holds grudges." Wei Laojiu happily ran over and passed the message to each of them. Though the rich young men agreed on the surface, their gleeful expressions clearly showed they had no intention of going easy on him. With no choice, Qingxiu had to use his ultimate move. He suddenly bent down, assuming a starting posture. Cheng Chumo's face changed. "Crap, he's going to charge in. Everyone, get ready." All of them raised their sticks. Qingxiu sneered, then leapt forward, so fast he seemed to blur. Before Cheng Chumo and the others could react, Qingxiu had already dashed inside the main gate. "Wait, I haven't hit him yet." Everyone stared dumbfounded at the now in the gate Qingxiu. Qingxiu chuckled, "I'll remember today. I'll deal with you all later. Want to hit me? Go train a few more years first." With that, he swaggered off. The rich kids were all dejected. Not only did they fail to hit him, but now they were on his blacklist. So frustrating. The next part was much simpler. Officials of all ranks came to offer congratulations. Every official in Chang'an had to attend. Who would dare disrespect Ling Er? The congratulatory gifts alone filled several rooms. Then an imperial official stood at the entrance of the prince consort residence and read the imperial edict, saying something like, "The princess is married, the whole empire celebrates. All citizens of Great Tang shall receive a 30% tax reduction," prompting a drumbeating celebration throughout Chang'an. By dusk, Qingxiu had finally finished seeing off all the guests, and then brought some food to the bridal chamber. After opening the door, the bride sitting on the red embroidered bed trembled slightly. Dressed in wedding clothes, Li Lizhu nervously gripped her skirt. As the footsteps approached, Li Lizhu's heart pounded. She suddenly shut her eyes, her eyelashes quivering. Qingxiu lifted the red bridal veil, causing Li Lizhu to jolt. "Nervous?" Qingxiu teased with a smile. Li Lizhu glanced at him and pouted shyly, "I'm not nervous. You should be. I'm a princess. Now that you've married me, you must follow royal etiquette. Every morning you must greet me, at night you must wait for my summons to enter the bed, and for 3 meals a day, if I don't sit down first, you can't eat. Anyway, from now on, you'll follow my lead." "Humph." She turned her face aside, blushing and pouting. Qingxiu said with a smirk, "What royal etiquette? You married into my family, so you have to listen to me. I'm the head of the house, what I say goes. Come on, call me husband." Qingxiu lifted Princess Xiangqing's chin, revealing her flawless and delicate face. Li Lizhu's beautiful eyes stared at him, her lashes trembling, voice quivering as she blushed, "Am I beautiful?" Qingxiu joked, I'm blind. Even if you looked like a fairy, I wouldn't be able to tell. Li Lizhu shyly slapped his hand away and pouted, nonsense. I already heard from my father that your eyesight is almost recovered. Though it's not perfect, you can tell day from night and recognize outlines. Qingxiu thought to himself, right, I did say that to Li Er. Guess I can't use the blind excuse anymore. He nodded, beautiful. Very beautiful. Your husband likes it very much. Li Lizhu lowered her head in shyness and trembled as she asked, then, compared to your other wives, who's the most beautiful? Qingxiu answered without hesitation, you are. Li Lizhu was both shy and happy, but feigned anger, already sweet-talking me right after the wedding. Is that so? Then I'd better sweet-talk you properly. With that, Qingxiu held her face and kissed her rosy lips. Li Lizhu shivered, her body stiff, her mind blank. She initially wanted to resist, but then remembered they were now married. From now on, she belonged to Qingxiu. Though nervous, she tried to relax. But as someone with no experience, she could only follow his lead. Gurgle gurgle. Suddenly, her stomach growled. She quickly pushed Qingxiu away and buried her face in the blanket with a whimper. Haha. Qingxiu laughed, patted her little butt, and said, wife, come eat something first. After we eat, your husband will take you up to the sky, let you float like a fairy. Li Lizhu sat back in her spot, her face still red, and asked in surprise, there's a hot air balloon in the prince consort residence? Qingxiu's mouth twitched, the kind of going to the sky I meant isn't that one. You'll understand soon enough. Li Lizhu didn't think too much about it and rushed to the small table to eat. Having been hungry all day, she was starving. While eating, she mumbled, then once I'm up there, I'll take a good look at the scenery below. Qingxiu squinted and smiled, you will, for sure. Not only will you see the scenery below, you'll feel it too. Can the scenery be touched? Princess Xiangqing felt that she was ignorant, but she soon understood the meaning of this phrase, scenery indeed can not only be seen, but also touched. After eating something simple, the sky was completely dark, and candles were lit in the room. The candlelight was bright. Yingtao, with several maidservants, entered the room. Some carried washbasins, some held towels, some held a change of clothes. After serving the princess with washing, all the maidservants except Yingtao withdrew. But after waiting a long time, there was no sign Yingtao wanted to leave. Qingxiu frowned and said, it's so late, if you are not going back to sleep, why are you staying here? Yingtao was stunned, then her pretty face turned red. She looked down deeply, but lifted her eyes to look at Princess Xiangqing. Princess Xiangqing also blushed and said, Yingtao will stay tonight to serve us. That is the rule. Qingxiu's mouth twitched inward. All right, buying one and getting one free? He forced a bitter smile, where do so many rules come from? You don't need someone to serve when you sleep, right? A wronged expression appeared on Yingtao's face. She looked as if about to cry, choked softly and said, does the prince not like Yingtao? Seeing the young girl about to cry, Qingxiu hurried to comfort her, Yingtao is so cute, who would not like? How would I not like you? I saw you standing here tired, I wanted you to go back and rest early. Yingtao looked at Princess Xiangqing again. Princess Xiangqing, with a shy and coquettish tone, said, Yingtao came as part of the dowry. Since ancient times when a princess marries, she always brings a close maidservant, and on the wedding night they together serve the husband. Qingxiu paused, then carefully looked at Yingtao. A pair of big eyes like an anime character Rem, a 1-meter-something petite figure, though just budding, compared to Princess Xiangqing in body shape, she did not lose. A delicate round face, skin so fine it could burst with a puff, an extremely cute appearance. If not assigned a maid outfit, it would be a true waste of such beauty. The little maid was at most 14 years old in age. So young, she could handle grown-up duties? This later definitely, starting at 13, death penalty would not be too much. Perhaps due to previous modern education haunting him, Qingxiu had absolutely no thoughts about Yingtao in his heart. So he could only say to Li Lizhu, today is our wedding, the bridal chamber night should be our two alone sweet time. I don't wish to be disturbed, it's not because I don't like Yingtao. Moreover, I alone also can't handle it all. This felt against his heart, it was not that he alone could not manage, it was because Yingtao's age was really too small, he simply could not go through with it. At least must wait another 2 or 3 years. After hearing the previous words, Princess Xiangqing felt sweet in her heart and also shy. But the later words, I alone also can't handle it, almost made Princess Xiangqing believe Qingxiu's lie. She, face blushing red, pinched Qingxiu, then softly said to Yingtao, then listen to the prince, you go back to rest first, another day come to serve sleeping. Yes, princess. Yingtao, originally a bit anxious and nervous, instantly relaxed as if relieved. But in her heart she still had a small loss. After Yingtao left, Qingxiu came to the side of the bed, leaned forward, lightly lifted Li Liju's delicate chin with his finger, pressed his lips and said, "Princess, it's late, we should rest. Let the little maid serve you well for a bit." Li Liju made a soft sound and turned her face away, voice trembling. "Please, please prince, take pity." These words seemed like heaven thunder stirring earth fire. Qingxiu, a famished tiger, pounced at prey, yet also did not forget to coach. "What do you call me?" "Prince. Prince consort." "Think carefully, what should you call me?" "A husband, husband." Gradually, Princess Xiangqing bowed under Qingxiu's dominance. The bud had just shown its tip, already has a finger placed atop. Not recognizing the true Lushan face, the hole is deep within this mountain. Time passed quickly, clouds cleared and rain stopped. The two's relationship drew much closer. Early the next morning, before the two fully woke, someone came knocking on the door. The person was Yingtao. As if someone had taught her, Yingtao with red little face used scissors to cut away that one red bed sheet. After carefully putting it away, she said to the two, "Princess, Prince consort, people came from the palace. The emperor dispatched a messenger. By the emperor's command, Prince consort must go soon to Taiji Hall to discuss military affairs." Qingxiu's expression displeased. "What father-in-law is this? Just married the day before yesterday, and the second day asks to attend morning court? In 985 they would not treat people this way, even if dragging a donkey to grind, they wouldn't do this." A few words made Yingtao and Princess Xiangqing laugh. Yingtao pinched her lips, face turning red, almost laughed out. Princess Xiangqing lazily sat up and nudged Qingxiu, face timid. "Husband, what nonsense are you saying? Father made you go to palace so early, to discuss military big affairs. Surely there must be big affairs. Husband, quickly wash up and go to palace." Qingxiu helplessly, "Understood, I'll get up now." If last night lying in bed it was other wives or concubines, he would in any case do some morning exercise before going to the appointment. But sharing bed with the princess, he couldn't openly stand Li's second up. So he quickly put on clothes, washed, ate a bit in the kitchen, and then took a carriage to the palace. Inside Taiji Hall, civil and martial officials were already present, and some were whispering. "I bet Wenwen, today Qing Ho will be late." "No need betting? He definitely will be late. Just married to the princess just yesterday. With Qing Ho's lazy style, if he doesn't delay at least an hour to attend court, then he's not Qing Ho. Yes, who dares to be like Qing Ho, sleeping you could roll off the bed and fall leg. You guess, after Qing Ho is late to early court today, what excuse will he make? He, definitely flaunting his waist." Pfft. At this moment a messenger led Qingxiu into Taiji Hall, instantly blocking the idle talk. Emperor Li'er was quite surprised, thinking today this kid came fast, maybe changed? Qingxiu came into the hall, cupped hands, and said, "Your servant humbly greets your majesty." Li'er pointed toward the row of martial officers. Qingxiu moved to stand among the martial officers, choosing to stand next to Chang Yaojin. At the same time he also noticed that among the martial officer group, there were several unfamiliar faces. Li'er said nothing, as if waiting. Civil and martial officials were solemn and grave. The inside of Taiji Hall was unusually quiet. Qingxiu softly asked, "Uncle Chang, what's the situation?" Chang Yaojin, switching from his usual easygoing mode, looked serious. "The Turks have attacked. 200,000 troops have reached Xia Prefecture, rapidly advancing straight to the heart of Chang'an. Within at most 5 days they will reach the Wei River." Qingxiu startled in his heart. After 2.5 months, Jieli finally deployed the army. Yuan Yaojin saw Qingxiu was not wearing an eye patch, so he leaned in and quietly asked, "I heard His Majesty say that your nephew's eye illness has taken a turn for the better?" Qingxiu mentally complained that Yuan Heir had such a big mouth, leaking information like a cotton trouser's waistband. Yuan Yaojin waved a palm in front of his eyes and asked, "What is this?" Qingxiu pushed Yuan Yaojin's big coarse hand away and joked with a smile, "If you hadn't asked, 'What is this?' I'd have thought you intended to slap your nephew." "Haha." Yuan Yaojin laughed, "It seems your eye illness is almost healed. After today's court meeting ends, come over to my mansion and take a good look at your future concubine, Lady Qing Chui." Qingxiu's mouth twitched. However, the news that his eye illness was nearly healed, once spread, would be a good thing, a blessing coexisting with misfortune. At least he could ask Yuan Yaojin, "Who are those new faces?" If before, asking this would surely make people drop their jaws. "You were blind, how did you know these were new faces?" Yuan Yaojin explained, "The information was brought into Chang'an by scouts last night. His Majesty summoned several generals from other major camps to attend court overnight. They are new faces to you, but they are all founding ministers. That one with a scar on his face, fierce looking, is Duke Zhang Liang of Sun. Next to him with the big beard is Duke Ho Junbing of Chen. Behind Ho Junbing, the young-faced one is Duke Duan Jishuan of Bao. The one with a wax-yellow face, clearly a sickly one who can't afford food, is Zhang Gongjin. Qingxiu was extremely surprised. Nearly all of the future 24 meritorious officials of Lingyan Pavilion were present. He curiously observed two people, one old and one young, both wearing Taoist robes, and asked confusedly, "It's just morning court, why invite two Taoist masters? What are they here for?" Mentioning this, Yuan Yaojin became a bit excited. These two are extraordinary. They are both heavenly masters of the Department of Astronomy. The older one, looking like an immortal with otherworldly bones, is Yuan Tiangang. The younger one, with a pale face and no beard, is Ling Chunfeng. These two excel in numerology and magic methods, especially night star observation and bone-touch physiognomy. They are remarkable. Qingxiu's mouth twitched. Good heavens, they were the two biggest charlatans of the Tang dynasty. When Ling Er saw most people had arrived, he picked up a piece of scroll paper filled with dense writing and said, "This is an urgent report scouts brought overnight. The Turkic Kogangeli leads 200,000 troops southward." When scouts reported, Turkic forces had already reached Xia Prefecture. At the marching speed of 200,000 troops, within no more than 5 days they will reach the Wei River. I do not want to suffer another white horse humiliation like at the start of the year. The time to battle the Turks and settle victory or defeat has come. Although the white horse humiliation was only 6 months ago, my original plan was to rest and recuperate for 2 to 3 years before facing the Turks again to avenge the insult. But since the appearance of the Duke of Zhenghua, our tang has been renewed. Now not only is the national treasury ample, but 2 types of new high-yield grain have been presented. You all know about the new grain, so I won't elaborate. Now, the new army trained by the one-day to formation method has proven quite effective. Its combat strength rivals that of veteran cavalry. Today's morning court is not for any other reason than to appoint generals. This time guarding against the Turks, who wishes to serve as the commander-in-chief. Ling Er looked around and finally focused on the martial officers' cadre. The veteran officers heard there would be war, and a chance to earn military merit. They became as if injected with chicken blood. Qin Qiong passionately said, "Your Majesty, I wish to serve as commander-in-chief, leading the army to strike fiercely at the Turks." Yu Qigong also eagerly said, "I wish to serve as commander-in-chief, to annihilate the Turks in one go." Chang Yaojin, "I wish to serve as commander-in-chief, to lead the army." Ho Junji, "Your Majesty, I have been resting for almost a year, my arms are rusty. Better to have me as commander-in-chief." Zhang Liang frowned, "Your arms are rusty? My legs are nearly rusty too. If I don't go out and move, my days may be few. Your Majesty should let me serve as commander-in-chief." Qingxiu looked at this group as though they were idiots. Truly, as the saying goes, the greater the power, the greater the responsibility. Also, the risk borne is the greatest. War is no joke. Turkic cavalry are battle-hardened, and that's 200,000 troops. Only about 80,000 veteran soldiers defended Chang'an. As for the 100,000 new soldiers, they've never seen combat. One misstep means 100,000 souls lost. Ling Er smiled and looked at Qingxiu hiding behind Cheng Yaojin, and said, "Duke of Zhenghua, why are you hiding behind the Duke of Lu? Afraid I'll call your name when appointing a general." Qingxiu silently took the eye patch from his huaili, put it on, and with a strange expression said, "Your Majesty, you really wouldn't think a blind man can lead troops to war, right? If you truly thought so, aren't you afraid I'd lead 100,000 troops like headless flies, easily avoiding the Turkic army?" Ling Er's mouth twitched, his expression displeased. "I just casually asked, wanted to hear your opinion, to hear your viewpoint on the war, also to understand from you how you view this unexpected war." Qingxiu exhaled in relief. As long as he wasn't sent to fight, he could say anything. At this moment he wasn't afraid to offend anyone, and he stepped forward and clearly said, "I believe that the final use of a tool is to put it to use." 2.5 months ago, 100,000 new soldiers participated in training. The training method was the Macedonian phalanx and horse combat. The phalanx is the most effective way to restrain cavalry. When training the new soldiers, the focus was on coordinating military formations, with mounted combat as a secondary. Now nearly 80 days have passed. Although there is still more than half a month before the 100-day formation is complete, these new soldiers can still be brought out for a test. If they don't experience baptism by fire, endlessly theorizing on paper, new soldiers will never grow. I suggest that for this defense against the Turks, these new soldiers be put to the test. Ling Er smiled and nodded, "That is also my thought." "Then who do you think should serve as the commander-in-chief?" Qingxiu did not name anyone directly, but said tactfully, "Whether the tool is useful depends on how well the person wielding it controls it." Ling Er laughed outright. A tool wielded by the right person. Ling Jing, you trained the new army, so let you be the commander-in-chief. Ling Jing did not refuse. He clasped hands and said, I follow your majesty's arrangement. Many other generals showed expressions of resentment. Your majesty, that is 200,000 troops, and you rely on a batch of new soldiers trained for 80 days, to face experienced Turkic cavalry? This is no child's play. Not just child's play, it's sending 10,000 new soldiers to their deaths. Your majesty, you must not act rashly. Do you want the white horse humiliation to happen again? Please, your majesty, rescind the order. Marquis Qing is blind. It may be okay to let him handle development, but combat, we should think twice. Your majesty cannot just listen to Marquis Qing's single opinion. If one mistake causes total defeat, that is 100,000 lives lost. Ling Er also displayed hesitation. The minister's words were not without reason. He truly had been insufficiently thoughtful.
Did you enjoy the story, guys? I hope you did. Support this video with a like and a comment. I'd really appreciate it. Thanks for watching and see you next time.